Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the ASEAN Energy Business Forum. My name is Wayne Chan, and it's my pleasure to be your host once again today. Now, yesterday's program, themed Energy Transition in Practice, saw a comprehensive lineup of speakers and discussions focusing on how all of that translates into financing, sector-specific developments, and new opportunities. Now, for today's program, we will highlight the forward-looking solutions and investment for ASEAN's sustainable future. Now, kicking off all of this with a keynote address, let us welcome the German ambassador to Vietnam, His Excellency Guido Hiltner.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you at the beginning of day 3 of the ASEAN Energy Business Forum. My name is Guido Hiltner, and I'm the ambassador of Germany to Vietnam. Germany has been one of the pioneers in changing our world of energy, inventing new technologies for harvesting alternative sources for energy, combining the buildup of renewables with a focus on energy efficiency, restructuring the whole energy system, and thus decoupling economic growth from energy demand, at the same time cutting down greenhouse gas emissions. The German word Energiewende, meaning a big green energy transition, is meanwhile being used also in other countries and languages around the world. The first steps of some kind of energy transition in several countries go back to the 1990s. Today, in 2020, while every country has its own conditions, its own energy-related strengths and weaknesses, I'm sure you agree that the issue of energy transition has been going global. For each and every country and region around the world, an innovative and climate-friendly energy transition has to be a priority. The trend is clear. According to many experts, global oil demand has peaked in 2019. In the next years, we will witness a declining demand for fossil fuels and increased investments in renewables. ASEAN and its 10 member states are one of the fastest growing regions of the world. The access to energy, its security and affordability, and at the same time, the need for clean energy are key to sustainable economic development of the ASEAN region. Secure and sustainable energy is a German priority, both in our bilateral and in our regional partnerships with ASEAN and its member states. Energy and energy efficiency are also important elements of the new German policy guidelines for the Indo-Pacific. The ASEAN German Energy Program is one of the projects that supports ASEAN's path to sustainable energy for more than a decade. Since the first project on small hydropower in 2007, the focus has switched to other renewables and energy efficiency, and recently to institutional capacity building of the ASEAN Center for Energy. One of the key products of the ASEAN German Energy Program is the ASEAN Energy Outlook. It serves as the region's main official source of energy information, analysis, and projections. The sixth ASEAN Energy Outlook, launched yesterday, provides professional analysis of various scenarios to meet the ASEAN countries' energy demand. It also suggests how to meet ambitious regional targets and how to contribute to the global commitment under SDG 7 to achieve energy security, accessibility, affordability, and sustainability for all. The outlook contains clear recommendations on policy measures to accelerate the transition to cleaner and more sustainable energy. Let me stress, without bold steps in increasing energy efficiency and in building up renewables, there is no chance to limit climate change and air pollution and to develop our respective home countries sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, by closing my remarks, I would like to express Germany's appreciation to the ASEAN member states for their strong commitment shown in sustainable energy activities at the regional and national levels. We are grateful for the long-standing partnership between the ASEAN Center for Energy and Germany's GIZ. The German government is looking forward to an even more intense partnership with ASEAN and its member states, not only on energy issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Guido Hildner, for that elaboration of German's strong support and partnership for ASEAN. Now, next up is a joint presentation by ASEAN Center for Energy titled Charting ASEAN's Pathways Collectively, APAEC Phase 2 and the 6th edition of ASEAN Energy Outlook. Now, for this session, I'd like to pass on to the colleagues of ACE, Rizky Aditya Putra, Senior Officer of ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, ASEAN Center for Energy, and also Dr. Taurinia Supasa, Senior Officer of Energy Policy Planning and Modeling, ACE. Over to you.
Excellencies, Energy Ministers of ASEAN, Your Excellency Guido Hildner, Ambassador, Germany Embassy, ASEAN Senior Officials on Energy Leaders and ASEAN Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, as I highlighted during the opening of IBF, we have developed the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook under support of ASEAN German Energy Program and the APAEC Phase 2. These are our two flagship documents of ASEAN, which will help the region in addressing the upcoming energy challenge and supporting the creation of pathways to achieve the regional targets of ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, before you hear the presentation in detail, I would like to share with you some highlights below. In the baseline scenario, where little efforts have been done to meet our national or regional targets, ASEAN's total primary energy supply, or TPES, grows by 40% between 2017 and 2025, with the majority of the energy mix continues to come from fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas, as the share of RE remains close to the current level, which is 14% of total primary energy supply. While it's in the regional cooperation scenario, we call it APAEC target scenarios, or APS, step up efforts to meet the regional target on RE and EI, reduce TPS by 12% in 2025 and 28% by 2040 in comparison with the baseline scenario. Not only does ASEAN achieve its goal of 23% renewable energy share in TPS by 2025, but also the energy intensity could be reduced to reach beyond 32% in comparison to 2005 level in 2025. This regional scenario is an ambitious pathway, requiring concerted efforts by all key stakeholders in the region. However, this is a worthy endeavor, and I would like to call upon all of us here to join in hand to make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to begin the official launching of APEC Phase 2 and the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook, which will be presented by my colleagues, Mr. Rizky Aditya Putra from APEC Department and Dr. Tarinya Supasa from Modeling Policy and Planning Department. I hope these two presentations will provide you a deeper energy insight on our 7th program of ASEAN Energy Plan from now to 2025, including the outcome-based strategies, energy transition and analysis, as well as the policy recommendation. Herewith, I would like to welcome our both presenters to deliver the presentation accordingly. Thank you very much.
My name is Rizky Aditya Putra, and I'm the Senior Officer of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation of ASEAN Center for Energy. And alongside with me is Dr. Tarinya Supasa, the Senior Energy Analyst of the Modeling Policy and Planning Department of ACE. And it's an honor for me to represent the ASEAN Center for Energy in this AEBF 2020. And we are pleased to inform you that yesterday, the 38th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting has just endorsed the ASEAN's two flagship documents, which is the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation Phase 2, 2021-2025, and also the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook. And today we will provide you the highlights of these two documents, which will serve as a reference for the ASEAN energy cooperation for the next 5 years. And this presentation will be delivered in two parts. The first one, I will provide you the updates on the APEC Phase 2. And for the updates on the AO6, it will be presented by Dr. Tarinya. Next slide, please. To start with, the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, or what we call APEC, we can say it's like a blueprint or a guiding document that charts out the strategies and plans to advance ASEAN energy cooperation towards regional integration and connectivity under the ASEAN Economic Community. Next slide, please. And the development of APEC Phase 2 has went through a long process of series of consultation with the ASEAN member states to ensure that the interests and plans of the member states are well reflected in this document and also plans. And we are also engaging with the dialogue partners and also international organizations to get their global perspective on the shape of energy landscape in ASEAN. And we are also looking at both the global energy trends and also regional trends, especially on the energy transition and also the fourth industrial revolution. And for this APEC Phase 2, we will keep the theme of the APEC Phase 1. And while also we are putting more focus into our sub-theme, which is the accelerating energy transition and strengthening resilience through greater innovation and cooperation. Next slide, please. Those themes are reflected into the key strategies of our 7 program areas. For the ASEAN Power Grid, we will focusing on expanding the regional electricity trading while also accommodating a higher share of renewable energy. And the second program area, the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, ASEAN will pursue the development of a common gas market. But for the CCT program, we will continue to optimize the role of CCT and also CCUS to facilitate the transition towards a sustainable and low carbon development. For the ASEAN AENC, we are setting a more ambitious target of energy intensity reduction down to 32% by 2025. While for the renewable energy, we are keeping the 23% target of a renewable energy share in the total primary energy supply. And also we are adding the second indicator, which is to achieve the 35% share in the installed power capacity. And the 6th program is the regional energy policy and planning. will focusing in accelerating the energy transition and resilience. And for the civilian nuclear energy, we aim to build the human resource capabilities in nuclear power generation. And to achieve these key strategies of the program areas, they are supported by the outcome-based strategies and also action plans. Next slide, please. Under the ASEAN Power Grid, following the success of the LTMS-BIP project in the multilateral electricity trading, which connected Laos PDR, Thailand, and also Malaysia. And in the APEC Phase 2, we will further accelerate the progress of the APG projects and also to initiate the expansion of this LTM project into Singapore or even into another sub-region. And then we will continue to advance the multilateral power trade through the enhancement and development of institutional framework and regulatory capacity, while also looking at the harmonization of technical requirements and standards such as the grid codes and also wheeling charges. And in the fourth outcome-based strategies, we will further explore the integration of renewable energy, and we will also further assess the potential of RE investment opportunities, where based on the assessment of ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan study, there are 62 identified potential sites for the variable renewable energy that could be possibly integrated into the ASEAN power grid. And next slide, please. And continuing the progress of the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, where there are total of 6 countries that has been connected through 13 gas pipeline and also 9 regasification terminal. ASEAN is aiming for the development of common gas market in this APEC Phase 2. And this will be achieved by enhancing gas and also LNG connectivity, where we will see an additional of new regasification terminal and also cross-border pipeline. And the second is by enhancing the accessibility of gas and also LNG by improving the commercial and also gas and LNG infrastructure readiness, including to explore the possible government support and also the potential of the small-scale LNG and LNG bunkering deployment in the ASEAN member states. And lastly, we are going to also enhance the capacity of gas stakeholders to facilitate the establishment of regional common gas market. Next slide, please. And under the coal and clean coal technology, ASEAN has a total of 10,000 megawatt of supercritical and ultra supercritical coal-fired power plants, and it is projected that coal is foreseen to remain important for the next years to come, and therefore the role of CCT, including CCUS, will be further promoted to facilitate the region transition towards low carbon economy. And we will further see a gradual transition away from the less efficient technology into a more efficient and also advanced technology for coal utilization. And to support that, the public awareness and acceptance on CCT will also be enhanced through the strategic outreach program, such as the ASEAN Coal Awards. And then we will also looking at the potential establishment of ASEAN Center of Excellence for CCT to advance the CCT research and development and also innovation, while also facilitating the potential investment and also innovation in the clean coal technology. Next slide, please. And continuing the positive achievement of ASEAN, where we are able to exceed the energy intensity reduction target under the ENC program, we will continue the harmonization efforts on the EE standard and labeling for air conditioner and also lighting. And it will be further expanded into another appliances such as motor, transformer, and also a refrigerator. And then we are also going to further stimulate the energy efficiency and conservation investment through the business forum to attract a higher participation of the private sector and also the financial institutions. And then we are also going to focus on these 3 main sectors. The first one is the energy efficiency in building, will be further strengthened, such as through the development of building codes or even a building certification. And then for the ENC efforts in transport and also industry sector will be introduced and also pursued in this APAEC phase 2. Next slide, please. And then to achieve the aspirational targets of renewable energy, a stronger effort is required by the ASEAN member states. Therefore, in the APEC phase 2, the RE policy and also decarbonization pathway will be further advanced through the development of ASEAN renewable energy outlook and also a long-term ASEAN RE roadmap. And then the high-level policy dialogue on RE will be further facilitated and also conducted to get more buy-in and also commitment from the member states in accelerating deployment of renewable energy with the support of the dialogue partners and also international organization. And then renewable energy R&D will also be further enhanced through the establishment of a nodal network where we will further explore the potential of new and emerging technologies on to support the deployment of renewable energy. And then we will also further explore the innovative renewable energy financing mechanism, such as feed-in tariff, the renewable energy certificates, renewable energy obligation, or another financing scheme and also mechanism. And then we also note that there are a huge potential of renewable energy from the biofuel and also bioenergy. Therefore, this development of biofuel and bioenergy will be further enhanced, also supported. And the last outcome-based strategies is more focusing on the enhancing the renewable energy information and also training center, which will be based in the ASEAN Center for Energy. And then we are aiming to be the one-stop shop for the all renewable energy information and also data and also human resource training and capacity building. Next slide, please. And for the regional energy policy and planning, which will focusing on profiling the ASEAN energy sector internationally towards the accelerating energy transition and resilience. The regional energy policy and planning will further enhance the capability in data and analysis on energy policy and planning through the development of and also establishment of ASEAN Energy Outlook and also the ASEAN Energy Database System. And the regional energy policy and planning subsector network is also become the center of the cooperation of ASEAN, where REPP will be engaging with the dialogue partners in international organization to further support the implementation of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation. And also within this regional energy policy and planning program, the investment and financing of for energy infrastructure will also further be enhanced, and also REPP program areas will also looking at the cross sectoral issues such as the energy climate nexus. And for this OBS 6, we will introduce and also start the information sharing in energy and climate nexus. Next slide, please. And the last but not least, the civilian nuclear energy program. We will further enhance the human resource capability and capacities in the nuclear science and technology for power generation. While the first outcome-based strategies, we are aiming to improve the nuclear energy literacy through series of engagement with the public, such as through webinars or the IEC campaign. And we are also going to strengthen the regional and also international cooperation on nuclear energy for power generation. And we are exploring the cooperation, long-term cooperation from the DPs and NOs for the implementation of the APAEC. And then we will also build human capabilities on nuclear legal and regulatory framework for power generation in the ASEAN member states. through the series of trainings, capacity buildings, or even technical assistance that could be provided into the interested member states for the development of legal and regulatory framework for the nuclear power generation. And the last one is on the human resource capabilities in nuclear science and technology. And we will further conduct series of studies and also explore the potential of emerging technologies of nuclear, such as the small modular reactor. And also we may also conduct a series of practical training for the ASEAN member states. And next slide, please. And now I will pass on the presentation to Dr. Tarinya for the findings of the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook. Dr. Tarinya.
Good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tarinya Supasa. I'm from Modeling Policy and Planning Division's ASEAN Center for Energy. Today is my honor to present one of the ASEAN flagship study this year, the 6th ASEAN Energy Outlook. This outlook will receive a great support from GIZ under the project ASEAN German Energy Program Phase 2. This outlook can be claimed the ASEAN products. Along the development process, together with ACE, we receive a great contribution and great support from the ASEAN member states. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to share a short presentation on this outlook. However, for those who are interested to read the full report, please visit ACE website, download it, and enjoy your reading. Next slide, please. There are 4 main components in this outlook. The first part will provide information on how this outlook supports the ASEAN member state to achieving the regional target. And also we incorporate the COVID-19 impacts to the economic recession, which is consequently impacts to the energy demand reduction into the modeling work. And the philosophy behind this outlook development were present in the second part. And also the national and regional target and the updated policy were also present in the second part. The modeling results are elaborated in energy landscape, greenhouse gas projection, and the socioeconomics. There are 5 highlight energy issues were selected to provide more global perspective and the best practice beyond ASEAN regions. So these 5 highlight topics is considered crucial for attendant APAEC target and also would be crucial for the future ASEAN's energy landscape. And the last part is include the policy recommendation and also the key message for the future ASEAN's outlook development. Next slide, please. There are 4 scenarios including in this outlook. Baseline, the second is AMS target scenario. So we include the most updated and official energy efficiency, renewable energy, power development plan, and the NDC target energy-related policy into the work. And the third one is APAEC target scenario. So the existing energy efficiency and renewable energy policy based on the national level, we're scaling up the efforts to achieve the regional target together. And also the accelerate the development of the renewable capacity in the power sector. And the last scenario is SDG 7. So in order to evaluate whether ASEAN's already in line with the global commitment, ASEAN SDG 7 or not, so this scenario was adopted and evaluated. Next slide, please. Energy transitions is obviously seen the trend in ASEAN. So the renewable energy shares will increase significantly from the 2017 level for both supply and consumption. And this comes from the variety of renewable energy promotions policy. For example, in the consumption side, biofuel promotion in transportation sector, biomass promotion in industry and power sector, and also for the solar rooftop in the commercial and residential sector. So considering in the consumption side, the renewable energy will increase from 10% in 2017 to 16% in the next 5 years. And it will increase more in the longer terms. And that will increasing the renewable energy share in the consumption side will reflect to the greater share in the supply side as well. So under the ASEAN cooperation actions, measures and policy, so ASEAN will likely to achieve around 23% of renewable energy share of the energy supply in 2025. And move to the energy efficiency. So the more stringent energy efficiency measures supported by the regional cooperation, for example, best practice, energy labeling, guideline, knowledge sharing, will drive the stronger energy saving in the regions. So in the consumption side, comparing to the baseline and the ASEAN target scenario, under these cooperations, so ASEAN will reduce energy demands like significantly, and that will again influence to the lower demand for the energy supply. So if comparing to baseline, so under the ASEAN's target scenario or APS, the energy demand, energy supply would be reduced significantly, and that come from mainly the fossil fuel reductions. Next slide, please. The energy transitions is drive fuel switching as well. For some sector will replace, for example, like replace biofuel consumption, biomass consumption by electricity consumption. And even under the most ambitious energy efficiency scenario, so ASEAN electricity demand will likely to double in 2040. So the surge of electricity demand increasing drive the more important role of the cross-border interconnections among ASEAN member states. So the right-hand side is showing the projection of the interconnection power tradings. So in 2025 or next 5 years, the power trading would be seen one of the key supported policy to respond to these electricity needs. So the power trading will increase more than almost 2 times if comparing to 2017. And majority of this trading is come from Laos PDR as the main electricity exporter in ASEAN. So if assume or ASEAN member state achieve what they already stated in the official target, so ASEAN will continue to be the oil importer, and the level of the oil importer dependency will increase over time. This brings the awareness to the policymaker, for example, like shall we consider more stringent energy efficiency for the oil consuming sector or the oil consuming products? Or shall we consider more about the substitute fuel for oil in longer terms for the support or enhancing the energy security situation in the regions? And move from oil to coal. So ASEAN will likely to continue to be the coal exporter until 2040. But the situation will different for the natural gas. Natural gas, ASEAN will be the natural gas exporter until 2026 roughly, and that will switching to be the natural gas importer. And that comes from the higher demand from the natural gas from the power sector, which is corresponding to the higher electricity demand. Next slide, please. Move to power sector. So if ASEAN's considering to achieve the regional target together, so the bring more important of injected more solar into the power system will be significantly improved. So comparing to the what ASEAN member states consider in their power development plan. So if ASEAN would like to achieve the ASEAN cooperation target, the renewable energy has to be shared around 48% of the total capacity in 2025. And the increasing is mostly come from solar installed capacity and also lowering coal capacity. And yeah, in longer terms, the lower capacity could be seen obviously, and that comes from, again, the more stringent energy efficiency measures in each country would bring the lower needs of this new power installed capacity in the regions. Next slide, please. So apart from energy and power, so this outlook also include the emissions and externality projections. So if under ASEAN cooperation activity or actions, so ASEAN would be able to cut around half of their emissions and externality by 2040. And move to the power investment. So in order to support the energy transition in the region, so the investment will go to the power sector, and more than 70% will go for the renewable energy investment in the regions. Lastly, job creation. So the job will be created more directly and indirectly from the solar and wind installation further in this region. Next slide, please. And I think this comes to my end presentation. Thank you again for your kind attention. And also for those who interest to read the full report, please feel free to visit ACE website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ACE colleagues, for those insightful takeaways. Now, coming up next, we will have a joint presentation of UNESCAP and ACE elaborating on the progress and ambitions of SDG 7, Sustainable Energy Progress in ASEAN. Now, let me pass on the controls to our UNESCAP and ACE colleagues. And let me introduce our wonderful colleagues. We have Sergei Tulinov, Economic Affairs Officer, Energy Division, UNESCAP. Also, Septia Buntara Supendi, Manager of Sustainable Energy, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, ACE. And they'll be joined by Yudiandra Yuwono, Energy Policy Planning and Modeling Officer, ACE. Over to you guys.
Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, excellencies, this is the presentation on Sustainable Development Goal 7 and energy progress in ASEAN region. We make it together, UNESCAP, United Nations Economic Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and ASEAN Center for Energy. My name is Sergei Tulinov, and I'm really happy to have it together with Septia and Yandra, my good friends and colleagues from ASEAN Center for Energy. Next slide, please. So let me just give you a very brief introduction to the Sustainable Development Goals. These are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and improve the lives and prospects of everyone and everywhere. The 17 goals were adopted by all UN member states in 2015 as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which set out a 15 years plan to achieve the goals. Energy is an enabler to achieve the 2030 Agenda. It is really crucial for achieving almost all of the Sustainable Development Goals, from its role to eradication of poverty through advancements in health, education, water supply, and industrialization, to combating climate change. Next slide, please. So energy was introduced into the agenda under Sustainable Development Goal 7, which seeks to ensure access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy for all, and outlines 3 targets in the area of energy access, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. You can see these targets 7.1, 0.2, 0.3 on the screen. And United Nations ESCAP, as a regional arm of the United Nations in the Asia-Pacific region, is working to support its members in achieving the 2030 Agenda And an important part of this work is monitoring and review national and regional progress in achieving targets under Sustainable Development Goal 7 on energy. Next slide, please. So let me provide you a quick snapshot how it's going in ASEAN region. What's the progress on SDG 7? Several ASEAN countries have achieved 100% electrification, while clean cooking technology are being actively developed to phase out polluting solid fuels. Renewable energy installations and production are on strong upward trend, and the energy efficiency is being enhanced in industrial, construction, and transportation sectors. However, national advancements in these areas are very different, and the rates of progress are too slow in many cases to fully realize SDG 7 by 2030 in ASEAN. 29 million people lack access to electricity, many located in rural areas and on the islands. And the quality of energy sources need improvement even within nations that have achieved 100% electrification. About 220 million people still cook with solid biofuels such as wood and charcoal, which caused indoor air pollution mostly for women and children. Without a significant push, universal access to clean cooking is unlikely to be achieved by 2030. If the global climate objectives of limiting temperature rise is to be realized, the share of renewable energy in power systems must expand more rapidly, while greater energy efficiency measures must be introduced to further reduce energy demand growth in ASEAN countries. So here on the screen, you'll see the snapshot, the highlights of all 4 major indicators and major targets under SDG 7: access to electricity, access to clean cooking, level of penetration of modern renewable energy in the energy mix, and the level of improvements of energy intensity. But this is only a small part of information contained in the big report, which we are going to launch today, now. Next slide, please. So much more information and analysis contained in the report we are launching. The report called Tracking SDG 7 in the ASEAN region and Energy Progress Report 2020. This is the new report prepared by UNESCAP and ASEAN Center for Energy. The report provides an overview of progress towards global SDG 7 targets and regional targets in the ASEAN members. It offers a country-by-country review of efforts under each of the major themes. You can see them on the screen. It provides insights into where action is most needed and highlights regional and national examples of successful innovative approaches to advancing sustainable energy in ASEAN. So tomorrow, you will be able to download the report from UNESCAP and ASEAN Center for Energy websites. Our institutions stand ready to assist ASEAN members in identifying the most effective solutions to shared energy challenges. In providing support, and we provide support to inform decision-making in ASEAN countries towards a sustainable energy future. I'm sure, dear colleagues, you will find this report useful for your work and you will enjoy reading it. I'm happy now to give the floor to my colleagues from ASEAN Center for Energy, co-authors of this report, for their presentation that highlights complementarities between the global and regional energy targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergey, for the nice introduction and also brief of the report. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Septia from the ASEAN Center for Energy. What is the interesting part, apart from the status of SDGs in the region, is the connection we see between the SDGs and our energy blueprint called the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, or APAC. Within the APAC, we have 7 program areas, including power grid, Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, cleaner coal technology, energy efficiency, renewable energy, energy policy planning, as well as civilian nuclear energy. But if we want to highlight about the connection, there are 2 things under this program area that we can see deeply and interestingly from the report. First, from the renewable energy, and the second one from the energy intensity. In the next phase of the APAC, in the phase 2 of the APAC, we want to highlight on the transition, how the region could run from the fossil fuel-based utilization into cleaner energy utilization in the region. And then from this report, we will see how the region under the APAC will be connected into the SDG effort, which targeting into global target in the future. Next slide, please. Under these 2 program areas on renewable energy, for example, we are targeting to have 23% of renewable energy into the energy mix by 2025 by TPS. Currently, we are at the stage of around 13.7%. What does it mean? We need more and more efforts to enhance renewable energy in the ASEAN region. It's not only the effort of within the regional effort base, but also we need global efforts and streamline to support ASEAN enhancing cleaner energy for future. Similarly, with the energy intensity reduction under our energy efficiency program area, under the APAC program, we targeting to have 20% of energy intensity reduction by 2020. Fortunately, we now surpassing the target by having 20.6% of energy intensity as of our 2018 data. Under the APEC phase 2, targeting more energy intensity reduction, which you will see the presentation from our ACE colleagues in the AEBF today. And on this, by these 2 programs, within the connection, we hope under this report will provide you how is the good efforts that ASEAN should do in the future under the current APEC, which correlate with the SDG, which mentioned by our colleague from UNESCO earlier. I would like to pass the next section to my colleague Yudiandra to provide you further information on the connection between the report, SDG, and also the APEC program. Yudiandra, please.
Thank you very much, Sergi and Septia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with how crucial it is to integrate SDG and APAC, as previously mentioned, this report is synergized with the ASEAN Energy Outlook through its development. And both report is meant to act as a tools to assist achieving the targets, both APAC and SDG, with ASEAN Energy Outlook 6 more focused on projected future, while the SDG report evaluates progress and present. And the synergy of this is highlighted through several points that listed here, is that as the SDG reports evaluates the ASEAN current situations, it also adds unique insight that it is not covered in depth with the more quantitatively heavy ASEAN Energy Outlook 6. And these insights add more qualitative explanations that add more context on the report. And with that, it is to ensure that the better understanding can be achieved for the stakeholders that read both report, and then some areas that are not covered in depth in one report will be covered in others. We are hoping that the results will create a better understanding for the energy sectors, for all the stakeholders, for all the readers of the report, so that a better strategy formulations can be achieved in the future in ASEAN regions by all stakeholders. And we want to make exemplary collaborations so that in the future we know that not one report can cover all areas and not one organization can cover all areas. So this kind of collaborations were the one that we're hoping that could improve and create a better strategies for the future. I think that will be all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers from UNESCAP and ACE, for that wonderful presentation. Now, the next roundtable segment is presented by United Nations Environment Programme, titled Renewable Energy Transition in a Post-COVID-19 Scenario from a Gender Perspective. And to lead this roundtable, it's my pleasure to introduce Annette Walgreen, Program Management Officer, Gender and Climate Change, Asia and the Pacific Office from UNEP. Annette, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. Welcome to the virtual roundtable dialogue that is called Renewable Energy Transition in a Post-COVID-19 Scenario from a Gender Perspective. Thank you so much for joining us today. From whichever part of the world you may be tuning in, I hope you're all keeping safe and well during this pandemic. As has been mentioned, my name is Annette Walgren. I'm the Program Manager, Gender Climate Change at UNEP. I'm managing the project Empower Women for Climate Resilient Societies, and I'm joining you from Bangkok today. Empower is the first of its kind, a unique collaboration between the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and UN Women, and it's funded by the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, implemented across Asia Pacific region, and in particular in ASEAN, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Before we dive in, please note that today's event will be recorded and available on the Empower website at empowerforclimate.org soon after. Please also feel free to join in the conversation and social media on Twitter, Facebook with the handles I'm sure is mentioned on the screen shortly. We're very excited to have you joining us today in this roundtable dialogue with the aim to first foster a dialogue and promote cooperation in ASEAN on women's leadership in renewable energy and gender-inclusive renewable energy actions that are supporting a post-COVID-19 recovery. Secondly, we also wish that today will raise some capacity and awareness among energy policymakers and financial institutions in ASEAN on the importance of gender integration in scaling up the renewable energy implementation by presenting data, experiences, knowledge products, and tools. And for this latter, UNEP is very happy to launch today a tool that is called Gender Integration in Renewable Energy Policy. It's a guideline for energy policy makers, decision makers. I will present more on this later in our session. I also really would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, ASEAN Center for Energy, for collaborating in this roundtable and many other activities in the region to strengthen gender equality perspectives. Without further ado, to kickstart today's program, let me invite our partner, Dr. Nuki Agaya Otama, who's the Executive Director for the ASEAN Center for Energy, for his welcoming remarks of today's event. Over to you, Dr. Nuki.
Excellencies, Energy Ministers of ASEAN, ASEAN Senior Officials on Energy Leaders, and ASEAN Secretariat, distinguished speakers and leaders of the industry from the government and private sectors in ASEAN, colleagues, distinguished delegates, dialogue partners, and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. First of all, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all at the Roundtable Dialogue on Renewable Energy Transition in a post-COVID-19 scenario from a gender perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has affected lives and society as we know it, slowing down development efforts that we have built over the years. There are challenges ahead for recovery, but I believe this situation also provides us with great opportunities to sit down and plan how to build back better. Energy is a basic need for economic development and life quality improvement. Also, energy is one of the key sectors to accelerate economic recovery. Transition towards a renewable, distributed, decarbonized energy system offers an opportunity to ensure an inclusive and just transformation of the energy sectors. In line with ASEAN vision to achieve energy security, accessibility, affordability, and sustainability for all, for that we must build an enabling environment that can foster entrepreneurship and innovation. Gender equality will be important for this, and ASEAN's female, which holds around 51.1% of the population, can have major role in kick-starting the effort in the community, as our speakers today will share their experiences. This dialogue hopefully could be a key element for raising capacity and awareness among us, including the importance of gender integration in scaling up the RE implementation in ASEAN. I am delighted that ACE, together with the UN Environmental Programme, or UNEP, are taking a concrete step to initiate these activities. Finally, I wish you all fruitful discussion, good health, and hope that you enjoy the online session. Thank you.
Your steadfast support to the Empower project and our partnership between UNEP and ASEAN Center for Energy. Now, let me hand over to Isabel Lewis, who's the Deputy Regional Director for UNEP Asia Pacific, for her opening remarks. Isabel, the floor is yours.
I think you can hear me now. Okay, thank you very much, Annette. A very good morning to you and also to Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Energy, for your introductory remarks. Distinguished guests, panelists, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isabel Lewis. I'm the Deputy Regional Director of UNEP Asia and the Pacific Regional Office based in Bangkok. And on behalf of UNEP, it is a pleasure to join you at this year's virtual ASEAN Energy Business Forum. I would like to extend my greetings again to Dr. Nuki and the ASEAN Center for Energy, our partners in this endeavor, and all the distinguished guests present. Let me echo Dr. Nuki and welcome you all to this morning's roundtable, bringing a gender perspective to the renewable energy transition in this region in a post-COVID scenario. Exactly a year ago, we met at the ASEAN Energy Business Forum in Bangkok. It doesn't escape me how different our gathering is today. 2020 has been an unprecedented year and amidst an ongoing pandemic and a global economic slowdown. Through loss of lives and livelihoods, we have learned to define a new normal. Here in Southeast Asia, the situation has demanded a heavy price on ASEAN's economy. Studies predict GDP rates to have contracted to 3.8%, though with some hope for a stronger recovery in 2021. Yet, while we navigate a new normal, we face old and familiar challenges. Climate change has not taken a break during this devastating floods and tropical storms, most recently super typhoons Goni and Molave wreaking havoc in the region. Deep-rooted inequalities along the fault lines of gender, ethnicity, disability, among others, only threaten to hurt our recovery process even more. A rapid assessment undertaken earlier this year by UNEP's Empower project on gender and climate resilience confirms this. Women residing in rural areas, farmers, fisherwomen, entrepreneurs, shop owners, often the backbone of the local economy, have indisputably struggled with lower incomes, loss of livelihoods and markets, and face greater demands of unpaid and care work. Looking forward, we must look for the silver lining as well. This new normal and this recovery is a new opportunity for us to reconfigure our economy. We can shift to a more low carbon, resilient, and inclusive path. How, in addition to big businesses, can we offer small, medium, and informal enterprises a chance not just to recover, but to thrive? And how can new innovations cushion communities on the front lines of climate change? So a new normal needs to reflect a new way in how we do business, and the energy sector has a big role to play here. Across ASEAN, stimulus packages and fiscal measures to the tune of more than 318 billion US dollars are being invested to help economies recover. Firstly, these stimulus funds need to be aligned with ASEAN's transition to renewable energy. Opting to continue fossil fuel-based investments and subsidies is exchanging long-term sustainability for short-term temporary gains. Investing in on-grid and off-grid renewable energy sources can guarantee that the 48 million people in the region currently living without electricity access can have a more energy secure future. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, in reinvesting in local value chains that have been disrupted will be critical in helping local communities bounce back. We have seen sectors like tourism, agriculture, health, manufacturing, enterprise development struggle through this pandemic. It is essential to leverage renewable energy to create jobs and expand markets, both within the energy sector and in these associated sectors. Studies show that women currently represent only about 32% of the renewable energy workforce. Ensuring that these new opportunity jobs also target women's needs and women's enterprises can make this recovery not only sustainable, but also inclusive and equitable. Thirdly, strengthening renewable energy policies to be more gender responsive and target last mile consumers can pay rich dividends in this recovery period. Yet very few energy policies in the region consider gendered needs, let alone acknowledge women as agents of change critical to policy making and successful implementation. At UNEP, we are pleased to launch this guideline this month for policymakers and practitioners to build gender into renewable energy plans, policies, and strategies in an impactful way, relevant to local, national needs and priorities. We hope this guideline can support many of you present today in addressing how policies can be more gender inclusive and improving women's participation in the energy sector, particularly as you navigate during this Build Back Better phase. Lastly, even as the pandemic separates and isolates us within our borders, the time for regional cooperation is now. This recovery demands greater multilateral cooperation in energy to help the ASEAN region transition to a renewable future. This week, alongside this business forum, we have seen energy ministers come together at the 38th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting. While regional policy commitments are necessary, they need to be translated into practical action and investments. The gap that all of you present today can help fill. The know-how, the skills, technology, and investments are there. It's time to scale up these commitments and how they work for last mile consumers and communities in the ASEAN region. Let us make this new normal a new beginning to a more sustainable future. On that note, let me extend my gratitude to our partners, UN Women and the government of Sweden, who are with us on this empowered journey for climate resilience. Let me also once again express my deep appreciation to the ASEAN Center for Energy, to Dr. Nuki and his leadership, as we continue to bring this focus on gender and sustainability to the ASEAN Energy Business Forum for the second year in a row and beyond. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you so much, Isabel, for these very important remarks. We do indeed have the opportunity to build back better and to ensure everyone is part of the solution. Here comes a 1-minute video that speaks to this very message and some further inspiration on how women can be actors of change in scaling up renewable energy. Now, before I hand over to today's facilitator and to our distinguished guest, I would like to just briefly introduce you to these key concepts, what we're talking about in relation between gender equality and renewable energy policies. With this very brief introduction, I'd like to set the scene for the following discussion. Next slide, please. So the current context and rationale of why we're talking about gender inclusive renewable energy policies can be highlighted in a few key messages. First of all, as has already been mentioned, COVID-19 is disproportionately affecting women and increasing inequalities, especially among those that's already facing challenges in low-paying jobs, in insecure livelihoods. These groups in our ASEAN region is often also very impacted by climate change and disasters. And it's quite known that renewable energy can offer more security to these communities by offering income opportunities. And this has also been understood in a study done by UNEP in Cambodia and Vietnam, understanding the impact on women's entrepreneurship in relation to COVID-19. So renewable energy has the benefits of developing resilience among the communities, but also addressing these future shocks that may happen in the future. Another key message and importance in the context of gender and energy is that the needs and the energy use among men and women are different. We use energy for different purposes, and this is due to our different roles in the household, but also in the market and in employment. We often know that due to gender roles, women are the managers of the household in terms of taking care of food, cooking, children, etc. And this often means in this region that they are the energy managers. But yet, when we are planning and formulating renewable energy policies and plans, this is not always presented, and these different needs and different use is not always addressed. Then we can also look into how are gender integration benefiting our renewable energy policies. And what has been shown is that by integrating this perspective, understanding more of the realities on the ground among men and women in our communities, we can plan more effective solutions that are really based on the needs and the situation, also the capacities. Efforts to improve energy access, services, and technologies has proven important for women's livelihood. And this brings us to the fourth point, which is addressing gender inequalities. We can really look at the renewable energy effort as also contributing to a whole variety of things, and one of those being gender inequalities. It can improve health. I think it was already mentioned earlier today on indoor air pollution, and that it is far more exposing women and children, and this renewable energy solutions can reduce this exposure and save lives. But also other health impacts such as access to water, sanitation, access to food can really be benefiting. And then it can support women's economic empowerment. And this is one of the areas that the Empower project is working on, using renewable energy as a tool to increase income, increase productivity in sectors such as agriculture, business, etc. So this does have multiple benefits. And finally, what I'd like to mention is the interlinkages between the SDG 7 and that universal energy access targets in the SDG 7 goal are unlikely to be met unless energy policies are aligned to women's as well as men's energy needs. So to connect the SDG 5 and the SDG 7. Next slide, please. So how can we then do this? What are the opportunities to strengthen a gender perspective in our renewable energy policies? This is a very short summary, but I'd like to highlight that it's really critical to understand and to assess the energy needs, the capacities to use technology and the energy use among men and women in the communities when planning renewable energy policies. It's also really important to set clear objectives to enhance women's access to energy, to services, and to appropriate technology. And as mentioned, if there's contribution to gender equality, make sure to measure these efforts. For example, is there time saved by women that is usually going to collect fuel? Is there health benefits? Is there economic empowerment, such as increased productivity? Thirdly, make sure to allocate funding for this kind of work to really support the efforts. And finally, monitor and evaluate the progress made and look at this gender impact to present, for example, in your NDC reporting that the energy efforts are also contributing to the gender equality efforts. Now, I'm going to wrap up with my final slide. Next slide, please, which is presenting to you the guideline that we're launching today, which is very exciting for us. We have seen that this is definitely a big need, and the capacity in ASEAN among energy policymakers, decision makers, and financial institutes needs to be raised. And this guide provides a very practical step-by-step and very concrete ideas and suggestions to strengthen the perspective. So please have a look at this one. I'm sure you can click on the screen to get it downloaded. We also would like to share with you another UNEP report under the Empower project, which is called Powering Equality. And this presents more the business case for greater investment in women's energy enterprises. It shows different best practices and models in the region and can present some clear, good suggestions moving forward. I'm hoping you're gonna continue reading this and that this has been a good introduction now for the very interesting session we have ahead of us. Now, colleagues, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our excellent facilitator of today, Professor Joycery Roy, who is the inaugural Bangandhu Chair Professor at AIT. She's a lecturer at the Department of Energy, Environment and Climate School of Environment, Resources and Development. A warm welcome to Professor Joyce Rhee, and without further ado, I hand over to you to facilitate the panel discussion and to introduce us to today's speaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Annette, for your very useful introductory remarks so that it has really set the scene. And what I would like to say is that the uniqueness in climate change problem is that it's a global commons problem. So without collective action, the problem cannot be solved. So at the heart of collective action lies the need for mutual trust and participation of all. Only an inclusive process can make this work. Half of the world population is female. So no global problem can be solved unless women are equally involved in the process. Fastest growing sector in job creation now in climate change solution is renewable energy sector. So participation in renewable energy job market by women needs special emphasis. Women are in micro enterprises and in informal activities. So renewable energy technology is highly and appropriately divisible. So local resource based. So it is perfectly suited for enhancing productivity of women in their jobs with ownership and to build resilience. So household appliance users are women. And by looking into that, so it means that by traditional role, solar rooftop home systems all can be very easily integrated for faster penetration if women enterprise develops and women to women dialogue happens. There is need for information, training, science, technology, education, dissemination, and integrating women's role in technology, marketing, and business. Women are more environment friendly. Studies have already shown that. And culturally and traditionally more closer to home energy behavior and decision. So unless women are integrated to the renewable energy expansion process, transition cannot be made faster. So now it is time when post-COVID recovery packages are announced by governments and when climate action also needs to be ramped up. So involving women in renewable energy sector will serve multiple benefits, which are also similar to the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm particularly thankful to the organizers for inviting me to moderate a panel of 3 distinguished leaders in renewable energy sector who are trying to make a difference in the world. And we have with us today Ms. V.T. Khan from Vietnam, Manlika Sompranan from Ministry of Energy, Thailand, and Dr. Anditita of ASEAN Center for Energy. Just to give a brief background of the panelists, Ms. V.T. Khan is currently the founder and executive director of Green Innovation and Development Center, which is working to promote sustainable energy development, good water and air governance, and green development. She is the first Vietnamese Goldman Environmental Prize recipient in 2018. And in March 2019, she is honored into the world's 100 most influential people in climate policy. She's the chair of Vietnam Sustainable Energy Alliance. And since 2016, she initiated the first Renewable Energy Week. And she holds a number of certificates from international training courses in energy, water, and clean environment. Before I call upon her to remark on something, but I would also like to introduce you with Ms. Manlika Sompranan. She is Director of Energy Cooperation Subdivision under Department of Alternative Energy Development and Efficiency at the Ministry of Energy of Thailand. And Mrs. Manlika has been involved in many international energy forums, including ASEAN, APEC, IRENA, United Nations, and many others. And she has dedicated herself in promoting international energy cooperation on renewable energy and energy efficiency development in Thailand for a very long time. And the third person is Dr. Andy Tirta, currently the manager of modeling and policy planning at ASEAN Center for Energy. Previously, he was the president of Sumbawa University of Technology, Indonesia, and spending his master's and PhD in UNAM University, Korea on material science and engineering. He has much interest on the energy sector, social, community development, and policy making. So I welcome you all, my distinguished panelists, and I will ask you some of the questions so that you can try to express your views on that. So to Ms. Khan, in the first place, tell me what brought you to get into the renewable energy business? How more women like you can come to this business?
Thank you so much for a very nice introduction about me, Joyce. And good morning and good evening, good afternoon, everyone who follow our panel. Yes, you have a very, how to say, introduction question to me again, and it reminds me where I start my work in 2011. I decided to form the Green Innovation and Development Center together with the other three people to really focus on the energy sector transformation in Vietnam. And the reason why I come to this is it is the reality. I have been working with the women in the remote area. So I work with them to help them build the capacity to increase their income, to improve the sanitation and water access and health. However, I witnessed the impact from the industry, the exploitation of heavy metal for the construction, and it destroyed the river, and it caused a lot for the people and the livelihood of the women. And then I decided that I involved in a movement in Vietnam to address the problem of water and river. And I visit so many communities affected by hydropower. So I think it provoked my thought about what are the alternative options for mitigate the impact from those existing power development technology. And I study and I see that the future is solar and wind, and Vietnam have a lot of potential for that. That is the journey how I come to this world, and how I commit to work on energy to access clean energy, accelerate clean energy access for women, for people, and also involve the other in this important work.
Well, thank you so much. This is so inspiring. And Ms. Manlika, how is your government promoting strategies and actions to encourage women to take leadership in renewable energy sector? Say, for example, like Han.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Loy. Is it right? Is it your name? Is it right? Yeah. Let me go back to the what government days in Thailand. Thai government has implemented variant policy and measures to enhance the potential of Thai women. For instance, Thailand promulgated the 2015 Gender Equality Act, which became effective on 9 September 2015 to promote everyone for gender-based discriminations, to promote gender equality and the role of the Thai women in all areas, so that women will be empowered and play an increasing important part in national development. This is the background. Besides, Thailand National Economic and Social Development Plan has been implemented since October 2016, focusing on people-centered inclusive development and on reducing social inequality. So this is the second plans. This provides further opportunity for women to participate even more equally in nations' economic and social development. So this is just the background, the gender equality in Thailand. For energy sector, I would like to give you some example. The Ministry of Energy also act in line with the mentioned national acts and plans that I mentioned before. When in terms of my perspective, who work with the government when we develop the renewable energy project, so you have to work with the private sector, and also you have to work with local governments and also the community. If you would like to enhance the energy access, you have to work with the remote. You have to work with the community in remote area. For example, the off-grid system. So that is why in any area in Thailand, the leader of the community are women. So in terms of gender, we are not in energy sector. We are not concerned about the gender, but we concerned about your capability, your quality, and your potential to work on that specific job that you have to do. So it means we have the equality. So when Ministry of Energy do on the recruitment, so everyone can apply, but it depends on your quality. This is so why in my office, the women can work as the engineer who have to design the project, or some people who work as the economists to look at the cost benefit analysis of the project, and some who work as administrative have to facilitate everything, and also some is to be the policy maker who make decision. However, one challenge in Thailand is that legal practice is we are equalized, but in terms of traditional practice or maybe cultural practice, it tend to in more men oriented. So it is one challenge. I can say, in my opinion, women empowerment play the leading role in renewable energy development, energy access, and sustainable development. And the other word that I would like to say is women leadership in renewable energy transformations, energy justice, and energy democracy. It can distribute the power to all the area of the country. So because energy justice is referred to the goal of achieving equality in both of social and economic participation in the energy system, and the energy democracy is referred to the community residents, innovators, planner, and decision maker on how to use and create energy that is local and renewable. This is, I hope this my opinion is you understand what I mean, that how the role of the women in Thailand try to increase the use of renewable or develop the renewable energy for sustainable development in Thailand and for energy security in Thailand. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. This is very informative and encouraging. So, Andy, tell me what regional policies and interventions that ASEAN Center for Energy is supporting for its member states to integrate energy sector development and women's empowerment.
Of joy, actually, it's very interesting questions. First of all, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Me from ASEAN Center for Energy. Actually, ASEAN Center for Energy is, we have like three main roles. First, we work as energy. So we work as a catalyst for the ASEAN member states. Because as we know that we have a very different and unique characteristics in each country. So ACE also take roles as the catalyst for this energy sector. The third one, ACE, we have the role, and I think this is very one of our strengths. We also become the think tank for the energy sector. And for the think tank itself, actually, yeah, we of course we don't of course not force push the country to do something, but we suggest and we promote the regional policies. And also for the think tank, we do a lot of activities such as conferences, workshops, in every. And as yesterday, we just launched our flagship product, we call as the 6th of Asian Energy Outlook. And it's very special because this outlook, we also incorporated with the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of to the energy. And we see that the RE sector deployment, it will give like two things that are very important. Stimulate the economic, and the second one is give a better life for everybody. Actually, I like the words that Annette said, that women in household is the manager of energy, manager in the household. Like because like for the stimulate the economic, the RE sector, it can give more jobs for the I mean, yeah, cleaner, yeah, cooking, yeah. And also it can create more jobs. And related with that one also, we also surprised that in our data in 2017, until like more than 30% of the people in ASEAN, we are still working with the do with the traditional cook stove. So that the women especially that capture and do the activities of cooking, they pose inhale the smoke, the pollutions from their household. That we hope that with our product, our decisions to the government in the region can give the government other view, other pictures of how to give a better life for the people and especially for the women in the household. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. So basically, you are really playing a catalyst role in the region. So now, I would like to know from, I'll go back to Khan, and I would like to know that how did you see pandemic affected the renewable energy sector? And do you see any new opportunity for women's leadership now in the recovery phase?
Yes, we don't affect by the. You hear me well?
We are getting a, echo, but it's okay.
Is that okay now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't touch on any button, but it suddenly changed.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So as we all know, COVID affects everyone, every sector. Renewable energy sector is not an exceptional. However, we also witness that renewable energy sector is the only sector can maintain the growth, not decrease during the COVID duration. In Vietnam, because the government have the policy to support for the solar fit, and it will expire by the end of this year. So the market is been very exciting. As I know, up to yesterday, the solar rooftop reached to 2,000 megawatt peak. It's very huge number, and it was estimated that it may double by the end of this year. That is the round estimation, and it's amazing. We see that it affects to the sector in general. However, I didn't see that it's a huge effect in the solar sector in Vietnam. For maybe for some periods, it affects because of the supply from China were interrupted. Yeah. However, the whole market is still going. That is the first thing. And when, but it have a heavy impact for the wind industry because it interrupts the supply chain. So I think that many wind projects get more difficulty. So if look back at this situation, I see that how women can benefit and or maybe gain from that. We see that if we develop more solar, we have a more chance for women and more entrepreneurs to join with this development. In Vietnam, we are doing the activity in collaboration with UNEP under the Empower project. We are now working with women entrepreneurs in the off-grid community and in the rural area. We provide them with information, and there are a group who are very active. She works together with her husband to run a small group of like installer solar to work to provide the power for the off-grid community. So I think that it's open opportunity for women in the rural area. And especially for the off-grid area, because it helps people can have access to clean energy power, to help to improve, to drive education, help to light up their daily activity, and also the farmers are very, very innovative, and women also have a lot of ideas to see how they can apply solar in drying their food, their herbs, medicines, and also they use it for pumping the tree, the plantation in their garden. So I see that if the government have a continuous policy support for solar development, we can have a more opportunity to work together with women, support women to gain from this development. Yeah.
Oh, this is wonderful to know that in Vietnam, the culturally women are also participating with the men for taking forward the renewable energy enterprises, and also there are policy support. That's really very important. So Malika, if I come back to you and if I want to know what one thing would you like to propose in terms of policy action, or what would you like to see in Thailand for connecting economic empowerment of women for gender equity and renewable energy system during this post-pandemic recovery period? So can you tell us what would you like to see in Thailand to happen?
Okay. Let me tell you the situation in Thailand during the COVID-19 pandemic, because they impact a lot. They impact in any sector. So the strongest negative impact is on industrial sector. So consequently, jobless and unemployment from the COVID-19 pandemic could result in 8.4 million people becoming unemployed, of which 1.5 million are in manufacturing sector. So this is the strongest impact from the in the industrial sector. So, however, in the energy sector, the impact is not too serious, because we still have to have demand from the other sector, and the government try to help to rebuild the economy of the country by create some program, for example, job retention program, and extension period of exemption and loan deferrals, and careless support program for micro and small firms. This is some example. So after that, in Ministry of Energy, we try to help to rebuild economy of the country as well. The first program is we have the job creations for the people who lose the job, or maybe the new graduate people. So they will have the job and they can have their own income. This is the thing that Ministry of Energy do. I try to combine with the second question that you did not relate to my last question, because I try to to explain how to delete it. And
we are running short of time.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay.
No, but it's okay.
Okay. And the Ministry of Energy also do the program waive of cut electricity charge for 22 million houses where people who working at home. So and this is the previous at the beginning of this year. So this if you ask me to link between the words of the economic empowerment and women and renewable energy, I would like to say that in order to promote gender equality in renewable energy, women must participate in all levels of industry, including policy and decision making. Currently, only 74.3% of national members of parliaments around the world are women. So it means this is low with the women who are in higher level is it not too much. As the women are direct recipients of green energy, their involvement in decision making and policy development will support better and more inclusive solutions. Involving women in the renewable energy sector can bring systematic change and significantly improve their quality of life. Empowering women at both community and industrial level will strengthen economic and social progress and support government to deliver gender balance, sustainable energy for all. This is my point of view.
So it
Thank you.
means that there is need for more women-focused policy support and programs so that they can come out of the cultural barrier. I'll come back to you, but let me see that if we have time. But let me go to Andy. And Andy, I would like to know what one thing will you propose that need to happen at the regional scale for connecting the women empowerment and the equity and the economic empowerment through renewable energy sector, so that you can connect SDG 5, SDG 8, and SDG 7.
We would like to say that, economic will be grow. Of course, there are two things very important. First, about this, and also the second, human resources. We believe if these two parts will be can be developed well in the countries, so it means that all the connections with the points that you told, Prof. Joy, it will be incorporated together and will be moved forward together. Especially for the RE and also the decarbonizations. It's very promising actually. So if the government, the countries think that the RE deployment to be higher in the plan, we believe that not only for the women but also all, for the men and also the women, to give like more jobs, more activity, more chance to everybody to do the participations in the energy. So when you say about the economic empowerment, SDG 7, SDG 5, and also SDG 7 for the renewable energy, like more incorporated. Maybe one thing that I want to add that we believe that the participations in the energy sector is very important. Yeah, we do believe about this one. Because you know that when the policy, when we make a connected with the previous one that I said, that about the human resources, when we improve the human resources, we can get the better from the policy maker, we can get better researchers, educators, and also we can get the better person in the business sector and economic. What we do believe is, if the government choose this RE as their plan for increasing the economy, it will be very good. Another point that if we also make the
with to wrap up also.
For the better human resources, we believe that later on in the policy making, we will get the not very masculine policy, but we also can get some side of view, opinion from the female, from the women. For the energy sectors, their policy will not only talk about the business, but also think about how we make women livelihood. That's my point, I think.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. But we are running short of time. So what I would just like to say that ASEAN Center, as a catalyst and a think tank, actually can inform the regional governments what kind of exact policies and learning from each other, from best practices from different countries, how you can make a regional cooperation in policy making also and policy learning, and for empowering women, because unless you bring in women into the renewable energy sector, faster growth will be very, very difficult, because it's the women who have to take the decision on home appliances and the energy sources, and that will make it very faster. So there is need for training, there is need for education and policy support for bringing women into the whole process. It will not happen automatically, because the cultural setup or traditional setup is not geared towards that. So we need policy push. So for Manlika, seeing you at the helm of the renewable energy department, I'm very hopeful you will really push forward the women's agenda into the Thai policy so that it really leads to a new, Thailand has set up the sufficiency economy concept. So you can set up something like the women's renewable energy program in Thailand, and I'll be very proud to see that. And so that
I try to do that. I try to do that.
Yeah. So what I just want to say is that we want more people like Khan who will look at the local problems, see the women's plight, and will like to solve it using the local resources. So it's really she did a business which is context dependent. I'm not coming back to you all again because we are running short of time, and I hand it over to Anna for
hopefully
summarizing.
we can have like the cooperations with AIT.
Sure, sure. We'll be very happy to work with you together.
And then we promote the women in renewable energy.
Exactly, exactly. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For this energy from the
Yeah.
So, Doctor, and you are only one guy. You are only one man.
Thank you so much. We have reached the end of today's roundtable dialogue. What an interesting panel discussion. And on behalf of the Empower team and UNEP, I would like to thank all of our distinguished guests, speakers. Thank you so much. And a warm appreciation and thanks to Professor Joyce Rhee for facilitating this interesting panel discussion. If you want to know more about the Empower Project, download the guidelines, our knowledge products, please visit empowerforclimate.org. Warm regards, stay safe, and over to you, Mr. Wen.
Thank you. Thank you. And so see you next time.
Thank you so much to the team at the United Nations Environment Programme for that truly enlightening roundtable. So much food for thought. And of course, from here on out, things are going to get even more exciting with the next panel discussion revolving around the accelerating role of wind in ASEAN's energy mix. Now, the panel will review the landscape of wind projects in ASEAN, spotlight on remarkable Vietnam market, challenges and opportunities in policy support, financing, grid connection, and right now, let me invite the moderator to lead the session, Southeast Asia Energy Analyst of Bloomberg NEF, Caroline Chua. Caroline, over to you.
Thank you, Wayne, for the kind introductions. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session on the accelerating role of wind in ASEAN's energy mix. My name is Caroline Chua, and I'll be the moderator for this discussion. To start off the session, I'd like to go through some of the global trends we see in the wind industry and the current status here in Southeast Asia. So looking back in the last decade, renewable energy capacity out-installed all technologies in the world. From 2009 to 2019, solar PV generation installed more gigawatts than any other power generation technology. Wind was also not far behind, slightly ahead of global additions of natural gas capacity at 487 gigawatts. So the last decade was really quite a boom for renewable energy, especially solar and wind. Next slide, please. And what really drove the massive installation of solar and wind is cost. Globally, the cost for renewables have come down across all technologies, but solar has seen the steepest decline. I think it's important to point out that the scale on the chart illustrates the journey wind costs have taken. Over the last decade, wind costs have more than halved as well. And offshore wind, which is another rising topic of interest here in the region, has shown impressive progress as well. Next slide, please. And what has led to this dramatic drop is really a combination of all cost factors from capex, O&M, and financing costs. And these are global trends that we are seeing, not just specific to single markets. Next slide, please. And the first big factor really is capex costs have gone down. Globally, wind turbine costs are down 54% on a per megawatt basis since 2010. And when we put this against cumulative installed capacity data, we observe a 11% learning rate for turbine prices. That is an average 11% reduction in cost with every doubling of capacity installed. Next slide, please. And it's not just cost declines that we're seeing. We're also seeing improvements in productivity. Wind turbines offered today are very different from those from a few years ago. They have become much more efficient. Higher hub height, longer turbines, longer blades allows turbines capturing the best possible wind. So the wind sector has been very good at doing more with less. So even if projects move to sites with low wind speed, capacity factors remain stable and all are growing. Next slide, please. And on operation and maintenance, prices have fallen too as competition globally increases. So this chart shows the cost for full service initial O&M contracts, and this is from DNEF's very own O&M price index. A lot of O&M costs are per turbine, so as turbines get bigger, this will fall as well. Next slide, please. So as of 2019, globally, wind capacity totaled 641 gigawatts. Next slide, please. And we expect wind capacity to continue growing in the short term over the next 5 years, driven by declining costs and potentially exceed 1 terawatt by 2025. Next slide, please. And this growth is expected to sustain out into the long term. So this is based on the economic modeling scenario we do every year at DNEF for our flagship report called the New Energy Outlook. And we just released the 2020 edition a couple of weeks ago. And based off economics, we think that more than 3 terawatts of additional wind capacity could be added over the next 3 decades if market structures allow for it. Globally, we are expecting tremendous growth in the wind sector. Next slide, please. But what about here in Southeast Asia? We are seeing investors' interest in renewables holding stable, but most of the boom has been mostly led by the solar sector. Next slide, please. And if we break it down into different countries, we see Thailand and Philippines leading some of the early wind developments in the region. And most of the attention now is largely on Vietnam, where developers are chasing in November 2021 wind feed-in tariff deadline. Cumulatively across these 4 countries, just slightly more than 3 gigawatts of wind has been installed. So in today's panel, we'd like to discuss what are some of the key challenges that are holding back the wind industry here in ASEAN and what needs to be done to unlock further wind investments. Before we jump into the discussion, I'd like to open the floor to let our panelists introduce themselves and their company. So Olivier, if I may start with you. Sorry, Olivier, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the Blue Circle here. And good morning or good afternoon to everyone. So I'm the CEO and chairman of the Blue Circle, an independent power producer based in Singapore and mainly active in wind in the region, in ASEAN region for the last 7 years. We have been the first ones to first foreign company to build finance a wind project in Vietnam 3 years ago now. And we are continuing to build well at our third construction of a wind farm as we speak in Vietnam. We have offices in Bangkok, Ho Chi Minh, and Phnom Penh. Yeah, and we're happy to take questions later.
Thank you, Olivier. And Jan, if we move to you, please.
Yes, my name is John Dugstad. I'm heading up the wind and solar franchise at Norwegian Energy Partners. We are a public-private association. We're organizing roughly 300 Norwegian companies within the energy industry, and we are facilitating more of their international footprint, i.e. we are facilitating information flow to the companies in Norway. We are also facilitating meetings with potential partners, with governments, and with clients around the world. So we are based in Norway, but we have local advisors in 24-5 markets around the world. I think that's the rough picture. We do most of the work we do in wind. We do that in offshore wind because that's where we have value to add. Based on the offshore oil and gas as well as the maritime history of the Norwegian industry. So that's my role here today as well, to kind of have a slight link into what might be going on in the ASEAN region in offshore wind as well.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tietan?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for this invitation. My name is Jetan. I'm practice manager for energy program in East Asia and Pacific country. I'm in charge of the World Bank energy program for about 26 countries in this area. What we are doing is really we're working with various countries in this region, particularly on the policy and the institutional framework and the enabling environment for scaling up renewable energy and energy efficiency, which is a critical part of climate change mitigation, right? As part of the renewable energy, wind and the offshore wind is a component. And broadly, we are looking for the bigger energy transition at the country and even at the regional level. Over the past 5 years, the World Bank has financed about $83 billion in renewable energy, including wind. And also we support the installation of renewable energy capacity of 34 gigawatt in the past 5 years. So I'm very happy to here today to discuss with various panelists on how we really accelerate the renewable energy, particularly wind or offshore wind, right? In the forward-looking coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth?
Thanks, Caroline. So my name is Beth Wattleworth. I'm the Commercial Development Director for Asia for Northland Power. Northland Power, we're a Canadian IPP. We just turned 33 years old. We've got currently a 2.6 gigawatt operating fleet with a combination of offshore wind projects in Europe and many offshore wind and other development projects here in Asia. So really looking forward to talking to everyone today about the potential in the region, and yeah, just really excited to be part of this discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. And Melissa?
Hi all, I'm Melissa Brown. I'm the Director for Asian Energy Studies for the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, and we're probably more frequently known by our slightly clunky acronym IEFA. I have the privilege of working with a team of analysts across ASEAN and also in South Asia, looking at all of the energy growth markets in the region. Our focus is predominantly on energy transition, and we have a very, very strong focus on anything that supports or facilitates the transition to a higher mix of renewables in Asia. My background is very Asia focused. I've been covering Asian power companies for the last 25 years and working with global investors with sustainability mandates in the region. So I look forward to the discussion.
So much. So to start off the discussion, we're seeing various countries in the ASEAN region venture into the wind industry, but barring the current waves in Vietnam, most are still relatively young wind markets. We also see countries like Thailand and the Philippines experiencing this boom and bust cycle, where activities largely came to a halt after the initial feed-in tariff regimes and
national targets and power development plans, the ambition for wind often pales in comparison to that of solar. Again, Vietnam being the potential exception under the next PDP, which is currently being drafted, and the recent approval of about 7 gigawatts of additional wind plants to be included in the master plan. And so I'd like to open this up to all the panelists. Why has the wind industry not scaled up beyond what we have seen, and what are some of the key challenges present in the wind sectors here in ASEAN? Olivier, if maybe if we could start with you, please.
Yes, with pleasure. Main challenges, let's say the list could be very long, but the main one I would say is, and which is quite new, I would say, to the region, is the length of development. It takes time to develop a wind project, and to compare that to solar. Solar is, of course, from our perspective, from the wind side, very easy to implement. You can, you have the resource everywhere. You can implement it nearly everywhere. Whereas, especially in the ASEAN region, the wind potential is sure, quite large, but very site specific. Yes, as we know, as you mentioned, we are here right at the heart of the future of wind market. The turbine size, as you mentioned, is increasing. Is going to be more and more effective in lower winds. It's exactly what we're talking about here in the ASEAN region. We're in a trade winds environment with 2 monsoons. It has shaped, the economy of this region for centuries. And it's, again, really, it has been based on wind, on the ships, going from east to west, thanks to the 2 monsoons. So we're of course in quite a windy region, but having said so, the resource is quite limited. Is very site specific and limited in sites. So it takes 4-5 years to develop a wind project, and I think for the first issue we have to overcome, because to make that understood by the lawmakers, it's the first issue. We need a stable regulatory and tariff environment for 4 or 5 years before we can get projects ready to construct. So that's a very long period for the region, and especially with again where we are, with countries growing very fast, having needing power tomorrow, and at the lowest price possible. So I would say it's very difficult to get this kind of leeway and visibility in the global policy. So as you pointed out, it's very good. Some countries are doing it, and you pointed Vietnam. Yes, they have clearly in Vietnam a roadmap and a long-term view, or average, medium-term view, which is not the case in the rest of the region for the moment.
Great. So policy regulatory support framework is of course one thing that's very important. Melissa, maybe if you could share, what have you observed from policymakers when they are coming up with their long-term plan, and how do they view wind generally here in the region?
Well, I think there's quite a bit of variation around the ASEAN region when it comes to the perspective on wind. But one could also say the same is true of solar. It's a mixed picture, because in some countries it's, the modularity of renewables is becoming a significant plus. But by the same token, many of the planners continue to operate with what I would regard as essentially a baseload fixation. And that's a very significant conceptual barrier, because many of the key planners, especially sitting in energy ministries, operate with strong constraints on their planning processes. And it has resulted in a high degree of discomfort, depending on the country, on renewables. Now, obviously, Vietnam, I think, in many of our comments, will end up marking it out as a bit of a special case, where there are many reasons to be engaged, and I would like to hope quite optimistic. But by the same token, I'm very conscious of the fact that no good thing comes without some struggle. And one of the big new variables I'm seeing in the planning picture is, of course, the growing role of LNG. So there are many issues that are still unresolved, and a lack of familiarity, I think, is emerging. We have to be very conscious of the fact that increasingly we're not looking at one-for-one comparisons any longer. It's not 1 megawatt of coal, 1 megawatt of renewables, and 1 megawatt of LNG. Increasingly, the value proposition must be differentiated. We have to look at the cost of associated infrastructure. We need to become more fluent at talking about the incredibly central role of enhanced investment in the grid and in the ability of the system to adapt and adjust to the availability of new technology. And that's a lot to ask of planning teams that have been under tremendous pressure, and planning organizations that also are very responsive to interests. So if there is something particularly notable about Vietnam right now, perhaps to me in many ways, it's the fact that increasingly it's provincial officials who are really beginning to embrace the opportunity of renewables. That we've got a divergence of interest in that sense, that you've got central planners who are very interested, but you've now got new groups who are beginning to see renewables in a different way. And I think that will play out in a positive way for wind in particular. But you're right, this is a community where we talk about a lot about stability of planning, and developers obviously have a great deal of concern about a smooth regulatory pathway. However, again, I think if we look at the scenario, oftentimes what's most interesting to us is that it's the ability of those project sponsors who can move very, very quickly that can really advance the scenario, and then the system itself catches up with those players.
Thank you. Jie Tang, you worked with, the World Bank worked with a lot of different governments, policymakers, and developers. Do you have any experience to share regarding this?
Yes, first I fully agree with the two panels specialists I just said, right? From my experience, I think not only for wind, but all for renewable energy, the first key point is really from the system point of view, how a country would see their future supply to meet their energy demand, right? How you can really provide solutions that are reliable, affordable, and sustainable. So the choice between the policy makers is really coals and the fossil fuels versus this renewable energy. So there is also vested interest groups behind the different groups, right? So first, in the planning side, unless you really include in the external cost of fossil fuels like coal, right? Otherwise, you will have a very limited room for renewable energy. That's exactly what we are working with Vietnam right now. Now, Vietnam is at the key stage for the next 5-year plan, including the power system planning. And as business as usual, they still planned a large number of coal power capacities as a business as usual. So through the recent engagement, we are working with the Vietnam government on really how to bring down and bend the curve, bring down the share of the coal capacity in the national plan. And through the planning point of view, so we're trying to introduce, for coal, it's not only the investment cost, but also the associated environment, social external costs that need to be considered at the planning process. On the renewable energy side, there is also a cost issue. With your earlier slides, you show that the equipment price is going down, it's become more and more competitive. But how this cost going down from the equipment point of view translated into the cost of electricity? Because if you look at from the policy decision maker, it's not about the equipment, right? It's per kilowatt hour cost that is a key determining factor. So there's another issue is really, how do you introduce this renewable into the system? Good examples would be in China, right? And also in Vietnam. In Vietnam, we're working with the government to move from feed-in tariff into auctions so that you introduce competitions on translate those low cost in the industry into the low cost of electricity, right? What we are working with the Chinese government and Vietnam government also have a conversation with the Indonesia government is really introduce auctions for IPPs on that. Second is really on the neighboring environment I just mentioned, right? For IPPs, right, there is a bunch of technical and financial risk. You see, one of the major technical risks is the intermittence of the wind energy. How do you make sure that when the energy is available, is fully being dispatched, right? That's one side. The second is really, is that competitive than the other? Will the system be able to integrate and the dispatch? So also the wind power could have a competitive with other source of energy, right? For certain time, for certain nodes. So on the other side, with the government to provide the right risk sharing so that the PPA's power purchase agreement with IPP will be bankable. So as mentioned by earlier, right, this discussion is a long way for IPPs to come in on the wind. I think, the policy and the regulatory starting from the planning side and also the way how you introduce wind energy, at the same time, you make sure that the technical financial risk are properly covered, then would be critical for scale up, wind as part of, renewable energy development in the overall energy transition target in ASEAN and in the EAP and the Pacific region. There are many more other factors, but I just want to, respond to some of the key factors discussion here, right?
Sure, thank you. And you brought up a few very interesting points, like, the cost competitiveness of wind, the grid integration issue, and then broader, regulatory frameworks, or procurement frameworks like FIT versus auctions. And those I do want to revisit later. But first, Beth and John, if I may turn to you, both of your companies have experienced developing wind and offshore wind plants in other parts, such as Europe or even in North Asia. What are some of the experiences that you have from there, especially in terms of regulatory support that you think countries here in ASEAN can adopt, especially to help kick off the offshore wind ambition?
So maybe I can start. Is that okay? And then I'll just add a little bit about Asia. So I guess as Northland Power, we're developing projects in Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. And each of these countries has a slightly different regulatory system, a combination between permitting markets without auctions and markets like Japan, where there is an auction. But we need a balance. And so we need to create sort of a level playing field to create the attraction to the market. So developers need some incentives. They need clear, as we've all said, we need clear targets, we need clear development frameworks, supporting the local supply chain and supporting infrastructure development are key to be able to allow developers and IPPs to come in to stable environments. But it's important that as developers, we share those lessons learned. There is a lot of lessons learned where, you see, as you mentioned earlier, things going from feed-in tariffs to auctions in China, but that's after the market has kind of developed and the supply chain exists. If you were to move into that, immediately, the sort of shock to the system, I think, is a little bit too much. We don't have established supply chains in the Asian region. We would want to build and diversify from the existing infrastructure and industries that are there. There is nothing doubting ASEAN has some strong manufacturing and strong links across the region, and they can become a bit of a hub to deliver its own energy. I guess an example from our side would be Taiwan. I think Taiwan is becoming, a bit of an Asian hub for North Asia. It's developing the supply chain for offshore wind, and I'm sure that Japan and Korea will benefit from that and develop and also localize some of that as well. And that was created based on feed-in tariffs. And eventually we'll see those markets move into slightly more competitive situations. So I think it's a step-by-step approach. And I think, when markets get to certain sizes, you'll see that transition into different structures. But we do need to level the playing field at the start a little bit to really, boost everybody in there and get the development going, in my opinion.
Yes, maybe I can just mirror what you are saying, Beth. Very interesting. What I would like to highlight as well is the fact that governments who are approaching offshore wind as a means or a potential stable form of energy in their region is that they have to have or take a more holistic view. As you've said already, you are planning for offshore wind or wind, depending on which way you see it, to create both the stable energy to sort out the intermittency, to enable a grid to take in both offshore wind and wind or solar, and to handle the loads that you will get from these wind farms. And at the same time, you are about to deliver a supply chain in Asia, both from Taiwan, Japan, Korea, as you said, and some of the countries in the ASEAN region will be enable a supply chain development as well, such as Vietnam, in which they have, of course, a very strong oil and gas industry. So we see the possibility that the cost of, as the World Bank also in their latest report said, that it's not all about the cost of energy as such, it's about the cost of building a new industry and the benefits of that industry to the country, both in terms of renewable power, but also in terms of the jobs, the job creation and the supply chain they are able to build. So that's why I need to kind of highlight the fact that it's a holistic, it needs a holistic view at the government level to enable the industry. And that's why governments will be willing to pay to put up these wind farms offshore as well, both because of the resource, the high capacity factors, and the fact that you can build a supply chain.
Thank you. I think what we are hearing is, perhaps a bit of a caution towards prematurely moving to auctions, and that's something that I do want to pick up and touch upon. So regionally, we have seen many different mechanisms or approach that governments are taking. A lot of them utilize the feed-in tariff to kick off the industry, and then increasingly now we are moving or hearing of auctions. And on the solar side, we're seeing a lot of markets leapfrog to auctions, right? And all these low headline numbers are really attracting the attention of the government. And then in the Philippines, we have the renewable portfolio standards. So I think, feed-in tariff, auctions, renewable portfolio standards, any comments on the different frameworks, IPPs, are there any preferences? Are auctions the best way forward? And most importantly, how should auctions be rolled out so that it's successful here in the region for developers and for the government, for the industry? Anybody has any comments or would like to jump in?
Yes, of course. If I may just react to that, of course, and no surprise that the feed-in tariff environment is of course for the visibility I was just referring to in my earlier comments, for the visibility it gives to the projects and project developers and project financiers. I think, of course, that's the best way going forward. And that's, of course, again, as the international examples you were mentioning, that's how Europe have built its own wind base, so wind power. So, but again, as you rightly mentioned, auctions, and that's a key point, I think. I was mentioning all these countries are growing very, very fast. Well, until this year, of course, but we're growing very, very fast, and we're scrambling to get power, simply to get power to the people in the street. We all know the blackouts in Myanmar, in Cambodia, and potentially in Vietnam. So that was the urgency, and in this urgency, of course, I used to say they all think only of three things: the local utilities or local governments. They're thinking of price, price, and price, and power tomorrow. Well, that's for me. That has for me been the mantra that I've heard all these last 7 years. So of course, for the renewables, it's a difficult task because again, as we know, also putting a feed-in tariff at one particular level 1 year will be not the relevant level the year after, because it's too high already because of course of the declining cost, the rapidly declining cost of solar and wind. So it's adding another level of complication for these governments and these utilities. You know, what is exactly the real price? They don't know exactly what is the real price of renewables, of solar, of wind today. So of course, in that environment, it would be easier, and a lot of governments, as you just mentioned, are thinking of going for the auction. So the price, they will know the price. In that case, the market will fix the price. And that's surely the way forward, if and only if, and again, of course, I will take my private company hat here, only if it's well done and well organized. And again, wind is different than solar. Wind is very site specific. So, you know, there's the Indonesian way to do the bidding, and I would say maybe the Myanmar or future linked to the substation way to do the bidding. So again, we're very open to bidding. It would be great to have a bidding if, again, it gives us visibility with, you know, a long-term path to you know, a higher penetration of renewables. So, you know, keep in mind also that we are coming from a very low base, excepting Philippines and Thailand, as you mentioned, but the rest of the region is coming from a very, very low base. So yes, there are issues about the intermittency. Yes, of course, but you know, when you're talking about 1%, 3%, even 10% of wind, of renewables, it's nothing. To bring the intermittency argument, you know, all these utility of this region are dealing already with the hydro intermittency, with which huge intermittency for most of the region. The hydro, you know, is of course operating during the wet season, but not during the dry season. So intermittency, I think, is not the right argument. But really, the level of price is the right argument, and I can understand that again, it's difficult to handle for the governments and utilities of this region. And let's go for auction. I'm definitely open to that, but again, doing it the right way.
Thank you. Would anybody else like on this?
Yeah. Also, maybe I want to come. Go ahead first. Okay. So yeah, I just want to follow on that, right? So first, I think it come back again is really, I fully agree, price, right? Because when the countries start to do their power system planning, setting the targets, how much solar, how much wind, and how much gas, and how much coal, hydro, right? That's basically you set up the investment program for the country in the future. But how do they come out of this? Usually, our advice to the government is really East Coast expansion planning. We spend a lot of, you know, expertise and the funding to support the different country in the region and really focus on planning. So that planning will eventually convert into the targets for in the next 5 years, how much, you know, wind as part of it, right? Then this target is depending on what is the price. If the price is high, then maybe you give more rooms to solar and to hydro and even maybe to coal. If the price is relatively lower, then they're more competitive in the planning itself, then you will have a higher target. So that's part of the pricing. Second, I do think that I fully agree that the transition from feed-in tariff to auction, right? You set up the feed-in tariff today, and after half a year or 1 year, because of the industry change, the feed-in tariff may no longer be fit with the real situation. So government is struggling, what is real market price? So currently, World Bank advice on policy side, on planning side is really, we are supporting each country's go auction. Then hopefully through, as I said, I fully agree with the speaker, right? You need to make sure that the auction is right. Then this particularly, you try to move, provide a level field for all potential IPPs. In addition to the advice on how to do the auction, then we'll also advise on the government, you know, what is the PPAs, right? Together goes with the auction, and also upfront the engagement with the government on resource mapping, on getting the project prepared to a certain stage where you can go out for auction. Upstream support, right? That's a key support from World Bank side on wind energy, particularly right now in China and in Vietnam, and also in PNG. That's where we're trying to scale up our support on offshore wind to those countries. So I'll stop here, you know.
I think I think you've laid the groundwork very, very clearly. I see the challenge probably a little bit differently in the sense that, AEFA has written a huge amount about auctions, and I think we're all well aware of how really transformative it's been, particularly in India. And the power of price discovery is incredible. But there was also a massive benefit for India in the sense of completely restructuring the procurement process for power and creating transparency and really setting a new baseline. But as time has gone on, one of the things I'm very conscious of it, looking at ASEAN countries, is also the tremendous importance of the planning bodies putting themselves in the position to optimize around the choices that they can make over the next 5, 10, and 20 years. And so one of the things we've learned from auctions as we look globally is that there's a high degree of variation. So it's very easy to fall into the trap of saying auctions are always good. And I don't say this from the perspective of cynicism, but auctions also fail, just as good feed-in tariffs come to the table and then are abandoned 3 years later. One of the interesting things that I think we see with the better auction processes over time is that, yes, they're transparent, but also governments and sponsoring bodies are very clear about what they're providing and the nature of the competition they are trying to encourage. So one of the things we've discussed a lot in the context of Indonesia has been trying to encourage PLN to look at industrial scale auction opportunities for wind and solar, where they would be getting larger amounts and really encouraging those players who can bring heavily subsidized capital, which traditionally has always gone only to the fossil fuel sector, to bring these same players from Japan, from Korea, from China into competition on well-established industrial sites where the government has made a commitment to support them and to support them also from a transmission and a dispatch perspective. We think setting the table in certain markets really, really matters. But the next step also is to bring the different planning groups into alliance to realize that there are different cost curves for the different supporting technologies. So that, I wish it were the case that auctions would create transparency that then would lead to a level playing field. But quite honestly, governments have an important role to play as well in terms of being more transparent about the way they're thinking about the development of the grid, how they're thinking about system balancing, and frankly, being very, very practical about the fact that many of these markets have no diversity currently in terms of tariff or incentive structures for system services of any sort. So I don't want to get too far ahead of the realities of where we are today, because sometimes when I look at these rather beautiful plans that emerge about aspects of market competition and market functioning, to be very honest, I don't look around the broader Asian region, developed and less developed, and say, wow, look how Korea's got the GenCos competing with each other, because that would be a little bit silly. So I do think that we need to be very, very clear on how to encourage not just auctions, but also to say, here's how to put yourself on a pathway to have auctions that will create the right incentives over the next 10 and 15 years.
Thank you, Melissa. And I think you brought up a very good point. And it's something that, anyone who works in the ASEAN region constantly have to remember that even though it is one region, the local conditions and the local environment, the policy, be it the economic, the cultural, the way of doing things are very different. And it's very difficult to adopt, a cookie cutter approach and just saying that every country is at the point to turn to auctions, right? So it's really looking at the local environment and deciding how best to move forward. So I guess I just want to tap on your experience, from Belsa's point of view, from research, and from the World Bank's point of view. The road to really kicking off the renewables or the wind industry in a lot of the Southeast Asian market is still very long, I would say. And there are many issues, as some of you mentioned earlier. How do we even integrate this intermittent generation sources into the grid? How do we, get the policymakers or the state-owned entities now to think about how they should operate the grid differently to increase the flexibility that's needed? How do you view each of your role in terms of partnership and conversations that you should be having with the government with regards to these topics? I'll just open this up. Yes, John?
Maybe I kind of raised my hand virtually here beforehand as well, and I just wanted to recommend Ms. Brown there for her views on the holistic approach which I mentioned, and I think the same thing applies to the grid. I mean, if you are planning for various technologies in your energy mix, and you want to increase the value to the economy of the country, which is what we are talking about in terms of, supporting the actual growth in the economy through the, putting electricity at the right place at the right time. And I think the grid issue has to be part of that planning. And if you think that you will be building solar in one part of the country and you will be building wind where there is wind, or you might be building offshore wind where there is offshore wind, you have to have a system both in terms of support or feed-in tariffs / auction at the time when that is ready, to support the actual development of the electricity at the rate that you need for your growth in the right region. And therefore you will have to sort out the grid issue as a very important part of that, both because of intermittency, because of the base load you will need, and because of the electricity, delivered at the right time, at the right place. So grid is the major issue in terms of supporting the actual power plan for all of these countries. But it's local. I mean, yes, you might see export of power between some of the countries, but not to a large extent as far as what we see. Of course, the hydropower base could be used to reduce the challenge of intermittency, as was mentioned. And of course, to support that, you would need grid, but that would have to be part of the plan again.
Thank you. And Olivier and Beth, if I may just, turn to you now. So as developers, I think one thing is that the reality is a lot of the grids in Southeast Asia here are still built out in the way to support centralized generation, right? They always go with the idea of baseload generation. How then, as a developer who's trying to push for wind projects here in the region, how do you handle the grid congestion or sufficiency, or even integration issue? How do you deal with that?
Beth, you want to start?
Thanks, Olivier. I mean, I think a lot of it's back to the earlier point, which is around planning, in the sense that I think as a job as a developer, one of the things we're supposed to be able to do is find the best sites, the best locations for renewable power. We should be understanding local stakeholder problems or relationships. We should be understanding permitting, environmental. We're all here to be a good neighbor. We're all here to fit in with the environment around us. And as we do that type of exercise, we do that type of mapping, we do that local on-the-ground development work, I think we really identify the best potential zones. It's very easy just to look at a few high-level factors like wind resource and maybe ground conditions. But there are so many unique things around development for renewable projects that we need to consider. And I do think that we as developers, we kind of have a pressure, we have like a responsibility to kind of convey that to governments, whether it's local or national, and really make sure that we kind of work together on the areas that are suitable for development so that they can plan accordingly for grid upgrades and other infrastructure. And other infrastructure could be, the supply chain for offshore, it could be base ports, it could be O&M industries and things like that. They all need to be planned together. It doesn't just have to be grid, although it is obviously a huge constraint. But I think as developers, we should be using our knowledge and our examples and our, how to say, like bringing ourselves very local and teach that and share that locally so that the planning can be done best. Because I think, maps and data can only get you so far, but real understanding and real project planning, I think, will help these governments. How do you think, Olivier?
No, I can't agree more, of course. And again, talking about the grid availability, that's one of the variables we have to take and to deal with, and it's at our everyday work. And as you just mentioned, we're targeting the best locations for wind and for solar, for wind, for other renewables. But so the best locations are locations with grid available. That's easy. And again, we have heard, of course, all of us, we have heard about horrible stories about curtailment of some wind projects, some onshore wind projects already existing in Vietnam. Yes, I haven't been experiencing this so far in my projects particularly, because again, we looked at the map of the grid, and frankly, given the actual penetration of wind, which is very, very, very minimal in most of the countries, for the moment, it's not an issue. I don't see that as an issue before reaching 3,000 megawatts, which none of the countries have reached already for the moment.
Thank you, John.
I just wanted to highlight the experience from building offshore wind in Europe, which contained a lot of industry dialogue between the UK government, for example, which was an early player in the offshore wind field, and which is now, of course, the largest market for offshore wind. And I don't know the onshore wind that well, but of course, the more industry dialogue you are able to engage the government in, the better this information flow will be. And I would also like to support the World Bank in the ASEAN region, which has been doing quite a lot of mapping exercise for offshore wind and probably also for other energy technologies. And I think that the openness of governments to discuss the experience from other regions or from other parts of the world in terms of how to develop a strong plan for varied and diversified energy mix going into the future would kind of benefit all the governments in the region. And the more industry dialogue as well towards the details of that planning would make the plan better.
May I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I can use an example and share my view on the question you talk about the integration, right? First, when it's come to a certain share and certain scale, the integration become a major problem. Just give you an example. World Bank has been supporting the whole supply chain and renewable energy in wind since almost 20 years before. Today, China has installed 200 gigawatt of wind, right? Capacity in China, both onshore and offshore. Throughout the process, we see in 2017, the curtailment of wind power equals the total power generation in Vietnam, just on the wind curtailment in China, right? So World Bank comes in, we take a holistic approach, not only for wind, but there's the same approach we're taking for solar and for hydro, right? As a system planning. The planning is not only look at how much wind you can generate, where is the transmission line? How do you get the system dispatch, even in early stage, right? You need some generators provide ancillary services and wind so that the intermittence can be coordinated with hydro, with pump storage, with even coal power plant. So we identified there is a flexibility issue in the China power system. There is a transmission issue. There is also a pricing mechanism. How you really make sure that those generators provide ancillary services also get the revenue they need to pay back their bank loans and the interest, right? So the recognition part is a holistic approach. There is also a rule between IPPs and the public. The public resource is limited. Where you want to put the public resource, perhaps more on the transmission, on the system dispatch, and then let the IPPs do the generation like the wind power. So our advice to the government is to rebuild your transmission capacity and also rehabilitate some of your coal power plant to provide flexibility that on ramping capacity so that they can accommodate more intermittent energy come to the grid, then you need to have the right mechanism, compensation mechanism in place to reduce the operation hours of those coal power and hydropower for baseload and that the wind to come in, right? So this is a holistic approach did. And today the wind energy curtailment in China is around 2 or 3%. At the same time, we provide a $1 billion total project. Use a disrupt technology, right? Including the battery storage at the generation side, at the distribution side, and also at the consumer side to accommodate more intermittent, both solar and wind, right? Now come back to the country, now back to the holistic approach. Different countries have a different approach. Even in Vietnam, in PLN, for example, in Asia country where there's a huge potential, right? But still they want to keep the generation in the public hands. So our advice, together with the advice on the system planning in a holistic approach on transmission, storage and pricing mechanism, and then, even on the financing plan, we advise government that you should use your limited resources more on the system side, like transmission, and leave the generation, both solar and even hydro and wind to the private sector. Now come back, right? How you private sector in a more competitive way. We talk about feed-in tariff and the auction. This is just one means, right? It's not a critical, it's a mean how you really find a market or efficient price. But the condition is that if you want to bring private sector investment in, you need to have all the enabling environment in place about resource mapping. That's what we are supporting the government. The right pricing mechanism, the clarity on the regulatory framework, the roadmap in the future, and how the power will be dispatched, how the power will be priced, right? You need to give all these transparencies along with your auction so that the private sector will have they will have the risk under their control, so they can properly put the premium on the risk. And for those risks could not be controlled by the private sector, you should encourage the government to take over those risks, right? So that you can work together with the IPP. So it's not an easy job. I think wind, solar, whatever is part of the supply source. It's really how you create the full enabling environment, right? To make sure that the different sources come in, play a different role, and still that the target is really how you ensure that the power system could provide reliable and affordable electricity services to meet its demand growth in different countries.
Yes, Melissa.
I think the one example that I think deserves a little attention, I think there are two interesting factors that are sort of trading around this discussion at the moment that also deserve a little attention. For those of you who watch the Philippines carefully, you'll be aware of the fact that we've actually, this is a very active and interesting period for the Philippine regulators. And, tragically, some of this has been brought about by the really harsh results of the pandemic, to be sure. But the Philippines and the Department of Energy have really put themselves in a very different position in the past month and a half by coming out publicly and saying and realizing that their focus predominantly on generation capacity has now put themselves in a position where they have effectively too much baseload and far too little flexibility to deal with the type of demand variation that they've been experiencing. So I offer that as a little bit of a contrast, because normally we get lured into a discussion where intermittency or variability is portrayed as this, really awkward negative to significant inclusion in long-term development plans for renewables. And I think the ability to push back on that is tremendously important, because we've got a significant market now, which is the Philippines, which actually now has the opposite problem. And to be very frank, I think we're all well aware of the fact that Indonesia effectively has the same problem. So this is a byproduct of what 10 years ago seemed like, from a public policy standpoint, an admirable effort to help Indonesia catch up with their electrification goals, has now resulted in a kind of tragic bind where the lowest cost capital and the lowest cost equipment came into the system with very long-lived PPAs and terms that are now very, very difficult to manage relative to flawed demand growth forecasts. So that's something that I think we need to pay some attention to. And it goes back to my earlier point of the tremendous task that a lot of the decision makers face and policymakers face about how do you really optimize relative to this dramatic and incredibly exciting technology improvement and declining cost curves for renewables up against a set of policy habits that were directed towards certainty and very long-lived assets. Because quite awkwardly at this stage of the game, these two impulses are to a degree directly in conflict with each other, because it is translated into a complete lack of flexibility, which is why I think it's so important that we keep going back to this issue of what's the commitment to the grid spend? How do we see these systems actually anticipate the need for more flexibility? Because I think that also means that, for example, for wind developers, as the supply chain is enhanced across the region, and as the examples become clearer, that there will be a time that, perhaps the pricing isn't going to look like a perfect fit this year in certain markets, but in 3 years' time, and in 5 years' time, it is. And planners have overcommitted and bucketed new capacity plans excessively. They're simply not going to be in a position to take advantage of, frankly, what will obviously potentially be lower and highly cost competitive new technology options. So that's one of the hardest things to put into the mix right now.
Right, thank you. And I wish we had more time to, speak about a lot more of these topics and subjects, but we are just end of the session here. And one thing we really heard a lot throughout this discussion is for opportunities to have more dialogue and conversations with the government to enable more holistic optimization of the power system. So I'd just like to, take the end of this session to just have a quick fire comments from each of you. What is your one ask from governments and policymakers, to really to help accelerate wind development here in ASEAN? Olivia, if we can start with you.
Yes, very simple and one phrase I would say: don't put all your eggs in one basket. Because what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing today is solar, because of the three varieties, price. So they're all going to solar, and the solar is the craze, all over the region, and of course the new lows of solar auctions we have heard, in the Middle East or in North America, are of course encouraging even more all the governments to look at only solar. I would say, look at California if you want. Too much solar means too much electricity at the middle of the day, and nothing for the morning and the evening. In the wind, we are producing all day long, and mainly more during the night than during the day. So think about a combination of renewables tomorrow, because that's the future, that's the world we are heading to, and not only putting all your eggs in the solar basket.
Thanks. John?
I think I mentioned it. Think holistic. Think about the power generation availability compared to demand, and also the supply chain base and what kind of job creation you might be able to direct through your electricity policy as well.
Thank you. Beth?
I think it would be take lessons learned from other markets. So whether it's the European offshore industry, whether it's the new offshore industry that we're seeing in North Asia, which maybe is even more similar to the Asian countries with the climatic conditions and brand new supply chains being built, and take the best part of each of those and make it fit your market and your country, because undoubtedly you can see what's worked, what's failed, and try and then get the best solution. Kind of by coming later, you should be able to maximize the lessons learned, jump up that experience curve so much quicker, and I think that's what makes Asian region just more exciting. It can really build on the lessons learned that the rest of us have probably already lived through. So.
Thank you. Melissa?
I think The thing that I'm most interested in right now is something I'm not used to seeing, which is actually the potential for significant innovation in finance. And so in many ways, in addition to a real hope that I agree completely, I think that whatever the renewable industry that's increasingly active in the region can do to communicate with a clearer voice, so that you're not picked apart, solar versus wind and so on, but to governments as a plus. But I'd love to see that married to greater focus on the importance of green financing in particular, and to see people reaching out to the ministries of finance, in addition to the energy ministries and the planning people that you know, because I'm very, very convinced that new pools of capital coming from green finance tools facilitated by the multilaterals can play a really important role in creating new support for grid financing and for targeted structures that can credit enhance exactly the types of things you're looking at, and that could potentially get us away from the inflexibility of over-reliance on PPA structures and project financing, because that hasn't brought a lot of innovation on generation or power sector development.
Jietan, please.
Okay, I think I have two key messages, one to the government, one to the developers, right? To the government, I think Asia consumes about 77% of the coal consumption in the world. And then without, slow down the coal energy transition in Asia, the climate change won't be successful in the world, right? So the Paris Agreement and the NDC commitment by different government also, for that, you need to really embrace the opportunity of renewable energy, including wind energy, right, as part of it. So for the government, I think if you make a property on the planning and the pricing mechanism, particularly think about the environment and social cost of coal power in East Asia, then you can maybe consider giving more opportunity to renewable energy. Maybe at this moment, the financial cost is slightly higher than the coal power, but the economic cost could be competitive for a country's development. Also, embracing renewable energy could help you to not only drive your economic growth, right, and provide reliable and affordable resources to meet your demand if you manage it in a proper way, but also it will help you to deliver your NDC target, which you are facing increased pressure internationally, and you are going to get more and more difficult to finance fossil fuel-based power, particularly coal power, right? Then you need to take a holistic approach, and the World Bank is determined to work with the government from policy planning, legal and the regulatory framework, make sure that the renewable energy will get its enabling environment for further growth. On IPP side, I would also encourage developers also looking at the most efficient way to organize your technology, your supply chain, your delivery of service. Make sure that the electricity from wind can be delivered in the most efficient way. In that way, you will also help create a bigger rooms, even from the planning side, from the forward-looking side, more rooms for renewable energy, including wind. So you need really a partnership between both public and private sector to create a good future for renewable energy in Asia. And the World Bank has both the public sector engagement as well as the private sector IFC, right? We're supporting both sides to make sure that the partnership can be really built up to driving for a new future of renewable energy. And also this is critical for reaching the energy transition in Asia to reach the climate change target, right? We agree that the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of our session. Thank you all for your very insightful sharing.
Thank you so much, Caroline and panelists. Absolutely blown away by those insights on the role of wind in ASEAN's energy mix. Coming up next, our next segment is a ministerial keynote titled Collaboration Opportunities between Canada and ASEAN, and Canada's role in ASEAN's decarbonization. Let us invite Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity, Government of Alberta, the Honourable Dale Nally.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak to the ASEAN Energy Business Forum. My name is Dale Nally, and I'm the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity for the province of Alberta, which is in Western Canada. Our country has long been internationally recognized as a reliable, world-leading supplier of energy, and Alberta is at the center of that. The province is blessed with the world's third largest reserves of crude oil, crucially representing about 10% of the world's total reserves still open to private sector investment. In 2019, we were the sixth largest crude oil producer in the world, producing about 3.75 million barrels of oil equivalent each day. Canada is also considered the world's sixth largest producer of natural gas, 2/3 of which is produced in Alberta, with over 200 trillion cubic feet worth of potentially recoverable natural gas reserves. Those vast reserves make Alberta a world leader, not just in energy production, but across the entire value chain of related industries. From natural gas to petrochemical products, and from crude oil to liquefied petroleum gases, Alberta represents a unique opportunity for investors, a responsible producer of closely connected products capable of meeting global demand. We are also incredibly well positioned to expand into emerging fields like hydrogen, which have the potential to reshape global energy consumption. And with the increased worldwide focus on decarbonization, we believe Alberta can play a significant role in supporting nations that are looking to move away from coal and other carbon-intensive energy sources. That's why Alberta is an ideal partner to work with the nations, companies, and investors of Southeast Asia. We have the resources, the experience, and the long-term vision to connect with markets around the globe. Together, we can build strong connections around low-emission, responsibly developed energy products that support the continued growth of our economies well into the future. Recently, we launched a new vision and strategy for the future of natural gas in Alberta. At the highest level, we aim to be the preferred source of clean, secure, and responsibly developed natural gas around the world, supplying not just energy, but a range of products across the entire value chain. We are leveraging our existing strengths in the sector and turning them to new fields, including the export of LNG to global markets, preparing for the upcoming hydrogen economy, as well as establishing a stronger petrochemical industry. For Alberta, and for Canada as a whole, one of our primary focuses is in building a diverse future for natural gas to sell energy to new customers in new markets, and in the process, help reduce global emissions. One of the keys to achieving both these goals simultaneously is LNG. Canada's LNG industry is still in the process of reaching maturity, and we have only recently started building the kind of major export facilities that can help meet growing demand in countries like those in Southeast Asia. The LNG Canada facility on the West Coast in British Columbia is the first such export hub. As a $40 billion investment, it is the single largest private sector investment in the history of Canada, and a clear indicator in the potential of Canadian LNG to feed growth around the world. With our federal and provincial partners, we will help support and facilitate the development of another 2 or 3 additional large-scale exporting facilities in the next decade to ensure we can effectively supply customers around the world. Work is already underway on some of these projects, as well as the pipelines, support facilities, and production plants that will feed not just LNG, but liquefied petroleum gas and other export-ready energy products. We obviously hope that a number of these customers will be from Asia, especially in Southeast Asia. The drive to reduce carbon emissions is a worldwide effort, and nations with fast-growing economies and dynamic populations are trying to fuel that growth while simultaneously reducing their emissions. LNG is a compelling option to achieve both of these goals. Compared to coal, natural gas emits far less carbon dioxide while still providing a portable and reliable source of baseload energy. Our long-term goal is to be a reliable supplier of LNG to help drive down carbon emissions and provide a cleaner alternative to coal or other fuel sources that may emit more air pollution. We hope that companies, governments, and the people of Southeast Asia will view Canadian LNG as a tool to help drive economic growth while contributing positively to the efforts to address greenhouse gas emissions. LNG isn't the only field where Canada and Alberta have plans to be a major supplier of cleaner energy. There has been a lot of international interest in hydrogen as a future energy source. Since it produces no emission except water, and it is relatively straightforward to produce. Alberta is already one of the largest hydrogen producers in the world, but we're truly just getting started. The federal government of Canada is aiming to release a national strategy for the future of the energy source in the coming weeks. Alberta is also developing our own roadmap to lay out our plans for the development of the fuel. Those plans, I feel comfortable telling you, are big. Alberta has significant advantages in the production of hydrogen, advantages that are again related to our natural resources and our geology. The large quantity of hydrogen already produced in Alberta are mostly created from our natural gas reserves. Of course, producing hydrogen from natural gas produces carbon emission as well, and that's where Alberta's geology plays an important role. We are uniquely well situated to capture emissions from various hydrogen production processes and either store those emissions underground permanently or put them to use in other processes where they can create value like enhanced oil recovery. We already have carbon capture storage and utilization facilities operating in the province and have already safely stored millions of tons of CO2 underground. Combining the abundant, low-cost natural gas with our ability to sequester carbon emissions means we can produce not only some of the most affordable hydrogen in the world, but to do so in a way that contributes positively to global emissions. Again, it is early in the life cycle of hydrogen as a major source of energy, but Alberta and Canada are positioned ourselves to take a place in the world market as it develops. We aim to export hydrogen in large quantities by 2040. Around the same time, many nations are aiming to mix a more environmentally friendly energy mix or even achieve carbon neutrality. And once again, we hope that companies and countries in Southeast Asia will keep Alberta and Canada top of mind when considering future investments and contracts related to clean energy sources like hydrogen. As I mentioned, though, it's not just energy products that represent Alberta's future and opportunity to international investors. We are growing across the entire value chain, and one of the biggest areas of growth that we've already seen is in petrochemicals. Alberta is Canada's leading petrochemical producer, but we are setting our goals even higher. We want to become a global hub for the sector, capable of supplying invaluable petrochemical products to global markets. There are already new polypropylene and propane dehydrogenation or PDH facilities being built in our province, but we have the capacity to develop even further. That's why we recently launched a new incentive program that aggressively competes with those offered by other jurisdictions, particularly those in the United States. The Alberta Petrochemical Incentive offers companies a direct grant refund for 12% of eligible capital costs related to building petrochemical facilities in the province. I'd encourage any organization planning petrochemical expansion to consider applying. Alberta has a tightly integrated set of companies and support services in place to partner with new entrants into the sector, as well as a highly skilled workforce and all the natural advantages I've already mentioned. Petrochemicals are one more field where we're leveraging our advantages to ensure Alberta participants on a global scale to help meet global demand. And I can't emphasize enough that this program is a streamlined, market-based incentive program that is designed to outcompete other jurisdictions. Now, one of the main advantages Alberta offers is knowledge that our products, whether energy, petrochemical, or otherwise, are among the most responsibly produced in the world. It's a point of pride that Alberta was one of the first jurisdictions to put a price on large carbon emitters, and we have shown consistent leadership in combining responsible energy development with environmental stewardship. Canada, driven by Alberta, is also widely recognized for our high environmental, social, and governance, or ESG standards, which places us amongst the top oil-producing nations in the world. That focus on ESG is embedded across the initiatives I've discussed today, and it remains a key commitment of ours. We know ESG factors play an important role for investors, and those considering Canada and Alberta should know that we are proud of our commitments to the responsible energy development. This is especially true as the world turns towards more environmentally friendly and lower carbon energy sources in the coming years. Canada and Alberta may seem far away from Southeast Asia, but we do share the connection point of the Pacific Ocean, and Vietnam and Singapore and Malaysia are also signatories in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The opportunities for cooperation and strengthening our trade relationship are only growing, and Alberta will remain a supplier of clean, responsibly produced energy for decades in the future as those relationships grow stronger. I look forward to the opportunity to supporting that growth in the coming years. Thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you to the Honourable Dale Nally for that keynote on opportunities between Canada and ASEAN. Now, coming up next is a panel discussion on the exciting technologies and innovations that promise to reshape the renewable sector and the acceleration of RE adoption. Now, the next panel is titled Energy Storage and Hydrogen, Innovation and Accelerating Their Roles in ASEAN's Energy Transition. Now, to lead this panel, let me invite the moderator, Deputy Editor, Commodities and Energy Asia from Thomson Reuters, Florence Tan. Florence, please.
Thank you, Wayne, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session that focuses on energy storage and hydrogen, looking at innovations and accelerating their roles in ASEAN's energy transition. First slide, please. Just last month, 3 of Asia's top economies have pledged to become carbon neutral in the next 30 to 40 years, triggering potentially dramatic shifts in energy usage across key industries. In Southeast Asia, Philippines has halted approvals of new coal-fired power projects, while gas-fired and renewable energy projects are taking off in Vietnam. To achieve net zero carbon emissions, governments and industries in each and every sector have to examine their carbon footprint in supply chains. One of the key focus areas is in power generation, which accounts for about 40% of the world's energy consumption. We've heard about the developments in solar and wind power, how an acceleration in the development of technologies has greatly reduced costs, enabling all nations, whether rich or poor, to switch to these renewable energy sources. As the power generated from these plants are intermittent, energy storage facilities such as batteries are required to absorb surplus renewable energy for later use. Next slide, please. The search for alternative energy sources has thrown the spotlight on hydrogen. This year, we've seen many announcements on investments in technologies related to its production, hydrogen fuel cells to power vehicles, and the use of hydrogen as an energy storage solution. Next slide. Before we begin, I would like to briefly go through the 3 colors of hydrogen derived based on their production methods. First, we have gray and blue hydrogen, which are produced from fossil fuels such as coal and natural gas. For gray hydrogen to become blue, It has to be accompanied by a unit that can capture and store carbon. To produce green hydrogen, electricity from renewable sources, power and electrolyzer that splits water into hydrogen and oxygen. Work is underway to commercialize carbon capture storage and green hydrogen technologies. With that, I would like to turn to our first speaker today, Taji Yoshida, Chief Strategy Officer at Japan's Mitsubishi Power, for his insight into energy storage and hydrogen. Yoshida-san, please.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Tang. My name is Taiji Yoshida, Chief Strategy Officer of Mitsubishi Power Company. I have been working in the power and energy sectors for 40 years and have collaborated with many of the global power companies, manufacturers, industrial, and contractors. In addition, I have worked with government and policymakers around the world and was responsible for developing and overseeing infrastructure projects and manufacturing plants. In my current role, I am responsible for setting the technical and policy direction of Mitsubishi Power. Today, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to participate on this panel discussion on the very important topic on hydrogen and energy storage and how it can play an important role in decarbonizing Asia and the rest of the world.
Thank you, Yoshida-san. Next, we have Cheryl Chan, who heads the Asia Pacific Clean Hydrogen business at global gas company Linde. Cheryl, please.
Thank you, Florence. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cheryl Chan from Linde, a global gas and engineering company. As you know, Linde is a global leader in the production, processing, storage, and distribution of hydrogen. And I'm responsible for the Asia Pacific Clean Hydrogen. Thanks for having me today on the panel. I'm excited and looking forward to the discussion. Over to you, Florence.
Thanks, Cheryl. And next we have Jeremy Stone, who is a non-executive director and senior advisor at Japanese utilities company J-Power. Jeremy?
Thank you, Florence, and welcome everyone. As mentioned, I am a non-executive director at J-Power, their subsidiary in Australia. And as we've seen, Japan has recently brought forward their net zero target to 2050. So once again, most people know where we're trying to head, but the great debate and the great challenge is how to get there, the transition to get there. In J-Power, we have a clean hydrogen project being built in Australia at the moment. In fact, all elements have been built. We're in commissioning stage, and that plans to gasify coal with carbon capture and storage, and then take the liquefied hydrogen to the port of Kobe in Japan. So looking forward to talking about that sort of project and other projects around the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Joining us from France is Mathieu Jazet, Vice President of Asia at energy storage company HDF Energy. Mathieu?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Florence. I'm glad to be here and to share a few words about HDF's role and position in the hydrogen sector. So my name is Mathieu. I'm in charge of HDF development in Asia, and I believe we have a couple of references which demonstrate that hydrogen projects are bankable and can be implemented now in the right context. And the main reference I would like to share is a type of projects called Renew Stable. This is a multi-megawatt power plant where we combine renewable energies to mass hydrogen storage in order to deliver to the grid a firm, stable, and dispatchable power. So basically, the type of electricity produced will be very similar to what a thermal power plant will do. And the project CapEx is above 120 billion euro of a project we will start in French Guiana very soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Mathieu. And lastly, we have Stephen Goldman, the Asia Pacific Marketing Manager from Fluence. Steve.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Stephen Goldman. I'm the Regional Market Manager for Fluence in Asia Pacific. Fluence is a market-leading provider of energy storage technology and services around the world, and we have projects currently either deployed or awarded in 22 countries and territories. Where we see a lot of potential for energy storage technologies, primarily batteries, is providing a wealth of grid stability services, notably everything from ancillary services on up to 4 to 6 hour peaking power to augmenting transmission networks in areas where they have congested corridors with which to transmit power. We're seeing quite a lot of interest and growth across the Asia Pacific region. Notably, we are deploying a portfolio of over 500 megawatts worth of projects in Southeast Asia. And we see really quite a lot of opportunity to accelerate the growth of renewable energy across the region. So I'm looking forward to participating in the discussion. Back to you, Florence.
Thank you, Steve. We will now proceed with the Q&A, and I would like to start with the coronavirus pandemic, which I think we were all very aware of its impact on the global economy. So how has this impacted the development of energy storage and hydrogen globally and in Asia? And what can ASEAN policymakers do to nurture the development of these sectors? Yoshida-san, would you like to start first?
Okay. The COVID-19 has not significantly impacted energy storage or hydrogen. Policy measures to address hydrogen and as a fuel source and for energy storage are already underway in Asian countries. For example, Brunei is taking the lead in the region's hydrogen supply chain. And since 2019, Australia, as Jeremy explained, has a national hydrogen strategy to support countries' efforts. Japan also has a basic hydrogen strategy aiming to replace the fossil fuel. So therefore, it is not a big impact.
Thank you. And Cheryl, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think I agree with Yoshida-san. You know, the pandemic, what it really provided, I suppose, is the opportunity to relook at the different supply chains globally, but it also is an opportunity that reminded us the need for some extent of sufficiency, whether it's energy or even certain aspects of supply chain within a country. And therefore, this reenacted the entire discussion around climate change. And therefore, I think that's what gave the push towards a lot of discussion around hydrogen and renewable power. As of today, I think all this, hydrogen supply does exist. Some of it is within captive plants of petrochemical sectors, but it's seldom thought of as taking the offtake streams, for merchant supply. And therefore, the industry begins to relook at the entire supply chain to see what is required within the supply and demand pattern and whether there are new applications that can be used to take hydrogen as an alternate fuel forward. This is that stage at which I think ASEAN is beginning, and it's probably the appropriate time where the different governments as well as the policymakers could take a harder look as to what do they want to create in terms of their roadmap for low carbon or towards carbon neutral in the years ahead.
Thank you. Interesting point on the supply chain, examination of the whole supply chain and where hydrogen can be taken to be used for a different purpose. And turning to Jeremy, what do you think ASEAN could do more to nurture the development of energy storage and hydrogen production?
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, first, just going to the COVID question, our project did suffer a bit of a slowdown with COVID, with some of the supply chains of both equipment and even resources, people coming into Victoria to do the work. But that has now been resolved. And as I said earlier, we'll start production in the next few weeks. In terms of ASEAN, I think there's always lots of talk and lots of great debate about hydrogen production. I think I'd like to see a lot more work and investment in sorting out the hydrogen demand. What are we going to use the hydrogen for in a cost-effective manner? We speak about transportation in fuel cell electric vehicles. We speak about power generation, perhaps some heating. And depending on where you are, steel production and perhaps even injection into natural gas pipelines for use by residents. So in short, I think the talk about hydrogen production is quite mature. I'd like to see the focus now put on hydrogen demand.
And Matthew, how do you see is COVID having any impact on energy storage sector?
So what I will say is quite obvious, but I have the feeling that the COVID has impacted the world, the economic world, the industrial world, but also the grids. And unfortunately, we can see a drop of demand on the large grids. So somehow the hydrogen solution in power sector, at least, should address that context. And I believe we need to find a way to make the hydrogen solution sustainable, considering the drop of demand in certain grids. So what we do as at HDF is to focus on the ones which depend of expensive thermal power plants, so basically the small and medium-sized grids. And we believe that the hydrogen can help to diminish the dependence on fuel. And considering the COVID context, I believe it is an interesting solution, as it can help the utilities to decrease the cost of electricity production in the right context.
You mentioned small and medium-sized grids, and where do you think the potential is in Southeast Asia?
In Southeast Asia, we can see that you have large grids, like Singapore, obviously, Sumatra, Java, Bali, in Indonesia. But you have also many small, medium-sized grids, like East Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar, where below 200 megawatts of grid capacity, let's say, you can have difficulties to bring the coal or the gas over there. And then there are heavy infrastructure costs to handle. And we believe that the hydrogen can be produced locally and combined to renewable energies will help to deliver to the grid a kind of baseload power, which will be very similar to what a gas power plant will do. So basically, this is what we are doing right now in French Guiana. French Guiana is very far away from Asia, but the grid context is very similar to what we see in Philippines and Indonesia.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. And next we have Steve. So what are your thoughts about COVID's impact on the renewable energy?
On renewable energy, it just depends on the market. We've been seeing still quite a bit of interest in projects, but we've seen some slowdown around supply chains. From an energy storage perspective, I think the primary slowdowns we have seen have been in the areas of supply chain. So just in where it's been difficult to get shipments in and out of particular markets where they're going, where we've had disruptions within a country just due to outbreaks and the management of that. But from a project procurement perspective, we're actually seeing the markets staying quite active and quite a bit of interest continuing. So we've continued to deploy projects with some slowdowns in a few locations where it's been difficult to get to work sites, but in general, it's been continuing to move forward. What we've been seeing also is more interest around the ways in which energy storage can be brought onto networks where there's been moments of pause and consideration around how new generation is coming onto networks. For example, in areas where transmission corridors are getting quite congested, we're seeing energy storage gaining consideration as a resource, not just as in combination with renewable energy for firming, or not just as a grid stability resource, but also where it can add capacity on congested transmission lines, adding network services and managing not just frequency, but voltage. So it's become quite an important resource and one that's gaining greater consideration in other markets across the ASEAN region.
Thank you. Which markets are you looking at in particular for this that's help seeking solutions to congested transmission lines?
I think we're seeing a good amount of interest around Vietnam in particular. We're hearing that Taiwan is pursuing quite a few procurements for grid stability in particular. We actually put the first grid scale storage in the Philippines, and my understanding is there's been interest in more projects there. So there's primarily from a grid stability perspective, what we've seen is that's kind of what we call the gateway drug of energy storage applications, where the short duration applications to help either take the place of spinning reserve or to provide ancillary services tend to be the first applications on the grid. And then as markets get more familiar with energy storage and the different applications it can provide, then they tend to look to additional ones, such as providing firming for or ramping support for renewables, for providing peaking capacity, or for managing, say, voltage on networks that have high solar PV adoption.
Great, good to know. And on to our next question. So we've discussed this a little bit about grid stability and congested transmission lines. So one of the biggest challenge faced by Southeast Asian countries is that they need to build more power generation plants to meet fast-growing demand while still providing affordable and clean electricity for its people. As we've seen, some nations are still pretty heavily reliant on coal. So which type of energy storage and hydrogen production technologies would best suit the needs of ASEAN countries, taking into consideration their available resources and the geographical layout of each country? Maybe Yoshida-san, would you like to answer this one?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Tan. We have the carbon capture technologies. That is game changer to drive the region's energy storage and hydrogen production while supporting decarbonization efforts. Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia are CCUS. This is carbon capture utilization and storage. This is a driver in the region and continue to focus on developing relevant technologies to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. There's an opportunity for these countries to leverage CCUS technologies to produce blue hydrogen and then green hydrogen as they transition to decarbonize the energy systems. We have also IGCC, it's an integrated coal gasification combined cycle in Japan, together with J-Power. And we make hydrogen, this is a triple generation. We make electricity and hydrogen and then carbon capture to reform the CO2 and hydrogen and to make another type of product like chemical materials. This is really the game changer.
Has there any of these technologies been commercialized? Could you give us some examples where it's suitable? Yeah.
Yes, we have already completed the project and now commissioning stages, and this is a multi-phases project. We have already completed the combined cycle. Then next is to capture the carbon. Then next is to add the fuel cell to increase the efficiency of the project to make the commercially viable.
Where would such technologies be suitable in ASEAN's context? Which particular countries are you already starting talks with?
Yeah, similar to Japan, if the coal is available, either domestic coal or imported coal, and then IGCC is not the big plant and the middle size of plant. So wherever we can build, but maybe easier to, the location is to transport the hydrogen and the CO2 to somewhere else.
Thank you. And Cheryl, sorry, I can't see you. So any thoughts on this question?
Yeah, so I think to add on, I think the strategy at which what is suitable for each country and how they adopt to achieve this reduction in carbon footprint really depends on a variety of factors. I suppose the very first fundamental is around the government policies. And next, of course, the availability of their energy resources, whether renewable resources is available, because it affects hugely, in terms of their feed-in tariff around electricities, and also the establishments of infrastructure. Because by and large, the approach to decarbonize will be quite similar in most countries because they start the same way through industrialization and how they go through all the development stages. And most, I think, would actually have this transitional phase that will go from gray to blue and eventually to green. But the biggest challenge that we have today actually hinges around two things, right? One, it's about scalability, and next is really the effective cost. Because without being able to achieve a certain tangible aspects of these two areas, I think it will make it very challenging regardless of which country. So technologies may continue to evolve, and hopefully that will bring about the possibility of scalability and cost. And I think this too needs to be the sort of like the foundation in order for us to see a widespread usage of hydrogen over time.
Thank you for your insight. Yeah, it would be good to have a talk about green hydrogen production costs later. And next, Jeremy, what are your thoughts on this?
I've probably got two comments. The first is we talk about increasing population, increasing energy demand. I think there's a big part of energy efficiency. I think all nations should be looking at as well. So putting effort into decreasing the energy consumption per person, for example, across your particular country. I think that would help in terms of climate change. The other thing about what technologies to use and how best to produce hydrogen and so on, it really depends on the country's own strengths. So leverage the strengths of the country, whether it be in terms of renewable energy or carbon storage. So carbon capture and storage is really effectively two main elements. There's the carbon capture side of things, which is contained within the plant. And then there's the carbon storage, which is where we inject the CO2 deep underground. So you might be using coal, but if you want to capture the carbon, you can do that. As Yoshida-san said before, there are the great technologies to do that, but you need a place to inject it. So I think, so in our particular hydrogen supply chain project in Victoria, we're blessed with a huge amount of inexpensive coal to gasify, a great carbon capture technology, and only 100 kilometres away, one of the world's best carbon storage sites, which we can inject the CO2 into. So I think it depends on each country. I think Malaysia is looking at carbon storage, carbon capture and storage. And of course, the utilisation is also great for coexisting industries. So once you've captured the carbon, you can use that to produce ammonia, urea, methanol, building products, proteins. So there's many other ways we can drive a circular economy as well. So plenty of great opportunities in front of us.
Very interesting projects there. And Matthew, what do you think? What kind of energy storage facility would be suitable for ASEAN countries?
So your question was related to how could we accompany the growth of demand in those countries. So I think Cheryl said the essential, which is the scalability and the cost. That is key because the main focus of the governments is to produce an electricity at a sustainable cost. And if they can decrease the CO2 emission in the meantime, it is better. But I do believe that the main focus is the cost nowadays. In terms of CO2 emission, the worst solution is coal. So obviously, anything that can be done to decrease the dependence on coal is a good option. Some large players have a great approach by blending natural gas, green hydrogen to accompany the increase of renewable energies into grids. I believe such approach is interesting on the large grids like we have in Singapore, Malaysia, the main grids of Philippines and Indonesia. However, as mentioned earlier, I do believe that the hydrogen has a role to play on smaller grids if it's produced locally, and we can demonstrate that today, not in 5 or 10 years, but today, this is a bankable solution which is competitive against fossil fuel.
Thanks, Matthew. And Stephen, any thoughts on this?
Yes, I think what's really important is to look at what is the state of the network and where does stability need to be added. What we've seen with, I can't speak necessarily to hydrogen, but from an energy storage perspective, what we've seen is that the flexibility that storage brings, whether by itself as a standalone asset or hybridizing other assets, it basically enables the entire network to run better, essentially, where you can provide the high-speed grid services that are needed with batteries that can provide them faster and more efficiently from a megawatt perspective, and allow, say, existing generation to function at a more steady throughput, as opposed to holding back capacity for providing spinning reserve or similar. So it depends by market then of where are the fundamentals. Like, is there a need for peaking capacity? There's a pretty big question as to whether the price point will be hit where solar plus storage can be taking the place of gas peakers, where countries are considering bringing in new capacity. From our perspective, solar plus storage is the best replacement right now for gas peakers and is proving very competitive in a lot of markets. The other question would be, can you get the energy from where it's most being produced through renewables to the load centers where it's needed? I mentioned Vietnam before, and they've been running into quite a bit of transmission congestion between load centers and the key areas where they're putting in a lot of capacity. And what we're finding in markets around the world, and not just in Southeast Asia, but also Latin America and the US and Australia, is that there's now, in areas where the network is being constrained, battery projects are now being sourced at very large scale, hundreds of megawatts at a time. And it's not to push one particular technology, but just to say that this is a way of providing additional capacity that doesn't move along the timelines of typical transmission projects, where typically a poles and wires project could take 5, 10, 15 years to move through the various stages of planning, through resource planning, through obtaining easements and right-of-ways, and then finally construction, that you can put battery assets onto the ground within 12 to 18 months and provide that capacity. And it enables a lot more flexibility in the way that grids are being deployed. I think in Southeast Asia in particular, that's going to be very important, where you have areas where the grid is not well built out yet, and where they're considering what is the right path forward. So this type of planning, this type of resource allows planning to be more agile, where you can stage the way that you add transmission capacity, as opposed to having to look at load growth the way you think it's going to go 10, 15 years out and build for that now. So from our view, that's going to be a critical way that the grids across the Southeast Asia are going to look forward, is trying to be agile, trying to use flexible technologies, not strictly battery storage. We know there's a variety of forms of storage, and we're a technology agnostic company, but we have been leading the charge in particular on these resources. So.
Since we're on the topic of energy storage and batteries, what type of energy storage would you recommend for ASEAN countries?
In particular, we've predominantly deployed lithium-ion based resources. We're a technology agnostic company, but those have been providing the right mixture of commercial availability, price point, energy density, and long performance in order to meet the needs of our customers. But we continue to assess new technologies and look at what can potentially supplement those in our component mix.
Are there any new technologies that we should be looking at?
To be fair, we're pretty focused on what's commercially available, because the needs have been very urgent, and frankly, the supply chain is getting driven so thoroughly by the electric vehicle sector that we haven't seen other technologies coming anywhere near meeting up the availability that lithium-ion chemistries have been having at this time, nor offering that kind of power density. I mean, I can say that we are predominantly seeing NMC and LFP chemistries really leading the pack. I think those are going to continue to do so for at least the next 5 years. But we're continuing to assess new technologies and see what's coming to market. I know flow batteries, there's a lot of interest around it, but for the projects that we've been deploying, we've been predominantly working at the utility scale. They haven't penciled out in the same way. And the other concern is around long-term supplier viability, which is something that we have to keep an eye on, because we want to ensure that we can augment projects over time as needed to ensure that they deliver the performance over time.
Okay, great. And moving on to the next question. So we were turning the focus to green hydrogen. There is a greater push to commercialize production of green hydrogen globally. Within Asia Pacific, we saw Australia pumping millions of dollars into energy storage and hydrogen research, while Japan has imported its first hydrogen cargo in a pilot project. When do you expect green hydrogen to become cost competitive against fossil fuels, and why? Yoshida-san?
Yes, it is not easy to answer, but Japan is targeting it's sometime between 2030 or to 2050, because the green hydrogen requires a significant amount of investment to renewable energy and grid systems. For example, in Europe, it took 10 years to 15 years for EC to get a network capable enough to transport and accommodate the renewable energy increase. So that is the reason why we are targeting sometime 2030 to 2035. And we, Mitsubishi Power, we are offering the world's first green hydrogen standard packages for power balancing and energy storage in the US. And it provides renewable energy flexibility by acting as a near instantaneous power balancing resource that greatly enhances the ability of the simple cycle or combined cycle power plant to ramp output up and down to provide grid balancing services. And also in Europe, we have hydrogen and gas turbine combined cycle as a Magnum project. And that is a Vattenfall's plant. And we convert the fuel from natural gas to hydrogen. First of all, 30% by 2023 and 100% firing by 2025. So this will happen within 10 years. The technology is available, but the availability of hydrogen is the issue.
And Cheryl, what's the perspective from Lindy?
Well, I think for this, you can look at it two ways, right? One is production of green hydrogen, which is on site, for example, with the electrolysis process. There's a really readily available technology. Of course, you continue moving, from today the alkaline electrolyzers to the future proton exchange membrane technology. It's still a matter of cost, but a lot of it is driven with accessibility to renewable energies sources. I think countries with the access to this renewable energy will have a much better chance of succeeding or so-called achieving a cost-competitive green hydrogen much earlier than those without. And of course, then there comes the other aspect of it, which is for countries without those or without the ability to put out as much solar PV or even having wind power or hydropower, the other thing is to import green hydrogen. But what forms of green hydrogen are we looking at, right? If today there isn't a huge possibility to do transshipment of large quantities, at least not at this current stage, I think with time, the shipping liners and with all the other companies that's investing within the value chain, putting their efforts and investments into technology, we will reach there at some point. But as of now, safe operations becomes very key. So people look at alternatives, for example, like green ammonia. If you can produce a large amount of it in South Pacific and ship it to ASEAN or even Japan, Korea, those are also options to it, but you have to do cracking and extract out the green hydrogen at the very end source. So on a net basis, we still need to look at the amount of carbon emissions that's being produced, because there's multiple steps in this entire value chain. So I think at the end of the day, to reach that cost competitiveness, which you referred to, I think it really depends on where the bulk of the cost is being laid, whether you're establishing the infrastructure upfront or much further upstream, or you're just going to focus a lot around localized assets as well as the distribution network. But I think it's a possibility that will happen. We just need to look among the ASEAN countries really to have a strengthened cross-border framework that will enable this to happen if you want to have collaboration along the entire value chain.
Okay, and well, as you said, having sufficient abundance of renewable energy is a key factor to green hydrogen production. Are there any potential candidates in this region, or would it take a whole region to be able to renewable energy source power generated from the whole entire region to be able to make this a success? Yeah.
I think there are possibilities. So for example, some of the countries, as what the other panelists have mentioned earlier, take for example, in East Malaysia, areas where there is already huge amount of hydropower, or there's also other pockets in Indonesia, Thailand, there's solar PV, not so much of the wind power, but maybe geothermal as well in Indonesia, although it's a little lacking in terms of percentage today, but they are actually opportunities that can be reaped. But the point where I talk about the cross-border framework, I was more looking in terms of if you can eventually put it into grids, and the grids can actually go cross-border. That's actually one large potential you can unlock within the region in ASEAN, which I think is exciting, but it takes a lot of willpower in order to get to that stage.
Thanks, Cheryl. And moving on to Jeremy, what are your thoughts about green hydrogen?
Yeah, maybe I'll preface my response first by just highlighting that the J-Power in Japan is already 50% renewable, and we continue to invest in a whole range of clean energy solutions around the world, whether that be biomass, wind, solar, and of course, clean hydrogen. So what we're actually targeting in all those situations is reliable, clean and affordable energy. So the affordability is the issue here. So most reports, if you look at the IEA or the Hydrogen Council reports, indicate that at the moment, if you have grey hydrogen as your base, it's about a 30% increase for blue hydrogen and a 300% increase for green hydrogen. That's the order of magnitude. And they sort of say it may take about 10 years for that green hydrogen to reach parity. This is general. This is where we have to do a lot more work at implementing pilot and demonstration projects. But that's where we're starting with at the moment. And a recent report by ARENA, which is Australian Renewable Energy Agency, indicates that to get the green hydrogen down, we need to get, there's two elements. One is the actual electrolyzer and what they call the balance of plant. That needs to reduce by 85% to get down to the comparable number. So 85%. So for example, just to put that into context, if it's a $100 million plant today, that needs to be built for $15 million. And the renewable energy supply has to be reduced, the cost has to be reduced by about 50%. So you hear a lot, which is factual, about the cost of renewable energy is coming down dramatically, which is correct. It needs to come back down by a further 50% as well. So great challenges in front of us to get that down to the right level. At the end of the day, it's clean and affordable and reliable energy supplies. And the clean comes down to carbon intensity. So if we assume that green is zero, it means that the fossil fuel base with carbon capture and storage, the blue hydrogen needs to get their carbon intensity down. And there are ways of getting that pretty close to zero. So there's lots to play out in the space. So when we talk about the colors, that can be a distraction. It should be the carbon intensity, which is the focus, because what we're really trying to do here is reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, our CO2 emissions. And that's the focus of, or should be the focus of all of our actions. And we need to be starting now.
Thanks, Jeremy. And well, in addition to being a fuel, hydrogen is also known to be an effective energy carrier. So in the United States, underground caverns and or salt domes are being used to store hydrogen. Can this be replicated in ASEAN countries? If not, what are the other options? Steve, would you have some thoughts on this?
Not on hydrogen, unfortunately. We
Sorry.
don't. It's okay.
No worries, no worries. Yeah. Maybe I can direct this question to Yoshida-san and Cheryl.
Yeah, okay. It is challenging for ASEAN to replicate the naturally occurring salt domes to store hydrogen in this region. However, hydrogen can be stored in other forms as well, including the use of energy storage system solutions. For example, renewable hydrogen can be stored in underground, simply tanks or caverns or of other source. And it can be converted back to electricity and fed to utility grids when needed. In addition, it produces no carbon emissions. These qualities make it one of the most desirable energy sources. Gas turbine fueled by renewable hydrogen represent one of the most cost-effective methods already of storing wind and solar energy. And also we have Mitsubishi Power has a fuel cell which can burn renewable hydrogen in addition to the natural gas or the mixed of several kinds of fuels as well. And we developed this fuel cells under the fund of NIDO of Japan.
Yes, so I agree with Yoshida-san. I think it poses a slightly different challenge in ASEAN, partly because of the geographical layout and also where the refineries are being sort of confined to today. It's a little different. So Linde has our world first, I would say, the commercial hydrogen cavern, but that's along the US Gulf Coast. And as you know, along the entire stretch, right, all the way from Lake Charles down to the Freeport area in Texas, there's about close to 18 refineries there. And therefore they are all, actually linked to this particular hydrogen pipeline grid, of which we could put it into the hydrogen cavern. I think that's the beauty of scale and what you can potentially provide. But lacking of that, I think the alternatives is, apart from what Yoshida-san has mentioned, there would be other forms. For example, people are investing into looking at solid state, like solid oxides of hydrogen but you have to do a conversion, of course, after the hydrogen is being produced. And at the same time, you also have things like liquid organic hydrogen carrier. They could come in different forms and different hydrocarbons that you're looking at. But at the end of the day, if what you really want to use is the green hydrogen, you still need to extract it. So I think there has to be a balance in terms of what we're producing and what you naturally want to take out as a final product. And there comes the challenge, which is really where the geographical layout of ASEAN is. I suppose because where the supply sources of hydrogen are and the demand centers, they're geographically quite far apart. Cities versus where it's being produced today. And therefore in some of the outskirts areas, which presents the areas of opportunities for us to really look at different storage that's much nearer to where the users and the demand centers are. And I think there still needs some time for development, but together as an industry, as you work together, there's possibility of making this happen.
Thanks, Cheryl. I think Cheryl's touched on a very good point on the geographical layout of ASEAN countries. So as you know, Philippines, Indonesia, quite a few, they are made up mainly of islands, and where demand in further outlying islands are probably not as high as those in Java Island or somewhere near Manila. So I think microgrid has been proposed as one of the solutions to resolve this. And so I would like to ask Matthew, what do you think? How can energy storage help provide a solution for islands, powering islands?
Sorry, we got to stop this. Yoshida-san dropped off from the whole thing.
Now I come back.
Yes, you're back. Is there an issue with the bandwidth or something like that, Yoshida-san?
Sorry, I was off, but now I come back.
Okay, so we're gonna start over from the same thing, Florence, where you start off with a new question, yeah? Give me a second.
New question, okay.
Back to where we started from, yeah? Hold on until I get Yoshida-san back online again.
Okay.
Okay. We have you in the window. Is there an internet problem that we should be thinking about? Or you keep dropping and you keep freezing, Mr. Yoshida-san? Is there a reason?
I don't know, but right now I can hear.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed and everything goes well.
All the people pay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Florence, are you okay? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. Cheryl's brought up a good point about the geographical layout of ASEAN countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines, where electricity demand is probably concentrated in certain areas, whereas far-flung islands like probably East Kalimantan, there is a need for microgrid as a solution. So Matthew, what do you think, how can energy storage play a part in providing as part of solution in microgrids?
So the first part of the answer is that for any type of grids, the utilities need to stabilize the grid. And the main difficulties in remote grids is to integrate a large amount of renewable energies, especially if they are intermittent, because it could unstable the grid management. And the storage has a strong role to play to address that issue. The batteries are a great option for the reasons explained by Stephen earlier. However, we believe batteries are not enough if we want to deliver to the grid a firm and stable power 24/7. And then the hydrogen can bring some leverage and synergies with the batteries. So we believe that by combining both, we can deliver a baseload power to those grids. The challenge when we talk about microgrids is to reach a certain size of projects, which will bring appetite from investors and finance institutions. And in the meantime, the size of the project also is important to deliver a sustainable price. So our approach is to not focus on microgrid, but on projects large enough to meet those challenges.
Thanks, Matthew. And Steve, any thoughts on this?
I definitely agree that storage has an important role to play. On whether or not it can support 24-hour power, it really depends on the mix of resources on those islands. To give you an example, on the island of Terceira in the Azores, off of Portugal, they're actually shifting very quickly to a much more decarbonized grid, and they recently procured about 15 megawatts of energy storage as part of their microgrid to complement the renewables they've already brought online. So they have a mixture of solar and wind. They are still using some level of imported diesel, but they're moving to significantly reduce that. And I think they're moving to a mix of around between 60 and 70% renewables in the near future. So part of what they've been looking to do is use storage as a key balancing resource, as opposed to like the way that Hawaii is approaching it, where they're looking at very long duration power shifting, where they're doing where Hawaii, for example, is putting in systems that are 4 or 5 hours in duration that are largely relying on solar, but bulk shifting that power into the evening to cover as much of the evening peak as possible. So it really depends on the energy mix available and how they can best balance that out. But I definitely agree. I think microgrids are proving to be a more viable solution in different places. Also, our counterparts at Siemens have put together different plans, different integrated resource plans that have indicated some really interesting solutions as well. Another island grid, Puerto Rico, they had helped them to assemble their integrated resource plan, and they had actually submitted to the utility there a plan for 9 mini grids. And I think they're using the term a little loosely compared to the typical usage for it, but of taking what was one island grid and essentially breaking it up into 9 mini grids that were all interconnected, so that they would all have the ability to island in the event of a calamity such as the hurricanes that hit Puerto Rico several years ago, and enable those portions of the island that in the event that the links between them got cut, that they would still be able to stay functional with a mixture of RE storage and possibly some gas. But I think they were aiming for minimizing that gas mix as much as possible and optimizing those grids to run on RE, the mix of RE and storage as much as they could. So it's definitely a path forward. It of course remains a question of how do you best optimize that system when you're comparing, say, fuel cost, if you're having to import all of your fuel compared to what level of storage do you need, and to have a system that's going to provide for your needs, essentially.
Thank you, Steve. We have time for one last question. So besides the power sector, could you elaborate on the use of hydrogen in the transportation and industrial sectors? Potential use of energy storage and hydrogen in the transportation and industrial sector. Yoshida-san, would you like to address this question?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The transportation industries, automobile, the aircraft comes first to use hydrogen, but the consuming volume of power sectors is much bigger than transportation. So therefore, in order to make the hydrogen cost efficiency, it is better to mix the both several kinds of industries all together. And we have the gas turbine combined cycle from a small size to the big size, and can burn any locations and any reforms, any forms of hydrogen. So this will help the other industries to utilize hydrogen as well.
Thanks, Yoshida-san. Cheryl, any thoughts?
Yeah, so I agree with Yoshida-san on the fact that if you look at which are the sectors that effectively contributes or are the lead emitters of carbon, right? It certainly is around the power sector, the industrial, as well as transportation. In the meantime, one of the lower barrier to entry, I would say, is definitely the transportation sector. So take, for example, in Europe, this application of hydrogen in mobility, it's already relatively mature. They've been doing it for at least close to the last 8 years. And of late, there's also announcement of using hydrogen in trains commercially, not just passenger vehicles or commercial trucks and buses. So I think the demand case that might be sort of a short term, it's definitely around the transportation. But really to make a leap bound in terms of hydrogen usage, it will bring about is from the power sector as well as the industrial sector, because they present the largest opportunity to decarbonize. In particular, whether you want to do it with carbon capture for blue or even for the green hydrogen, I think they effectively can become feedstocks as well as to be used within the industries as well as building, heating and cooling purposes.
Mr. May I introduce another technology?
Sure, please go ahead.
Yes. Can you see this small bottle? One is this side is a wood tip, and this is jet fuel, biomass jet fuel. We made from this carbon dioxide coal from coal. Gasification technologies. So we gasify this udon tip and then reform with the hydrogen. So and then replace this biomass jet fuel with the jet fuel made from oil. So this is another kind of energy storage utilizing hydrogen. So we succeeded to make this under the Japanese fund.
That's very cool. I hope to see it being used in real life situations, like really powering a plane in future. Yeah, I'm afraid I have to stop here as our time has run out. We've spoken about the need to support for everybody in the energy industry, from government policymakers to businesses. We need to support the development of energy storage and hydrogen, as they are key to complement existing renewable energy sources, help the world to reduce carbon emissions and meet climate change goals. I hope you have gained as much knowledge as I did from our discussion, and I would like to thank all of our panelists today for their insights into these sectors. Thank you very much and have a good day ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Talking with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Florence and the distinguished panel for that very elucidating discussion on energy storage and hydrogen. Coming up, our next panel discussion will revolve around energy efficiency, explore EE's role in social development, economic growth, resilience, and clean energy transition. Let us welcome the panelists. Melanie Slade, Senior Program Manager, Energy Efficiency in Emerging Economies, IEA, and also Eric Grafe, Chief Technical Officer, NG Southeast Asia. We also have William Hudson, Head of Southeast Asia Carbon Trust, and Gunter Fischer, Senior Investment Manager, Global EE and Renewable Energy Fund, European Investment Bank. Panelists, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Will Hudson. I head up the energy efficiency component of the UK government's ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Programme, based across 6 different countries in Southeast Asia, including the largest energy consumers in the region. And I also head up the Carbon Trust's work across the region. So I'll introduce sort of in reverse order. So the Carbon Trust is a sustainability consultancy. So we specialise in all things low carbon. So that's policy, technology and finance. We work in various technology areas, so across renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy systems and energy access. We have a long history in energy efficiency in particular, spanning back 20 years or so. And we've done a lot of work across the UK in helping reduce energy consumption across key industrial sectors as well as in buildings. In terms of the UK government's ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Programme in this region, we've been working on that for around 18 months or so now, in various different areas. So I'll try and describe them one at a time very briefly. So as I mentioned, it's in 6 countries. We're looking at 4 things. So awareness raising is number 1, which is really around understanding the size of the energy efficiency opportunity, both for private sector and governments. For governments linked to the size of the opportunity, we're trying to help with target setting, so more appropriate targets, and linked to those targets, more appropriate policy and regulation. And in particular, we're looking at energy efficiency regulation around products, so more energy efficient products, and also ESCOs, so energy services companies. We're also doing targeted support to the private sector, so helping specific industry subsectors with their own target setting and doing energy audits, installing energy management systems, and looking to develop energy efficiency projects. And linked to that, we are looking at finance. So energy efficiency finance is a really key focus for us. So we've had really interesting experience over the last 18 months or so in all these areas. Obviously, sort of jumping to the value of energy efficiency as the first fuel. I mean, as Mel mentioned, it's the most rapid and cost-effective way to address energy security in particular, as well as economic and environmental challenges more broadly. And I think there's a few areas that are really relevant in ASEAN. So taking load off the grid is one angle for energy efficiency, and that can really help to free up space for renewables. And I think at the moment, in the context of COVID-19, there's a great jobs creation opportunity linked to energy efficiency as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber, for the introduction, and thanks to the organisers for the opportunity to be here today. If you don't mind, I'd like to launch straight into why energy efficiency is the first fuel. And for me, it's because energy efficiency is the cheapest way of supplying much needed energy services to individual citizens, to communities and to businesses. At the same time, it creates wealth, jobs and improves well-being. And that's the first fuel, the subject of this panel today. And in this time when we need to drive economic recovery, while at the same time securing just clean energy transitions for all, energy efficiency provides us with a win-win solution. And I'd like just to elaborate a little on that from an IEA perspective. We've recently published a sustainable recovery plan that shows the opportunities created by investing in sustainable recovery rather than following the path taken after other recent economic crises. If we take that sustainable path and invest wisely, we can lock out inefficient infrastructure, buildings, appliances and vehicles for decades to become. And importantly, the IEA has been looking at the number of jobs that can be created by a range of investments. And investing in energy efficiency and in buildings in particular, this pays the highest dividends in terms of job creation across the whole of the energy sector. And as an added bonus, and really important to this regional conversation, they're good quality local jobs as well. And I'll leave that introduction there and hopefully discuss these issues in more detail as the panel goes on. Thanks again.
I'm Eric Greff, and I'm working for NG, Technical Director. I'm based in Bangkok. NG in Southeast Asia, over 2,000 employees, over Singapore, Philippines, Thailand, and Malaysia. Our core activity is to provide energy efficient solution for our client, but we are so much involved in renewable. Either it's in each of these countries, so sorry for that. We see the energy as a very important topic because it's key, of course. And as Mel mentioned, energy efficiency is one of the way to reduce the carbon footprint of the cities, for example. As NG, we can see that the cities will be much more urban. More than 4 billion people live in the cities, and by 2050, there will be almost 7 out of 10 persons living in cities. These cities will need to become smarter in the use of the technology, in the use of the energy, and especially for cooling, which is a key challenge for the cities. Without the action to address energy efficiency, the energy demand for space cooling will more than triple by 2050. And in response to that, NG is one of the leaders in district cooling system, which are becoming the preferred cooling solution for cities and buildings. District cooling produces chill water to supply different buildings for the air conditioning, with technical efficiency, with space saving of space and reduction of cooling towers, for example, which is good for the environment and to avoid the temperature increase in the cities. ENGIE is one of the leader. Today we run 397 district cooling in the world, and in Southeast Asia we have activities in Malaysia with Megajana, Northgate in Manila, and Punggol Digital District in Singapore.
So thank you for having me, and yeah, happy to be here. My name is Gunther Fischer. I'm working with the European Investment Bank in Luxembourg and concentrate on a fund-of-fund vehicle there called the Global Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Fund. Some words, first of all, on the European Investment Bank before I say something on on GREF. So the EIB, the European Investment Bank, is the public infrastructure bank of the European Union, active in the EU and outside of the EU, with a heavy focus on climate mitigation and climate adaptation projects. Currently, 35% of our projects, of our finance, goes to climate action projects and outside of the European Union, and we intend to increase this to 2025 to 50%. So we're making a big push into climate action projects. And these are big amounts. The European Investment Bank last year in the group provided 72 billion euros to projects. So we're talking about substantial support and a substantial amount of finance that we try to channel to climate action. And energy efficiency projects are a big part of that, of the mitigation angle that we see. In the building side, we're financing near zero energy buildings. Inside of the EU, we're supporting affordable housing that is resource and energy efficient outside of the EU. And we see an opportunity in commercial and industrial energy efficiency in general. We have been active on the side of EIB as well in Vietnam with climate action global loans, but also with support to public sustainable transport, for instance, in metro systems. So that is the EIB. And now some words just on GREF, the specific fund that I'm focusing on. So that's the Global Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Fund. So the name says it already, we're focusing on energy efficiency and renewable energy projects in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We do this by working with local private equity funds, specialized teams in the countries that we want to address. We have invested in 15 projects worldwide, 15 fund vehicles worldwide, out of which 3 are in the energy efficiency space. So this is currently the smallest part of our focus. The renewable part is the bigger part, because energy efficiency is a more challenging bit. And I hope in the panel we talk a little bit about the challenges and how to overcome them. However, we see industrial and commercial energy efficiency as a good opportunity. With some of our funds, we're active in Vietnam as well. Until now, only on the renewable side, we have supported wind and hydro projects there. But we're moving also now with one of the teams into Southeast Asia. And I think there will be an opportunity as well in Vietnam to support energy efficiency projects. I'll stop here, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
So the first question I think we were supposed to be addressing is, what is the biggest challenge to prioritizing energy efficiency in this region? So maybe we can start with Mel.
Well, so we had a first fuel, the first fuel question was first. Do you think we've covered that enough, or?
Possibly not. So yeah, good point. Okay. What is the value of thinking about energy efficiency as the first fuel and go-to solution in Vietnam and the ASEAN region? Are you happy that you've covered that, Mel? Because we could mute Eric.
I'm happy to have another go, and they can.
Sure.
I guess. So thanks for the question. Energy efficiency as the first fuel has a major role to play in sustainable energy for all, particularly in this region, taking into account climate, affordability and access issues, as well as, of course, energy security, which Will mentioned earlier. In particular, we need to be emphasising what we need to do to achieve a peak in emissions, in carbon emissions this decade. by acting in the next 3 years. We don't have time to waste, and with energy efficiency, we know what to do now, and that's why we need to treat it first. We don't need to wait for new technologies to come along to make a huge contribution to sustainable development of our energy system. And while achieving those energy benefits, we also achieve the other benefits that energy efficiency brings. So if we do everything we know we can do today, we can peak emissions early and then continue to invest in decarbonisation for the longer term. But if we don't do that now, then the investment needed will become much more challenging and the goal is much less likely to be achieved.
Eric?
Yes, sorry for that. Energy is an essential commodity which enables socio-economic development. The energy transition, the world is embarking now further Paris Climate Agreement to a carbon neutral economy requires both a shift to renewable energy and a real major increase in energy efficiency. As mentioned by Mel, this cannot wait if we want to be able to provide the huge growth of electricity which will become in the next 10, 20 years. Energy efficiency is definitely the first and greenest fuel. 1 kilowatt saved means 1 kilowatt of additional capacity to be built, avoided, with of course all the expenses which are linked to that. Tackling energy efficiency can lead to significant improvement of companies' operational performance through various aspects such as cost reduction, less vulnerability to energy resources, and enhanced competitiveness. Tackling energy efficiency can improve also the access to more affordable energy for the people, increase human welfare and living standards. It will also, as it has been mentioned several times, create jobs while lifting up the requested skills to implement energy efficiency solution. Energy efficiency activity is more labor intensive and less capital intensive than the production of energy, be it through fossil fuels or renewable. The commitment of ENGIE is to deliver a green and sustainable future and to accelerate this transition to carbon neutral economy for businesses, cities, and industry. We can see in ASEAN that the green energy is definitively becoming the lowest cost energy source. And in the next few years, we will see effective storage which will emerge to help renewable energy efficiency to gain momentum. We can see green hydrogen is providing a possible way to store renewable energy. We expect that in the next 5 years, green hydrogen will be one key element to store renewable energy. So all this development means that in Southeast Asia countries, ASEAN will increase the green capacity massively. We can see that in Malaysia, in Philippines, in Singapore. And we expect that the development, the deployment of renewable and energy efficiency, we see their biggest growth certainly within the next 5-10 years. ENGIE, we have been through our own transition and we are now ready to help cities and corporates to implement their own carbon neutrality transition plan.
Great. Yeah, so just to reiterate on some of the points that I already made. So in terms of energy efficiency being a rapid and cost-effective way to address energy security, economic and environmental challenges in general. So I think it's very clear that energy efficiency is the most commercially viable way of channeling green finance at the moment in both buildings and industry, as well as the transport sector linked to sort of electric vehicles. So this is clear. I think in ASEAN there is a particular opportunity around strengthening grids. So we know that with all the intermittent renewables coming online over the next 5 to 10 years, grids do need to be stronger. That there is a problem with weak grids in this region. We know that in Vietnam, for example, there's a glut of sort of generation, which is destabilizing the grid to some extent, so EE can really help with that in the short term. So strategically, it makes sense in that sense. We know that enabling renewables is a good angle. It's the direction of travel globally. And I think in this region, there's more and more pressure coming to bear on coal and coal-fired power. And we know that's incompatible with a 1.5C future. So EE can help with this transition. And this COVID-19 context at the moment, so we know that job creation is one of the biggest reasons that EE should be prioritised at the moment. We know that more jobs per unit investment can be created than in almost any other area in the economy. I do think linked to that there's a risk that the stimulus money that we're seeing is not being tagged to green projects at the moment. It's more being aligned with existing or propping up existing businesses and existing economic sectors. It's not really being tagged to new opportunities and new sectors. So I think there's a risk that post-COVID-19, there's almost not enough money left, and EE is starting to fall down the agenda in this region rather than go up the agenda. So I think that's a concern and something worth talking more about.
Thank you. And just to add on these elements also from my side, as mentioned, I mean, energy efficiency brings the climate action angle, helps support energy independency for the markets where this is implemented. And as mentioned several times now already, job creation specifically also on a small scale. It's small and medium enterprises that are supported when energy efficiency projects are implemented, for instance, in hotels, exchanging lighting equipment, cooling equipment, and so on. So it's job creation, but also at a SME level, so which is very interesting. I would like to add just one point to that in terms of investor and specifically private investor angle. Energy efficiency investments can be a very nice diversifying element in the portfolio of investors. They tend to, when executed properly, they tend to provide stable returns that are less correlated with other investments, and that can help to diversify also the portfolio returns of an investor. So it is a nice complement to renewable energy investments, for instance, because it's diversifying the portfolio.
Very good. The next question is, in your opinion, what is the biggest challenge to prioritising energy efficiency? Mel?
Thanks for the question. It's an age-old difficulty with energy efficiency. There's so much going on at the moment, particularly in the context of the crisis, requiring government attention as it must, as public health must come first. It's very hard to devote the necessary resources to energy efficiency. It's very hard to make the invisible visible and make it very urgent when you can't see it. And it's always been much more easy to invest in things like supply. You know, people would like to talk about investment in renewables rather than reducing demand. So, and that's particularly the case in this region, because people have a sense that they just need more and more energy, and therefore why not just invest in supply. But of course, that's not the most cost-effective way to a sustainable energy system. Energy efficiency has always suffered by being quite complicated with high transaction costs, as Gunther will, I'm sure, attest. But in this digital age, it's becoming easier to aggregate investment and reduce those costs. So technology is bringing us new opportunities that we didn't have, you know, even 5 years ago. It's becoming easier through smart systems, cheap sensors, cheap telecoms technologies to monetize and savings from energy efficiency in real time. To become more convincing that energy efficiency really is as good as we say it is. There's much more evidence available to us. So I think whilst it's difficult, whilst it's challenging for governments, we do have a very bright future for energy efficiency brought about through new technology.
Eric?
Yeah, I wanted to mention what Mel touched base regarding the measurement of energy efficiency. Indeed, one of the biggest barrier is definitively to convince and to show that savings are possible. Today, indeed, we have technology exists. We have digital. We can easily measure energy users, wireless sensors, much cheaper sensors indeed, which will bring certainly a trust between the customer and the service provider of energy efficiency solution. So all that is good, but for us, one of the biggest barrier too is that energy subsidies for fossil fuels remain and actually distort the market, and in many countries hide the true cost of the energy production. So this makes energy efficiency solution more difficult and not in the top priorities of businesses. On top of that, businesses are used to manage their own energy, to do themselves without automatically going towards service provider, which are used and which can really build tailor-made solution for the specific business. So these are the main barriers that we can see.
Yeah. So just building on that, I mean, I completely echo the comment around the energy subsidies, so around fossil. So yeah, we're all well aware of how much of a problem this is. It hugely damages the business case for EE. This doesn't really make sense in this region where not only is sort of low-hanging fruit on energy efficiency widely available, but there are also abundant resources for renewable energy technologies that are just not being tapped into because of those subsidies. I guess another big barrier is the size of projects. So we know all about this too. So there's almost a sort of valley of death between the size of a project that businesses can afford to pay for themselves, and then the size of a project that's interested or banks tend to be interested in. And unfortunately, energy efficiency projects tend to fall between those two. So there's this aggregation piece which needs more attention. And then, yeah, the tendency for companies to focus on their core business. So even if the business case is good for EE, if they compare side by side with something they would do that they understand better, then they will focus on that. And so this is where trusted third parties are needed to help with the delivery of EE projects. And then you start talking about ESCOs. Unfortunately, the ESCO market in this region is not strong. And there's a lot of work needed in terms of regulation, capacity building, to support the ESCO market, and that can really help with the financing, given that ESCOs in theory are a good channel for putting forward CapEx that the company doesn't have to put forward themselves. And I guess finally the main barrier that we see is just the general lack of an ecosystem for EE. So there are many different ingredients needed for the functioning energy efficiency market. They almost all need to be dealt with at once. So if you try to deal with just one or two rather than the whole thing, then nothing works. So yeah, it's another difficult one. Over to you, Gunther.
Thank you. And challenges for energy efficiency, actually, I have my list here. So where should I start? I mean, I think the first angle is overall in what we see typically, energy efficiency is not, when you go to industrial customers or even commercial customers, it's not the top priority. Typically, it's about keeping the business running, and then somewhere down the line of priorities comes energy efficiency. Might be slightly different for very energy-intensive industries, but in general, unfortunately, the awareness and the priority of energy efficiency is not very high on the list. So I think there needs to be still some more awareness building and awareness creation. Specifically, and as Eric and Will mentioned already, energy efficiency projects are less capital intensive. They tend to be smaller, just in terms of comparison. What we are seeing, we often have combined funds that are looking at renewables and energy efficiency. It's easy to place 20, 30, 40, 50 million tickets in renewable energy projects. Energy efficiency, however, you're talking 500,000 to 5 million, depending on what you're doing. If you're changing lighting, existing lighting equipment in hotels or cooling equipment, it's just not big amounts. So you need to be able to somehow standardize it, aggregate it, to make it viable for you as an investor. There's certainly specialized knowledge needed in order to set the baselines, to establish the baselines, in order to establish the contracts as well, to provide the contractual basis. And you need to be able to do your analysis on your counterparty in terms of credit risk. There is an angle of being dependent on your counterparty, on your host, in terms of, you to a certain extent, hostage, if you will, if you implement energy efficiency ESCO modeled project. So you're dependent on your host functioning and being able and willing to honor the agreements. And the last one is also mentioned already by Will. Debt is a big issue. It would help to provide structured debt into energy efficiency projects, but also for banks. Often these instruments or these projects are too small, and the knowledge is not there, and the economies of scale to do them is not there. So again, awareness building and aggregation mechanisms. Over to you then again, Will, for coordinating us.
Fantastic. So the next question is, do the impacts of the pandemic create an opportunity for ASEAN to tackle some of the challenges facing energy efficiency projects in the region?
Thank you again for a great question. And the answer should be yes. But as Will said earlier, there has been a lot of talk about moving away from investments in, energy efficiency, for example, another what some people might think of as being optional type of projects, whereas they should be regarded as being the most important, the required projects. So in particular, we think, of course, that the billions that are in the process of being spent on boosting economies should be directed to renewing aging infrastructure, making that infrastructure compatible with the digital age, locking in energy savings and locking out efficiencies for the long term. So taking this opportunity to have this major injection of capital in our environment and make that long-term decision to have a green recovery. I mean, we've already talked about jobs, but buildings in particular, where you've got high quality local jobs for the long term, that will be of a long-term benefit to societies, providing services that will be there for decades to come. So, our suggestion is that this money be invested in a green recovery, and we kind of create these high-value jobs and reap the benefits of healthier and more productive environments for the long term.
Eric?
As mentioned by Mel, indeed, this pandemic should have triggered more needs, more requests for energy efficiency. But clearly, the priority is, of course, to address this COVID-19 pandemic. But the climate emergency hasn't gone away. And we need to continue to focus and to deal with climate change and facilitate the transition. Cost-effective and low-risk solution with minimal capex, cash outlay exist. So the organization should get back to thinking and investing to transform their business, especially during this lower activity, for long-term sustainability and as soon as possible. We have requests. We can see that hotels, for example, are looking for quick wins, for very short return. We try to explain them that it's exactly the right moment to think further and to prepare their business to recover after the pandemic. So we can see that some organizations are experiencing difficulties, and it's the right time to invest actually in sustainable solution. Retrofitting building and them will make them more competitive, more efficient, will contribute to retain jobs in the construction sector, for example, and will prepare this business to be more competitive post-COVID. Energy efficiency also increase the value of the building. So I think it's a good time to invest in energy efficiency solution. Now we need to start, I mean, everyone, businesses and service provider need to start thinking about the world that we want to see. And we need to accelerate this energy transition to avoid catastrophic effect, I would say, in terms of climate change. So for all the businesses who plan to stay in their game for long haul, they should look at short-term possibilities and to continue to look for ways to be greener and more efficient.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, no, I think it's a really great question. I think the pandemic has shaken things up to a point that society may be more accepting of innovation and change at this period in time than it has been for a very long time. And so I think there's a great opportunity to realign the way that we do things. I think people are more conscious that that needs to take place. So I think, yeah, the other angle is all this spending by governments can be channeled differently to how it has been in the past. I do think in ASEAN it's not so easy. I think there were budget constraints before the pandemic, and there will be budget constraints after, and I think there isn't heaps of money to throw around per se, and so there may be a role for donors to support local governments with not only the stimulus spending, but finding the money and allocating it appropriately. But I think, yeah, there is a big risk that unfortunately we're going to see more business as usual, and that the tagging of stimulus money has not taken place in terms of green projects so far. So I think there is still an opportunity, but we may miss a trick. And I think it's really important that energy efficiency is considered, as I said before, in the context of job creation.
Thank you. Yeah, and in terms of COVID challenges and opportunities for energy efficiency, obviously COVID created a number of challenges for energy efficiency, for the implementation of energy efficiency projects. If we look at the sectors where we are active, tourism, hospitality, worldwide, they have been majorly affected. Hotels not being fully utilized or having to close down because tourism is breaking away. So it creates challenges for the host companies of energy efficiency, specifically in this sector. Secondly, obviously, it creates challenges because of volatility of energy prices. Unfortunately, with oil prices coming down, some of the competitors for energy efficiency, fossil fuels, have become more competitive. So overall, this creates a challenge, and also in general, the volatility in fuel prices creates challenges. Not to speak about volatility of economic activity in general and currency prices. However, there are some bright spots in there. Now, looking at also what Eric mentioned in terms of increasing competitiveness of the actors in energy efficiency, this is an opportunity to increase your competitiveness. And looking at the tourism sector, at the hospitality sector specifically, with utility being very low for the time being, this might be the occasion to go into the hotels and exchange again the cooling equipment without major detraction from your core business, because the utilization currently is low. So there are some opportunities in this COVID. We will turn the corner as well and utilization will go up, but this is now the opportunity then to take the time, invest the money to become more competitive and without major disruption of the main activity in some of these sectors.
Great. The next question is, what is motivating Asian-based companies to invest in energy efficiency, and what is missing to support more investment?
Start with, in terms of what's motivating Asian-based companies to invest in energy efficiency, I think the short answer is not enough. We're seeing a slowdown in investment in energy efficiency worldwide, and of course in this region too. And generally, when we look at how most progress is made in terms of energy efficiency, it only happens when there's really strong government policy in place. So Will mentioned earlier that there aren't that many funds in public budgets here in this region. But if those funds are used to create strong policy, then private sector investment follows. That's always been the way all around the world. So what we really need to do is get that priority right in terms of policy. We need governments to set out clear requirements, clear targets, and do that for the long term so that companies can invest with confidence. But without those things, we won't see a turnaround and we won't see that motivation happen.
Eric?
In ASEAN, there is we estimated to more than $40 billion in potential energy savings. Of course, this includes construction, but also transportation. But in the building sector, I mean, for different regulations are there in most of the countries. But I believe that the government agencies overseeing the different energy policies need better coordination to enforce actually the existing policies and standards. The building code is very important. We can see in Singapore where the building energy code are implemented and enforced, that the past years the energy efficiency increased by 15–20%. And in Singapore, for example, the target is to reach 80% of green building by 2030, and they are on the right track. So financing is, I don't see that as an issue, because we can see in the panel that funds are there. It's indeed a little bit difficult to implement because it's a scattered business. Projects are not really capital intensive. So the goal is certainly to bundle energy efficiency project within some funds. So this could be one of the solutions.
Thanks, Eric. Yes, so I really agree with all the points we've just heard. Yeah, the policy and regulation is probably not driving Asian-based companies to invest in EE as much as it should be. So I fully agree with Mel that more money needs to be spent on helping governments to improve that policy and regulation. So that leaves sort of obvious cost savings being the main driver for the private sector at the moment. But they are not necessarily aware of the size of their opportunities, and so this point around better data and more better data becoming more available over time, I think is going to be very important. And I think that the cost savings and the business case for projects on offer is still very healthy, even though we are seeing lots of fossil fuel subsidy. I think there are plenty of projects out there with good paybacks. So it's about identifying those projects and helping companies understand how to implement them. Of course, there's this issue around upfront capex, and that needs to be resolved. And in terms of other drivers for Asian-based companies, I think it's worth mentioning the supply chain or the value chain. So obviously, in many markets, the direction of travel on sustainability is becoming stronger and stronger. So we're seeing that clearly in the EU, and increasingly so it will be in the US and in China. And I think that will affect the ASEAN region enormously. I think that companies in those larger markets will be setting targets, and those targets will trickle down. They will put pressure on their supply chain to become more sustainable. Obviously, that's a sort of more longer term piece, and it won't necessarily affect SME in the short term. But I think that's going to change. And then finally, the angle around sort of accessing finance. So I think companies increasingly will have to deliver on sustainability, including energy efficiency targets, in order to access finance. So that will be an angle in the coming years.
Yeah, the question was motivating Asian-based companies to invest in energy efficiency. I would agree as well, not enough. We at AEB, we did a study and we published a study on energy efficiency projects middle of this year, summer 2020, asking European-based companies what is motivating them to invest in energy efficiency and how many are looking at that. And we found that less than half of the companies surveyed were actually investing in energy efficiency projects, only about 40%. This is more than in the previous years, but it's still very low. So I think currently there is not enough motivation. And I think it's coming down also to awareness. So one of the elements is awareness building, and what can be done is awareness building with the companies themselves, is awareness building also with the providers of financing, specifically for the banks, so that they understand what energy efficiency projects are, the upsides, the downsides, so that they can assess this from their risk perspective, and hopefully then also find ways to finance it in aggregation mechanisms. Standardization is an element, again, this economies of scale angle. How can you help providers of finance to standardize this? So I'm thinking about standardized contracts, for instance, which an ESCO and Energy Efficiency Association could provide to its partners as a template that would be available for partners to build upon. We mentioned aggregation mechanisms, and on a broader scale as well, on the economy, from a policy regulatory environment, it is the question of a stable, foreseeable, plannable regulatory environment, gradually increasing energy efficiency standards that are foreseeable, that are plannable, so that, as discussed, these are longer term investments, so that investors coming into this have a clear framework in which they can act and can rely on that, and that would incentivize then also external investors putting their money in, but I think as well companies themselves putting internal resources to executing energy efficiency investments.
Great. I'm just conscious of time. Yuan, should we skip to the final question rather than answer the interim one, which is more around what our organisations are doing on energy efficiency?
Agree.
Does anybody have a preference?
Preference is go to the last question, because on your self-introduction, more or less you have explained about your organisation.
Very good.
Okay. Continue.
So the final question is, what should we get excited about on energy efficiency?
We should get excited about the opportunity and the possibility to do things to make a difference quickly. And in terms of what the IEA does, we're all about making policy recommendations based on good evidence. And our recommendations for the moment would be that we prioritise quick wins. So deep retrofits of government buildings can deliver improvements to hospitals, schools, social housing and offices. We should be leveraging existing programs so we can supercharge existing programs, their administration, their contracts, their guidelines, their delivery partners for faster and safer programs. As mentioned, we standardise, whether it's contracts, designs, or lists of approved technologies and products. Standardisation reduces costs and risks and makes for a simpler, quicker outcome. We need to make sure we set the level of ambition right so that we don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We shouldn't set the energy efficiency requirement too high, but it should be high enough. So we need to be realistic about, particularly in this current climate, about price, supply and demand constraints. We need to get levels of incentives right. We need incentives, of course, but we shouldn't be paying for things that would happen anyway. We want to reduce the whole boom and bust cycles that have happened in past incentive periods. And we need to, the really important thing is, as we've talked about a lot throughout these questions during this session, is turn short-term impacts into long-term transformations. So harness the investment from stimulus programs to lock in changes through improvements to building codes, for example. And most importantly is that we have to do all of this now.
Great. Eric.
We should be excited about energy efficiency because indeed the opportunities are there. The market is very large. I would say that 90% of the facilities that we audit can save easily 10 to 20% of energy consumption. Either it is energy conservation or energy efficiencies solution. So I believe that, as I mentioned, that government agencies should have a better coordination and to make sure that policies are enforced and that the standards are there. I believe also that subsidies of energy fossil fuel should be phased out and used in parallel for energy efficiency awareness to lift up vocational skills in order to implement energy solution. We see also that what is missing is a regulation to focus on data-driven framework, database containing information about energy usage, benchmark, the best in the class building, markets or energy efficiency opportunities, but also on energy efficiency technologies. So this is a little bit my synthesis.
Great. Yeah, so in terms of getting excited, I think decarbonisation in general is building a huge amount of momentum in the last few years, and we're seeing, you know, the Greta Thunberg movement. We're seeing just generally this emerging as a huge trend. The price of renewables coming down. The projections for renewables are now very, very positive. So I think solar and wind are looking to double in the next 4 or 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. And it would be great to see similar successes with energy efficiency. And I think that's completely possible given the right sort of paradigm or the right enabling frameworks. I think in this region, the size of the opportunity is very exciting. There's an enormous amount to be done. I think cooling should be mentioned for this region. Electricity demand is going to grow hugely linked to cooling. And I think there are some disruptive business models coming in around cooling in particular. So cooling as a service being an example of a very interesting one. I think private sector business models being disruptive, even in the context of difficult regulation, is exciting. Yeah, and I also look forward to more ambitious policy and regulation in general. And most recently, we've seen sort of in the Philippines a new law come through on energy efficiency, and there are other countries in the region doing similar ambitious policy and regulation projects. So I think there's lots going on, and yeah, green finance as well. And I hope that green finance can lead to more linkages with pipelines of projects over the next few years.
Yes, what can we get excited about in the future of energy efficiency? I have 2 points on this one. The first one, I think we're seeing some evolvement in some of the business models. The issue of aggregation of energy efficiency projects, we're seeing movements to super ESCOs, if you will, energy service companies who also can provide the finance and are able then to aggregate a number of projects, building on standardization again, and address this issue of small energy efficiency projects and the economies of scale question. The second element as well, on the financing project side, what we say see in evolving business models is that in some cases it's moving beyond the pure ESCO model towards a provision of service. As Will mentioned, cooling as an issue. We've seen now that as energy efficiency, an investor in an energy efficiency project moves away from refurbishing or working with the host in terms of doing the energy efficiency service at the host, but directly moves to providing certain amount of cool air during a period of time, which is then generated with more energy efficient equipment. The same we see for steam, so that this model, this business model, in some cases goes away from the energy services savings element to a provision of a certain service, cool air, steam, also with more energy efficient equipment, with certain advantages then in terms of the contract structures, and it becomes for investors easier to understandable in a lot of cases and to implement. So that's the first element where you can get excited about some evolution in business models to address the deficiencies. And the second element also on the financing side, in the private equity field, we see that the actors, private equity actors, are becoming more professional about energy efficiency. We see first dedicated energy efficient funds that have, with their fund managers, these tools, speaking of contracts, to implement the projects, the knowledge, the understanding on the ground to do these projects, and to get private equity, the financiers, interested in this. So that's another element. So as a source of financing, this is moving into energy efficiency, and that's an exciting factor for me there.
Great. I think we're done.
Very good. Thank you very much. And again, also thank you, Will, for the coordination. I think it worked quite well in this context.
We got there. Thanks a lot, everyone. Really great.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much to these panelists for expanding on some of the issues as well as sharing the insights on energy efficiency. Truly very interesting. Now, coming up is a spotlight panel on South Korean solutions and collaboration opportunities with ASEAN. Now, let us invite the panelists to share their knowledge and case studies. You're also encouraged to post questions through the Swap Card platform. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, distinguished ASEAN member states and attendees and exhibitors. This is Luke Park from Korea Gas Safety Corporation. We'll make a presentation with the title of the Providing a Better Energy Option LPG Pipeline Network System here in today. I'm very pleased to make a presentation in the event of ASEAN Energy Business Forum of the country partner Republic of Korea. Next, please. In this page, I will shortly explain the status of city gas supply in Korea. About city gas supply in Korea, the first, city gas provides gas supply for house heating, cooking, water heatings. And city gas was introduced in late 1918, and it has been expanded to supply half of residential energy demand. It means city gas to the final residential energy consumption 2.7% in 1919 to the 47.1% in 2013, and lastly 45.5% in 2015. City gas industry faces a strained market as the rate of increase in city gas supply continues to go and down. Next, please. Also, city gas is supplied only through pipeline. It has been developed mainly around areas which are densely populated, such as a big city, for example, Seoul, Incheon, Daegu, Busan, and so on. As of 2019, city gas penetration rate is 98%, 60% in Seoul, while 47% in Gangwon province. Gangwon province, destination of the density of population in Gangwon is much lower than Seoul. Seoul is the capital city of in Korea. Next, please. Although city gas will be expanding in Korea, certain districts will not be able to get the city gas supply due to the low business feasibility and the low density of population in the area. It means among 229 districts and 216 districts will have a gas supply through city gas system. Also, city gas companies are reluctant to invest in those districts as they do have enough demand to recover huge investment costs. Next, please. In this chapter, I explain the challenge in areas without access to city gas. Without city gas supply, a typical household can pay for house heating for cooking more up to 60%. In the area without city gas network system, households generally use liquefied petroleum gas in small cylinder, such as 10 kilogram or 20 kilogram LPG vessel or kerosene heating oils. However, the area without city gas services are low-income rural area. Thus, there exists disparity in energy costs across regions in Korea. Next, please. If so, how about the alternative in Korea government? In this chapter, I will explain how to promote the energy situation in regions without city gas supply. The main legal, medium and long-term master plan, one of the long-term master plan is the long-term natural gas supply, and the demand plan proposed those rural area to establish a gas supply system as follows. It means LPG storage tank and plus LPG pipeline network system like a city gas network system. Supplying gas using LPG storage tank and pipeline is less expensive than LPG small cylinder, but also promotes safety and convenience. The scale of the LPG pipeline project consists of two kinds of projects. The first is the town level. It means areas with 30 to 70 households. The second is the county level, areas with 500 to 8,000 households. In progress in 20 counties by completed 20 counties by 2020 in this year. Next, please. In this chapter, I will explain the LPG pipeline network system shortly. The outline of this project consists of 4 parts. The project objectives is providing a better energy option in rural area in Korea. The project content, the second is the project content, means providing funding for building LPG supply facilities such as LPG storage tank and underground pipeline, and so on. The third is the source of the funds, budget. 50% from the central government, 40% from a local government, 10% from beneficiary. It means household in the area. Participants Participants is Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, is central government in charge of project planning and site selection, local government in charge of securing distribution, approving business license, Korea LPG Pipeline Institute in charge of responsible for the entire project process, including operator, for example, fuel provider, contract, and so on, selection, construction, and supervision, and so on. The fuel LPG provider in charge of gas supply and safety management. Lastly, contractor in charge of installation of the LPG storage tanker and underground pipelines. Next, please. In this page, we will be able to introduce the main facility to be installed with the project of LPG pipeline network system. LPG storage tank located on public land, and its capacity can be 2.9 ton to 50 tonnage. LPG underground pipeline is built as street and sidewalk laid lower than water and sewage pipelines. Like this, like the three pictures. Next, please. Pipeline and LPG boiler a consumer property. Incoming pipes from LPG supply pipeline to single-family houses and multi-unit dwellings. LPG boiler as well. Next, please. In this page, I will introduce the case of town level LPG, small town level of LPG pipeline installation in Korea. This is the one sample in town level LPG pipeline installation. Shinwon town and Jincheongun, Chungcheongbuk, a small, very small town in the center of Korea. The number of household is 37. Budget is 250,000 US dollar. Just before, as I explained, the central government financed by 120,000 US dollar. Local government was financed 110 US dollar, and lastly, self individually financed 20,000 US dollar. Fuel before the project means LPG cylinder for cooking, kerosene for house heatings. Mapping pipeline is left and main facility pictures in right. Next, please. The benefit of the LPG pipeline project will be explained briefly. Reducing the burden of the fuel cost on residents by simplifying the supply chain from before situation, LPG cylinder, in case of the LPG cylinder, from LPG station, sales office, lastly to the distributed to the household, but also in case of this system, LPG storage tank and underground pipeline, so directly from LPG operator to the household distribution. LPG can supplied for house heating with bulk supply system, not only for cooking and heatings. Next, please. In this chapter, I explain the development of safety system in LPG pipeline network system, but this is the progress. As areas equipped with LPG underground pipelines are growing steadily, we need to develop safety system carefully. Almost 300 towns emits about 20,000 households received gas supply through LPG underground pipeline. In addition, Korea government plans to establish large-scale LPG underground pipeline network system for 20 counties with more than 500 residential households. Because the pipelines are laid underground, there are always some risks of damage by other construction. It means necessary to manage database of underground pipeline systematically. Also, the area of mainly occupied by elderly people who are not familiar with learning new gas system in Korea. To prevent accidents caused by customers, clear list needs a safety management system needs to be developed. Next, please. Elements of safety management system consist of 4 points. The one monitoring pipeline and the other facility for 24 hours. Second, records and information management, safety check and replacement and maintenance, management of LPG underground pipeline and other facilities. The third, minimizing damage to the pipelines and the facilities by providing accurate information when constructing other facilities nearby. The last, appointing safety manager regulated by LPG Safety Control and Business Act in Korea. After that, Mr. Lee Sang-yeol will make a presentation global LPG market shortly. Next, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Park, for your presentation and detailed story about the case here in Korea. My name is Sang-yeol Lee, working for Korea Energy Economics Institute. I'd like to briefly talk to you about the recent global LPG gas market trend. Okay, so let's get started. As all of us are aware of it, natural gas liquid production of U.S. has rapidly increased thanks to the shale gas productions. So on average, it increased by 8.7% annually from 2008 to 2016. If we compare it with 1990s, please take a look at the first graph on the slide. We find that the total volume of NGL became just almost doubled now in 2020. The U.S. LPG production, which is extracted from the NGL, is very significant in the world market because it accounts for a quarter of world total productions a year. So, and it is expected that the United States LPG gas production is going to be more influential in the future because of the expansion of shale gas development. Along with the growth of the production, the exports of United States LPG gas are also increasing. And the US EIA anticipates that the US LPG gas exports is going to be more than double by 2040. Next slide, please. Okay, so the growth of the US LP gas exports has led to a decline in the world gas prices. So accordingly, the Asian countries like Korea and Japan that have traditionally relied on the Middle East countries to import are getting better off by obtaining the more options to import and stronger bargaining powers. Considering the current trend, we expect that the U.S. LP gas exports is going to be playing a role in the pulling down the world prices for the time being. So consequently, we can take these advantages now. Under these conditions, we can improve economic viabilities in LP gas distribution to the rural areas using installing the LP gas tank and pipeline networks, which is actually being done here in Korea. Okay, that's it. So thank you.
Future Energy Asia for this fall, I think it creates eager to have more opportunity to exchange the information and get more connectivity with the other suppliers because we are new buyer in LNG business, and this fall we will have more business networking, and we also see the famous company to join for conference, so we have a chance to exchange some idea or some opportunity for our future procurement of ICANN.
All right, I think for the Future Energy Asia 2020, I can see many people in the industry, lots of experts coming for this event, and then I learned a lot from the conference session that for the new strategy and also the new trend and technology in the future energy for this Asia, and also for the networking. I see many family friends in the business, and then we have a chance to meet and then have some discussion and then have the plan for the follow-up for the business opportunity.
We believe that this is a perfect opportunity for Venture Global. And Venture Global, although we have achieved FID on our first project and actively marketing our second project, we're still a new player in the market. And by being here, by being a sponsor, by showing our faces in this conference, we're able to show not just all the industry, but especially in Southeast Asia, that we're committed to providing low-cost, competitive LNG.
It has been a very good event, and as an organization, I think these are opportunities for us to listen from the government, the national oil company, and the various players in the industry. What are the trends? What are the long-term strategies, in particular with reference to energy transition? And this will help us really to position the company properly, to support operators and national oil company to move forward and faster in the energy transition journey.
Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that video. And we'd also like to thank the last panel for the insightful sharing on South Korean solutions and collaboration opportunities in ASEAN. Now, our next segment is titled Energy Project Investment Opportunities across ASEAN. Now, ASEAN member states each will give a 10 to 15-minute presentation of latest energy initiatives and business opportunities and how you can contribute to the member states' sustainable development. Now, the first presentation will be delivered by Sustainable Energy Development Authority, Malaysia, to share SEDA's perspectives and role in strengthening renewable growth and also promoting renewables investment in Malaysia. Let us invite CEO of SEDA, Dr. Sanjayan Valaudham, please.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sanjay from the Sustainable Energy Development Authority. Allow me to firstly also congratulate the ASEAN Center for Energy for organizing this AEBF conference and also for the kind invite to SEDA. And today I will be talking about the perspectives of renewable growth in Malaysia and also how investments could be enhanced to ensure that the RE is growing at a rate that we want in Malaysia. Let me share that experience with you. So, just to those who are really not very familiar with the Sustainable Energy Development Authority, to share with you, we are an agency under the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, established in 2011 under an act called SEDA Act. Among others, one of the main or two main focus areas that we want in our functions is to promote, stimulate, and facilitate the development of sustainable energy. When we talk about sustainable energy, of course, it includes both energy efficiency and renewable energy. And number two is we advise the minister and government entities on all matters relating to sustainable energy. So that's sort of a brief in terms of how SEDA contributes to the growth of RE in Malaysia as a government agency. Next slide, please. So what has been our journey and our continued commitment towards the growth of RE? In the 8th Malaysia Plan from 2001 to 5, that was when we initially introduced RE as the fifth fuel, apart from the fossil fuels that were in the electricity energy mix. And in the 9th Malaysian Plan, we actually set certain targets for grid-connected renewable energy, 350 megawatts. In the 10th Malaysian Plan, because after the 9th Malaysian Plan, we set targets of 350 megawatts. At the end of that plan, we were nowhere close to those targets we set. We were very much less than the target of 350 megawatts. So in the 10th Malaysian Plan, consciously with a lot of discussions, the Malaysian government enacted an RE Act or Renewable Energy Act, where the policy and regulatory frameworks were put in place to catalyze and incentivize the growth of RE in the country. So today we are basically within the 11th Malaysian Plan, and in the 11th Malaysian Plan, we had set targets around 2,000 megawatts to be connected to the grid. And our commitment to the global community is also that we have committed and ratified the Paris Accord. And we have also committed to reduce our greenhouse gas intensity by 45% compared to 2005. Next slide, please. So just now we talked about in the 11th Malaysian Plan, where we are presently, we should be reaching about 2,000 over megawatts. So if you look at this national installed capacity mix in the electricity sector, we are today excluding large hydros at about 6% in 2019, which is slightly more than 2,000 megawatts. And if you include all large hydros, then we are at about 22, 23%, which basically also tells us we have got 78% of fossil fuels in our electricity mix. Next slide. So when you look at the resources and the potential that we have in Malaysia, that when we're talking about investments and RE growth, this is an important aspect to be considered, is the technical potential we have. And being within the, what we call the equatorial belt, solar definitely is a prominent aspect of renewable energy that could be used to reach those RE targets that we want. Apart from that, we've got a lot of hydro potential, and then we have got the bioenergy, which includes biomass and biogas. There's a little of geothermal in Malaysia, which has not been exploited yet, but it is still something that we could look at in the future. Next slide, please. So when we talked about that 20% of renewable energy, what constitutes to the 23%, as you can see, the light blue bar is about the large hydros. So a big chunk of the renewable energy when we talk about in Malaysia is coming from large hydros. And the second biggest that is growing is the yellow bar or the orange bar that is basically solar. And apart from that, because of the plantations, the palm oil plantations, we have a lot of biomass and biogas as well, and small hydros, which is the dark blue frame. Next slide, please. So just to give you an overview of what are the renewable energy programs in Malaysia presently being undertaken. So I did mention that in 2011, we had the RE Act. And under the Act, one of the mechanisms that was in the forefront was called the feed-in tariff. And within the feed-in tariff, the four major renewable sources was, of course, solar, biogas, biomass, and small hydro. But what happened is in 2016, solar was taken out of the feed-in tariff system simply because it became more competitive in price. So it came out of the FIT program, and we started other programs called the large-scale solar, net energy metering, and self-consumption modules. We'll talk about the net energy metering a little bit in detail later. And what remained today in the FIT program or the feed-in tariff program is biogas, biomass, and small hydro. Next slide, please. So when we talked about the feed-in tariff, and it was introduced in 2011, and you can see the growth over the years, the CAGR is set about 40%. And obviously, again, the major contributor to that growth has been solar. But as I said, in 2016, solar was taken out of the FIT system for other various programs like the large-scale solar and net energy metering. So you can see from 2017 onwards, solar stabilizes. So the focus of the feed-in tariff program or the FIT program today is on small hydro, biomass, and biogas. While biogas seems to have the highest growth rate, but in actual absolute numbers, it's still small because it started from a very low base. So we hope this trajectory is going to continue for the next few years in helping us reach the commitments and targets that we have set for ourselves. Next slide, please. So when we talked about the net energy metering, I think one of the concepts when we took solar out of the feed-in tariff was to allow residential, domestic people who can directly get involved in actually generating and using green energy in their house. And so the net energy metering allows anyone to fit solar panels on top of their roof, and part of that excess energy could be sold back to what we call the distribution licensee, who will buy these excess electricity back into the grid when there is more energy that is being generated from your rooftops. So this program was to allow domestic residential people to come on board. It also allows commercial and industrial, and we have also included agricultural. Next slide, please. So this is the growth of NEM from the time it was introduced in 2016. The first few years, you can see that there was little growth. And one of the things that we think could have influenced this was, it is called the NEM 1.0. You can see that on your right-hand side of the slides, where the pricing in which the distribution licensee buys back any excess was set at displaced cost, or a fixed cost that was a little bit lower than the tariff they sold you the electricity for. But in 2018, end of 2018 and 2019, there was what we call one-to-one offset mechanism. So there was a mechanism, a pricing mechanism, a business model that was changed from displaced cost to one-to-one. What does one-to-one offset means? That simply means that the excess electricity that you sell to the distribution licensee from your generation would be at the same tariff levels of that which you buy from the utility. And with that, we have seen a lot more uptake, as you can see, a slight exponential growth over the last 2 years. And the impacts has been, of course, industrial and commercial, but there is also considerable growth in the domestic. Next slide, please. So when we talk about strategic framework, the vision is to ensure that Malaysia reaches its RE targets by 2025. So in 2018, Malaysia set 20% of the electricity mix to be contributed by RE. And we will continue to enhance the decarbonization of the electricity sector until 2035 within the limitations of the acceptability of the system. But at the same time, we need to look at the trilemma or the trade-offs between price affordability, system stability, and environmental sustainability. So with this context, there are 4 pillars in which we are focusing on in technology-specific pillars. And rightfully in Malaysia, solar is one of the biggest pillars, and we will continue to enhance programs in these pillars, be it the large solar scale or the net energy metering. And we will look at different business models that will be then favorable to the industries in terms of bringing in the investments to support that industry. And when we talk about large scale solar, we look at enhancing how floating solar could be part of that equation. We also look at solar parks that could be part of that equation to bring in solar into the grid. And then bioenergy. And Malaysia has also a lot of plantations, palm oil plantations. When we talk about bioenergy, it's biogas and biomass. And within biomass, there's also a special interest in moving municipal solid waste and how that can be used to waste to energy conversions into electricity. The other one is hydro. And as you could see earlier, there is a lot of potential for hydro. And there are more than 180 river basins that really need to be studied in terms of the hydrogeological studies to ensure the priorities in which good hydro systems could then be built to be part of the electrical network in Malaysia. Finally, new solutions and resources. Here we talk about innovative solutions. Technology in all its different guises are going to be part of that solution. And when we talk about this, we also include things like wind. Presently, wind is not available in Malaysia, but we need to do the feasibility studies to understand offshore, onshore wind, and that's probability of low speed wind turbines. Hydrogen economy is something that we're looking at in terms of green hydrogen and how that could fit into the equation. Coupled with battery storage when we talk about ensuring stabilities of the system. So those are the four major pillars that we'll be looking into. And when we talk about enhancing, enabling initiatives, the first one is, of course, ensuring that we have the reforms in the electricity sector. And recently, Malaysia tried to do a sandbox, we did a sandbox of peer-to-peer electricity trading, and then to understand the impacts of the business model, the impacts of wheeling charges, the impacts of the legal and regulatory framework. And these are all some things that are continued to be studied and worked on as part of enabling a reform that may be required in the electricity sector as we move along. Number two is basically bringing the finance to RE. And this, Malaysia in 2019 did a green energy task force that had come out with a couple of recommendations in ensuring the continuity or enhancing the financial sector to support the RE industry. And number three is future readiness. Here is the human capital growth that is necessary in a nascent industry, the local supply chain that needs to be built on, and the R&D by institutes of higher learning. And finally, it's system flexibility. When we talk about the biggest impact or the contributor to the RE growth in Malaysia is solar, then we also must address the question of intermittency of variable solar, and grid flexibility is an important issue that needs to be studied on. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, in relation to the topic, what could influence an investor's attitude towards RE investments? I think one of the main concerns is the mindset of the investor itself, the commitment towards climate change and issues of environment. And these are sometimes influenced by institutional pressures. Investors consider whether this is accepted in the country, or whether it's only encouraged in the country, or is it something that has been implemented by their circle of influence, be it consultants, be it their competitors. So there is a whole investor's commitment that needs to be understood from where the investors are coming in. And from our experience in Malaysia, policy and regulatory framework, definitely it needs to build onto the conducive environment for investments and what the investors are looking at. And timely interventions of policies are definitely important, because preconditions, understanding risk and benefits before a policy is set in place is very important, and to avoid any market failures. Technology adequacy. This is basically, in this region, RE is still seen as a nascent industry. And so it is expected to impose greater uncertainties and the understanding of the technologies that are needed by the various stakeholders. So the knowledge and the awareness by the stakeholders, not just the investors, sometimes the financial institutions and so forth. And finally, it is the RE operational context of that country. When we talked about the grid flexibility, the amount of intermittency that can be admitted into the grid is an operational issue that needs to be understood by each country and investors. So finally, allow me to state that I think we should continue to reduce our dependency on petroleum products, and by accelerating the renewable energy and making energy transition an integral part of the wider recovery that we want to see. And governments, I'm sure, can achieve the needed economic prosperity, social development, and environmental preservation to make sure we go towards a greener forms of energy. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity once again, and hopefully you have a fruitful ASEAN meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Sanjay for that presentation. Now, our next presentation will focus on Myanmar's energy policies, initiatives and investment opportunities. Let's invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Electricity from Myanmar, U Dan Zor, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, I would like to say, Minglawa, good morning to you all. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tanzo, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Electricity and Energy. Today, I would like to present for the energy policy initiative and opportunity of the electricity and the energy sector in the Myanmar. This is the content of the electricity in the maybe the 8th headline. We issue the national electricity and the energy policies that we have the 12 heading. We had already issued the 3 law and the 2 rule for the electricity and the energy sector. This method showing the installed capacity and the electricity generation. This measure showing existing transmission line and the substation. We have the totally transmission lines the 440 and the substation the 370. This bar graph is showing the demand focus up to the 2000. We demand electricity focus. In the 2030, we need the 14,542 megawatts. This is showing the national electrification plan up to the 2030. We had maybe the 100% achievement. This is the Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan. We have the 28 strategies and the 251 action plan. This we show the linkage between MSDB and the project fund. This is a generation, transmission, and the distribution plan up to the 2030. We have maybe the total project number 268. We put the power project listed in the project fund total 27 numbers. This is a key opportunity for the investment in the power sector. This is a content for the energy sector, current status of upstream petroleum sector, and current status of downstream petroleum sector, and natural gas demand and supply forecast, between status and the key opportunity in the energy sector. We would like to present for the current status of the upstream petroleum sector. This map is showing that our country has the 17 sedimentary basin of the Myanmar. It's both onshore and offshore. We are showing the block on the production sharing contracts both onshore and offshore. We have the totally 104 blocks. 53 block for onshore and the 51 block for offshore. And the contract type is maybe the PSC contract, IPRC contract, PCC, and the MPCC contract. This is showing our daily production of wine and gas. For wines, we produce the 5,000 barrel per day from onshore and the 1,000 barrel per day condensate from the offshore, totally 6,000 barrel per day. For the gas, we produce 50 million scf per day from on land and maybe the 1.75 billion scf per day for the offshore, total 1.8 billion scf per day. Export to Thailand is maybe the 880 million scf per day, and export to China is 500 million scf per day. For domestic use is 420 billion scf per day. This platform is showing for our existing offshore production projects in Myanmar. This is the Yana project, Yeragon project, Shui project, and the Zotica project. For the gas distribution, we produce 50 million scf per day from the onshore. All we use for the CNG station and the petrochemical plant for the domestic. From the Yana project, we produce daily 800 million scf per day and the 600 million scf per day for the export, Thailand, and the 200 million scf per day for domestic. We use the maybe the Yangon area, the gas turbine and GEG and the GEG. Mostly it's maybe the electricity sector. From the Yeragon project, daily initial stage, the daily production is maybe the 400 million, but they are now declined, they reach to the 500 million, all are exported to the Thailand. From the Zotica project, we produce the daily production is 300 million scf per day, 230 million scf per day export to Thailand, and 70 million scf per day for the domestic. We are mostly used in the maybe the gas turbine. From Shui project, on the western part of the Myanmar, we produce 600 million scf per day and the 500 million scf per day to export China, and the 100 million scf per day for the domestic, mostly in the maybe the electricity center for generation. We would like to show that the presentation, the operations maybe the currently in the petroleum sector. For the onshore blocks, maybe the IOC company, international one company, are currently working in the 22 blocks, and the termination process 10 blocks, open maybe the 21 blocks. For the offshore, international one company are maybe the working in the exploration and working in the maybe the 17 blocks. Termination process 14 blocks are open, 20 blocks. Maybe they're coming soon. We will issue the tender at the time you can participate. That block are showing for them. Maybe they're coming soon, between now. For onshore blocks, 21 blocks, and the offshore block 22 blocks. Is a participate. You can participate. This was showing the wine and pipeline what in our country. About 2,549 miles of the onshore gas pipeline were constructed by the MOG pipeline thing. Pipeline size are the 6-inch to the 30-inch variable size. And the other offshore gas pipelines maybe they come out to Thailand and maybe the Jiaopyu to China. This one is showing the crop for a wine and gas pipeline. Normally it's maybe the SCAGP operated by the SCAGP wine and gas pipeline. This maybe the Jiaopyu to the China daily export to the maybe the China. This is showing the CNG MEG converting program. Our country is maybe the initially in the Myanmar since 1986. 5 CNG refueling stations, 2 in Yangon, 2 in Yanjiao, and then 1 in Chat. Initially 587 vehicles converted to the CNG. This now that maybe the grow and maybe the add to now, we had the 46 CNG refueling stations in the Myanmar, 41 in the Yangon, mostly used in the maybe the taxi and the YBS car. 2 in the Mandalay, 2 in Yanjiao, and the 2 in Chao. Now, around about the 30,000 vehicles are already converted and using to the CNG. This is the current state of the downstream petroleum sector. Our ministry had the existing 3 refineries, Tanyin, Tamiakan, and the Chaos. And the fertilizer plant is maybe the 5 fertilizer plants, Saleh, Zhongjiang, Jiaozhuang, and Nyangdaga, and the Kanjira. Now we are operating in the only 2 fertilizer plants, Nyangdaga and the Kanjira. Opportunity in the cooperation is maybe we had the plan to the new refinery capacity in the 2 to 5 million ton per annum new petrochemical complex Tamiakan by using crude oil from the Southeast Asia crude oil pipeline And then we have the plan to go for expression of the intra-EOI for the fertilizer plant Saleh and Junjiang. Okay, you can participate. This natural gas demand and supply focus. This diagram is showing for the domestic production, the demand outlet of the natural gas. We are using the gas from the offshore project. Offshore project is the Yana project starting producing the maybe the 90 and 98, mostly more than 20 years now. They are start decline. This diagram is showing to that we are predicting for the gas demand supply in the Myanmar, mostly for the maybe our power supply. We are talking about for the bidding round status. Current status or the coming bidding round for the offshore block to sustain the production decline to the fulfill the domestic demand. MOE was the large international bidding round soon for the open block onshore and offshore. Now revising terms and conditions of the model PSC in line with the current legal framework with the maybe the mutually benefit of both government and the contractor. This is a key opportunity in the energy sector. Natural gas demand is expected to remain high. Exploration focused on natural gas has become a must. MOE will launch international bidding round for the available onshore and offshore block very soon. MOE is a collaboration with the concerned ministry are revising of the term in the model PSC in line with the current legal frameworks. The term will be favorable incentive for the investor and will benefit both government and the investor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Udan Zor. Now let us shift the focus to Energy Transition Partnership Program, powering prosperity and enabling sustainability in Southeast Asia. Let me invite ETP Program Director Designate of United Nations Office for Project Services, Ms. Serpa Javanpa. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I am Serpa Javanpa, Director of the Southeast Asian Energy Transition Partnership. It's my pleasure to introduce to you this new partnership at the ASEAN 2020 Energy Business Forum. The new Southeast Asian Energy Transition Partnership, or ETP, is an innovative platform that brings together government parties and philanthropies to finance technical assistance and to coordinate this technical assistance with aligned programs of capital assistance to accelerate energy transition and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in the region and the Paris Climate Agreement global goals. We can go to the slide 2. The partnership was first conceived by the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, the Wellsprings Philanthropic Foundation, High Tide Foundation and Bloomberg Philanthropies, together with the German Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety, the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy of United Kingdom, and Canada's Department of Environment and Climate Change, as well as the French Development Agency. These partners came together at the One Planet Summit in New York 2 years ago in 2018 to consolidate international support for energy transition in the region and to help promote the right market conditions for the region's thriving private sector to ramp up investment for renewable energy. In the past 2 years, consultations culminated in a high-level forum for the United Nations General Secretary's Climate Summit 2019, and a common agreement has now been reached on the design of the partnership. And today, it is my pleasure to launch the partnership and invite you to join us in our quest for the Paris climate goals. The partnership will begin its work in 3 Southeast Asian countries of Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, the region's most populous countries, and with still a considerable coal pipelines. ETP has also scoped to expand its operations to additional countries later on. The partnership has set its first 5-year timeframe from 2020 to 2025 with an ambition for the program to reach $100 million. The selected fund manager is the United Nations Office for Project Services, or UNOPS, and the office of the partnership is located at the UNOPS offices here in Bangkok. But let me now step back and highlight why the partners felt an acute need for this new dynamic partnership. Next slide, please. We are all aware of the tremendous Southeast Asian growth miracle that has dramatically reduced poverty in Southeast Asian countries and enabled the Southeast Asian countries reach a middle-income country status. We are also painfully aware that this growth came at a high cost. And once the region returns to its normal growth path of some 6% per annum, the future growth must be fueled by renewable energy as the most competitive energy source to abate further damage and to account for the exponential growth potential embedded in particular in solar power for electrification. Next slide, please. The region also suffers from significant climate change vulnerability. We have just seen 2 back-to-back deadly typhoons batter the Philippines. The region is vulnerable to storm damage, typhoons, sea level rise, warming and acidification of the seas, salination of farmlands, and the list goes on and on. Next slide, please. And still there are segments of population in the region that do not yet benefit from sustainable clean energy and electrification. And again, with the significant growth in the region's economy, its energy demand is set to grow by some 5% per annum, which translates to doubling the energy demand in the region by 2035. So with the greater awareness of the damaging effects of conventional fossil fuel energy and the growing demand for renewable energy supply and the race to zero carbon emissions launched by the UNFCCC and the large volumes of post-pandemic recovery stimulus programs, the timing is now. The opportunity is now for the region to make a direct and decisive shift to sustainable energy solutions. The next few years indeed will be critical for dramatically expanding energy efficiency and renewable energy investment in the region to reach the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Goals. Next slide, please. So where are we with the energy transition today in the region? Southeast Asia has still much to gain from maximizing energy efficiency measures to reduce waste in electricity consumption. For instance, it can go much further with electric mobility. It also has enormous potential to tap its unexploited renewable energy resources. There is a lot of space to deploy innovative technologies to the electricity grids to make them smarter, to ensure a stronger linkage between supply and demand. And with more mainstream knowledge, skills, and awareness, policymakers can make far-reaching decisions in favor of renewable energy and energy efficiency. And through these enabling policies and regulatory frameworks, significant financing can be unlocked for the region's investment needs, estimated at some 27 billion per annum for renewables, smart grids, and energy efficiency measures. Next slide, please. So this is where the Southeast Asian Energy Transition Partnership comes in. The partners in the partnership saw it crucial to help the region's energy transition stakeholders and the energy agencies who will speak after me to promote urgency and bold measures to boost leadership in and financing for increased renewable energy in the region's energy mix, to support capacity building and technological innovation for smart grids, and to convene and coordinate public and private initiatives to bring about and harness the benefits from the energy transition in terms of Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris climate goals. Next slide, please. The partnership has 4 objectives. Under these objectives, the first is to ensure that the policies and energy targets of the countries are aligned with the climate commitments of the countries. The partnership ETP works through dialogue and coordination to develop country-specific roadmaps for the adoption of enabling policies and legislation. Next slide, please. Under the second outcome area, the partnership aims to unlock large-scale renewable energy finance by financial institutions, national, regional, and international. And the partnership will work toward de-risking projects and making these bankable to increase finance for renewable energy projects. Next slide, please. The partnership's third outcome area is to expose the region's technical stakeholders to innovation and technological solutions for evidence-based planning for expanded capacity of grids to incorporate renewable energy more efficiently. And the partnership will work toward innovative financing models for private capital to increase investment for smart grids. Next slide, please. And fourthly and importantly, the partnership will work with knowledge platforms, online and educational institutions to build expertise in the workforce. And it will aim to establish centers of excellence and labs in partnership with local institutions on energy efficiency testing, grid flexibility and integration, and energy transition policy modeling. Next slide, please. Highlighting the value of collaboration and coordination, ETP, the Southeast Asian Energy Transition Partnership, invites additional participants to contribute to and to join this agenda to support the Southeast Asian countries to make this enormous transition and enable the region make a strong contribution to the climate goals under the Paris Agreement. Next slide, please. The decision-making body of the partnership is its steering committee, which comprises its funders and which aims to make quick decisions to respond to the region's most intractable issues. And an expert advisory panel will be made up of regional and international energy transition experts and country representatives to advise the steering committee. And we at the Secretariat will prepare and implement the partnership's technical work, arrange for competitive calls for proposals, and liaise and conduct coordination and policy dialogue for the partnership. Next slide, please. And the way the partnership engages with the region's energy transition stakeholders is inclusive. In the countries of its initial operation, the partnership will engage with government agencies, utilities, and private sector, philanthropies, and civil society, thus pooling not only funds, but also leadership to decisive action to expand energy transition in the region. Next slide, please. The partnership has 3 channels for financial contributions. These channels are currently open as the agreements are being signed for the partnerships as I speak. The pooled funding is dedicated for projects implemented by the partnership, and these finance technical assistance, capacity building, knowledge expansion, coordination, and policy dialogue. Earmarked funds enable the funders in the partnership target specific projects and specific countries or specific issue areas within the energy transition. And the aligned funds are resources of the partners that they implement using their own implementation mechanisms, but that aim at the shared goals of enabling policies, unlocking funding for sustainable energy projects, technological innovations for expanding smart grids, and financing knowledge and awareness programs. Case, next slide, please. The Clean Alternative Safe Energy Program funded by the German Department of Environment is the first aligned program, and 2 other programs are currently under consideration for alignment with the partnership, including the Sustainable Infrastructure Program, or SIP, by the Government of United Kingdom, and the Climate Change Program of the Government of Canada. Let me leave you with these thoughts. As the world begins its race to zero carbon emissions, the Southeast Asian Energy Transition Partnership is set up to engage international private and public sector partners with the region's public and private sector partners in a nimble partnership for driving change at policy, fiscal, and technological levels through capacity and knowledge building, to expand financing for investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency, pursue energy transition at regional, national, and local levels in Southeast Asian countries, and to achieve visible increase in renewable energy and energy efficiency in the region. With these words, I thank you for the opportunity to introduce the new multi-donor Southeast Asian Energy Transition Partnership. ETP's partners foresee further growth in its membership and invites you to make contact with us to join the partnership in this momentous action for greater impact in energy transition here in Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Ms. Serpa Javanpa. Now, our next presentation will focus on Lao PDR's energy policies, initiatives and investment opportunities. Let us invite the Director General of Planning and Cooperation Department, Ministry of Energy and Mines, Lao PDR, Dr. Akom Det Wongsai.
ASEAN member states, ladies and gentlemen, today is my pleasure and honor for being a representative for Ministry of Energy and Mines, LAPDR, attending the ASEAN Energy Business Forum 2020. In this occasion, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ministry of Energy, Industry and Trade Vietnam, co-organized by ASEAN Center for Energy, where it is the most important forum convening 10 ASEAN member states and global leaders to discuss and forge partnership for responsive and cohesive energy pathway for ASEAN. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Laos is prosperous in natural resources, especially a large amount of water resources, with a geographical location along the bank of the Mekong River and many tributaries of the river as a potential of water resources as well as suitability for hydropower development. The power sector has continuously developed since 1971, which currently able to generate electricity to meet domestic consumption and export more than 10,000 megawatts. Of our estimated potential of 26,000 megawatts, and the government of Laos has identified the development of energy from hydropower as a key potential resources of the country, aiming to optimize and utilize the natural resources in effective way, ensure environmentally friendliness, produce clean and sustainable energy. Honorable guests, Laos has been focusing on the development of energy industry. There are currently 78 power plants and total capacity of approximately 10,000 megawatts, and is able to generate the electricity of 52,000 million gigawatt hours per year. The main generation source are from the hydropower. During the past year, the energy and mine sector has given the great effort in management, administration work, and water management in each hydropower plant. That to ensure the safety of the hydropower management, minimize the impact on the environment, livelihood, nearby local assets, and maximize the benefit on national development. Based on our 9 5-year power and mining development plan for 21 and 2025, with the average 8 to 10% increasing of domestic electricity demand forecast for the next 5 years. The domestic demand is considered to be a high volume in order to serve government strategy and prioritizing projects. For instance, specific economic zone, the high-speed railway construction period. We therefore expect to have 45 power plants, 48 transmission projects in BOT scheme or other appropriate scheme, consisting of 6 projects from high voltage of 500 kV, 12 projects from 230 kV, and 30 projects of 115 kV. Also set our target to promote the clean energy consumption into the transport sector and to develop the charging station for electric vehicle for more than 100 stations through the country. Ladies and gentlemen, besides serving the power domestic demand, the electricity export from Laos, PDR to neighboring country by 2025 is forecasted based on existing MOU with respectively neighboring country where 9,000 megawatts to be exported to Thailand. Current export is almost 6,000 megawatts. Another 5,000 megawatts to export to Vietnam, 3,000 megawatts to export to Cambodia, Myanmar, and the pilot project Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. ASEAN and ASEAN Economic Community always have clear objective to enhance economic cooperation and integration. I would like to take this opportunity to invite corporate investors for our international and regional friends to consider investment opportunity in Laos, particular potential sector of energy. Laos PDR has hydropower, solar power, wind power potential, which can be in the form of self-investment or co-investment with Lao local company based on the basis that we adhere to the policy and expanding relationship and cooperation for multi-form investment with quality and efficient economic return on business oriented. Apart from potential of the power generation investment, the interconnected electricity network will also add strength to ASEAN economic integration. We must work closely together with private sector to lower risks and reduce national investment and provide more reliable supply of electricity and increase the electrification rate in the region. We believe that the potential and readiness in all aspects of Laos PDR is addition to create conditions to facilitate for expanding relationship, faithful cooperation, mechanism for collaboration in the same direction basis on the uniqueness of each country. We will able to harness economic potential that bring mutual optimal benefit that can expand it for mutual prosperity and wealth as the region in the future, achieving eradication, economic, social imbalance, and create more balance in all aspects. To this end, I strongly believe that through this forum, we will benefit us with the outcome that mainstream are forever and effective working together to develop sustainable energy for everyone. Once again, I would like to wish distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all happy, healthy, stay safe from COVID-19 pandemic, and the best for your career and personal dimension. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong Sai. Now, the next presentation will focus on Indonesia's energy policies, initiatives, and investment opportunities. Let's invite the Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Indonesia, Mr. Dadan Kusdiana.
Honorable His Excellency Minister of Industry and Trade of Vietnam, ASEAN Minister of Energy and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. May we all be bestowed with peace and grace. Before we begin, let us commence our meeting today by rendering our most profound thanks and praise to Almighty God, as by His grace and blessings we could gather here today for the ASEAN Business Forum 2020, which is held in conjunction with the 38th ASEAN Ministers on Energy meetings and its related meetings. Indonesia's current energy utilization is dominated by coal and oil. In 2019, the total energy consumption was 0.8 ton oil equivalent per capita, while the electricity consumption was 1,084 kilowatt-hour per capita. Within the year's national energy mix, coal utilization reached 37% and oil 33%, while renewable energy utilization hit already 9.15%. As fossil-based fuel reserve gets depleted and the global trend is shifting into renewable energy, Indonesia has been working hard to develop new and renewable energy sector. The share in the national energy mix by 2025 is expected to reach 23%, and we are going to increase to 31% in 2050. Despite that circumstances, by the year of 2019, Indonesia was placed 33rd in the rank of the ease of doing business by the World Bank survey, a notable improvement from the 109 position in 2016. Also in the year of 2019, our country placed 33 in the rank of getting electrification. Indonesia's oil and gas investment potential are huge and widely open for upstream exploration to processing and trading in the downstream industry. We have reserves of crude oil around 3.7 billion barrels and 77 TSGF for natural gas. Even though the reserves are not significant compared to the world reserves, Indonesia still has 68 of potential unexplored basins offered for the investors. Between the years of 2017 and 2019, the government has established 17 new oil and gas working areas. Most of them are located in Sumatra. The total value of exploration and exploitation commitments of all 17 areas are $411 million, with total signature bonus of $55.6 million. The government continues to make effort to maintain the positive development of oil and gas investment and business-related activities, among others by issuing the regulation concerning form and flexibility of production sharing contract, making policy adjustments, providing incentives, both fiscal and non-fiscal, as well as simplifying the licensing process, strengthening data and study through partnership with international research survey institutions, encouraging oil companies to implement good reservoir management, maintain operational efficiency, and utilize technologies such as EOR and also biochemical surfactants. Optimizing domestic gas utilization, Indonesia has targeted that gas will take 22% of its share in the energy mix by 2025, and then increase by 24% by 2050. Gas becomes the future of green energy together with renewable energy resources. While on the downstream side, the government of Indonesia continues to enhance the infrastructure development. For instance, the acceleration of completion of the 4 refinery development master plan and 2 grassroots refineries. The development of gas pipeline infrastructure, especially 3 gas pipeline transmission, namely TAI in West Natuna Transportation System, Semengke Dumai and Cirebon Semarang. These gas pipeline transmissions are dedicated to meet domestic demand, especially for industry as well as also for the power plant. LNG small-scale and virtual pipeline development. In our effort to reach the oil lifting of 1 million barrel oil per day in 2030, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has developed a set of strategies. This consists of, the first is prioritizing a massive and intensive exploration strategy. The second, encouraging and campaigning for the implementation of EOR in the mature fields. The third, accelerating monetization of major projects, thereby accelerating potential resources into the lifting. Last but not least, the implementation of the latest technology and also simplification, continue for simplification and flexibility of the procurement. Another highlight in our effort to keep the oil and gas positive development is the gas price reduction program. Starting in April this year, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has decided that the natural gas process should be lowered to an average of US$6 per MMBTU at the consumer plant gate. Reduction, this price is also applied to the cost of the transportation and the distribution, while gas infrastructure will be continued to be developed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move into the issue of renewable energy development in the country. The pandemic situation forces economic activities to slow down. Renewable energy development could be an answer to revive the economy post-COVID. For renewable energy development is proven in some areas in the world to help building economy of the communities around. Ladies and gentlemen, energy sector was targeted to reduce greenhouse gas emission 314 million tons of CO2 reduction by 2030, as stated in the government regulation number 79 in 2014 on national energy policy, and also the other regulation number 22 of 2017. This is of General Plan of National Energy. In achieving this target, mitigation have been performed in energy sectors. One, diverting fuel subsidy budget for productive activities. Example is the infrastructure. The second is targeting renewable energy portion for 23% in 2025. And the third is developing waste to energy project in some cities. Indonesia has a firm commitment to reduce gas emission reduction and its emission and to decarbonize energy sectors. Such strong will is implemented by the ratification of the Paris Agreement. The law stipulated Indonesia's first nationally determined contribution, which consists the target from the sectors of energy, waste, electricity, agriculture, and forestry. The NDC energy target for 2030 is 29%. This is equivalent with 314 million tons of CO2, which is on business, and then to be 41% with international assistance by conditional mitigation scenario. Up until 2019, NDC in the energy sector has reached 61 million tons of CO2 equivalent, achieved with the following effort: energy efficiency, renewable energy, using low carbon fuels, the use of clean generation technology, and also post-mining reclamation. Since 2011, Indonesia has committed to support mitigating greenhouse gas emission as well as low carbon development. As a concrete means, the National Development Planning Agency has formed the Low Carbon Development Indonesia to make sure low carbon development is planned and then implemented well, both in municipal and also national levels. Developing renewable energy in Indonesia is always based on the National Development Plan. Within the course of 2020 to 2024, we plan to accelerate renewable projects development and therefore opening opportunities to potential investors. By 2024, we plan to have the installed capacity of renewable energy of almost 20 gigawatts, with total cumulative development then of 9.05 megawatts. The government of Indonesia encouraged the growth of renewable and electricity business. Since 2017 until this year, there are 72 projects of independent power producers that have signed the PPA, the Power Purchase Agreement, with our state-owned electricity, PLN, with total capacity of 771 megawatt. Among them, 20 projects are on progress to reach financial closure. These projects are easily the one future investor can look up for the potential collaboration. For hydro, for example, the hydropower projects in the future, we plan to develop hydropower plants in North Kalimantan with goals of 90 megawatt in 2025. The region's total hydropower development potential is 3.3 gigawatt, which means there are plenty of potential future projects waiting to be utilized here. Meanwhile, as one of the most densely populated countries in ASEAN, Indonesia also holds so many potential for waste-to-energy program. There are currently 12 cities spread in Indonesia's major islands that are the location of waste-to-energy acceleration program. Aside of that, Indonesia also proud that we have succeeded in implementing the B30 mandatory program. The program is fully supported by related entities, both government and businesses. Up until now, the B30 mandatory has been running in the sectors of transportation, industry, electricity, and also in the mining. As for the energy efficiency programs, investment in the energy efficiency sector serves as the initial basis for being able to produce a more efficient and efficient use of energy. Until the mid-October 2020, the total energy efficiency investment that has been achieved in 2020 is 120 billion Indonesian rupiah, with a total of energy saving close to 2,240 gigawatt hour. One of the success factors in implementing energy efficiency is the application of the investment grade audit and the implementation of ISO 50001. In electricity provisioning to reach 100% of national electrification ratio, the government has set policy directions on electricity supply. It is in line with the national development objectives in the electricity sector. That is to ensure the availability of sufficient quantity of electricity in good quality and also in the reasonable prices. The policy directions is specifically categorized into 6 different groups. There are for power generation, transmissions, substation, distribution, rural electricity, and also for the smart grids. As an effort to provide better electricity for the people, the government has launched 35 gigawatt electricity development program in 2014. Building power generation plants with total capacity of 35 gigawatt is not an easy task. Therefore, we are working extremely hard and strong, as well as welcoming future investors to come join us in this program. The regions are in Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Java, Madura, and Bali, Nusa Tenggara, and the rest Maluku and Papua. The transmission segments that are open for investment are divided into 4 segments. The first, West Medan, Pangkalan Susu, Arun, Sidi. The second, Perawang to Rantau Prapat to Galang, Sumatra Java interconnection. And the last, Watu, Bungku, Andowia to Kendari. So that all from Indonesian updates, Indonesia is having abundant potential waiting to be developed maximally. Energy is no longer viewed as a mere commodity but has been considered as one of economic driver. However, we cannot work alone as energy transition challenges need your support both nationally and international cooperation. The COVID-19 pandemic has given us obstacles in various sectors and subsectors of energy. Then again, an obstacle will forever be a hindrance if we only see it as a problem. Only when we shift our paradigm and see it as an opportunity we can then formulate strategies and set the steps to follow up the situation. I secretly hope that forums and discussion, like we are continuously doing within the ASEAN framework, especially under the ASEAN Energy Business Forum, will be useful in opening up our way of thinking in facing various challenges in the midst of this energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dadan. Now, our next presentation will focus on Brunei's energy policies, initiatives and investment opportunities. Let us invite the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Brunei Darussalam, Pangeran Haji Jamra Wera bin Pangeran Haji Petra, please.
Would like to thank the organizers of the ASEAN Energy Business Forum for the invitation and also giving me the opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Energy, Brunei Darussalam, to share our energy policies, initiatives, and investment opportunities in our country. Next slide, please. I would like to begin by framing our energy policy in the context of the well-known energy trilemma, i.e. energy security, energy access, and environmental sustainability. First, in terms of energy security, our current electricity generation capacity mix consists mostly from fossil fuels. The power generation relies heavily on natural gas, which is about 99% of the share of power generation capacity mix. Therefore, our government aims to further diversify this to include renewable energy and alternatives for power generation. Brunei Darussalam also plays an important part in supporting the region's needs. Natural gas will continue to play an important role to enhance energy security. As a net exporter of natural gas, we'll look to continue supporting the region with this very important low-carbon fuel whilst exploring further opportunities with it in the energy transition. Secondly is on energy access. Brunei Darussalam has already achieved up to 99.9% electrification as of last year. Small-scale solar PV systems have been installed by the government for communities in remote areas to support rural electrifications. However, in the long term, there are plans to connect these off-grid areas to the main power grid. This is part of our energy policy to align with the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. On environmental sustainability, Brunei Darussalam is firmly committed as a responsible member of the international community to preserve the global environment and continue to be a leading symbol for environmental excellence in the Southeast Asian region. Brunei Darussalam has launched the Brunei National Climate Policy in July this year, of which a number of key strategies have focused on energy transition and low-carbon development plans, which is to increase the use of renewable energy and electric vehicles, to enhance demand and supply-side energy management, and to curb industrial emissions. Brunei Darussalam still aims to become a carbon-neutral country. Our vast primary forest coverage of about 72% has already become the main carbon sink. Brunei Darussalam is also part of the Heart of Borneo initiative, which ensures the effective management of forest resources and the creation of a network of protected areas, sustainably managed forest and land use zones within the Borneo. Next slide, please. Now allow me to elaborate more on the opportunities for natural gas in this energy transition in Brunei Darussalam and also this region. Carbon capture, utilization and storage will provide a means to reduce emissions of natural gas utilization in power stations and industrial applications. This is also in line with our ambitions under the climate policy. Supplementary to this, flaring and venting as part of the natural gas processes is also crucial to be controlled and reduced to as low as reasonably practical. Similarly, We are looking forward to improving efficiencies for our thermal power plants. An example of this is our recent retrofitting of our waste heat recovery systems in 2018 based on GE's Origin technology on our existing open cycle power plants. Brunei Darussalam is the second country in the world to procure this technology. The system has increased the power generation capacity by 14 megawatts and improved the overall efficiency of the affected units to 45%. This improvement allows us to make better use of our gas resource, less emissions for more power to support growth in the downstream sector. Modernization of our existing power system is also part of the plan to allow for better energy supply and demand-side management. An increased demand for natural gas in the global context means new LNG market dynamics after 2022. We foresee opportunities for expanding our industry towards non-energy derivatives and products of natural gas. On the other hand, we are also very interested in new emerging technologies enabling different forms of energy from gas such as hydrogen, to which Brunei Darussalam is a partner to Japan on exploring this energy under the successful AHEAD demonstration project utilizing methyl cyclohexane as a hydrogen carrier. We're also keen on supporting interested countries on the transition to hydrogen energy, particularly blue hydrogen, which is enabled through CCUS. Brunei Darussalam is still interested to be part of the global value chains for hydrogen. Next slide, please. Now allow me to move on to the favorable investment condition in Brunei Darussalam. Downstream gas, its derivatives, and non-energy applications of the resources is a priority industry under the Brunei government. As such, a number of economic incentives are available. Brunei Darussalam also offers regulatory certainty on top of the known political stability within the nation. Partnership and support is also available. Statutory bodies such as the Brunei Economic Development Board and their FDI Action Support and Support Center are able to work closely with investors to assist with their requirements. Strategic partnerships are also available, such as the Strategic Development Capital Fund. Industrial sites are available and ready for development with prepared road access and connection to utilities. These are administered by its own body, Darussalam Enterprise, responsible for industrial site management. We encourage any interested parties to reach out to the relevant agencies in Brunei Darussalam regarding opportunities pertaining to energy investment. Next slide, please. Brunei Darussalam, through the Ministry of Energy, has set a target of at least 30% renewable energy of the total capacity in the power generation mix by 2035 as part of the ministry's strategic plan. We recognize solar PV as the driving technology for realizing this goal due to ample solar irradiance all year round, as well as the competitive costs from the decrease seen over the past few years. And Brunei Darussalam also plans to facilitate the deployment of renewable energy, including net metering for distributed PV and renewable portfolio standards for utilities and energy-intensive industries. For larger-scale solar PV development, reverse auction bidding process is seen to be the best forward. Our key takeaways from observing international best practices have convinced us of these trends moving away from the feed-in tariffs and into more competitive bidding processes. And as we open up our market, we hope to form partnerships with reputable solar power developers to further develop the renewable sectors in our country. We do recognize that we are a very small market by comparison with our other asset counterparts. However, we hope to do our part to contribute to our regional and international targets. In the interest of continuing our improvements in reliability of supply of electricity, we recognize the role of energy storage systems, in particular to support our aspirations towards increased share of variable renewable energy. And last but not least, there is room to explore a new renewable energy industry, such as solar panel manufacturing or solar panel assembly line. This will contribute to new jobs, new skills, new opportunities for our youth of the future. We have highly educated graduates awaiting to partake in the energy transition towards a greener future. Next slide, please. Brunei Darussalam recognizes the need for emerging technologies and digitalization, which both can act as grid solutions to cater the rapid energy transition. Distributed energy resources will be encouraged through net metering, whereby the excess generation coming from individual solar PV systems are distributed around the grid. And electric vehicles will also provide a unique grid solution opportunity. This is where EV can have the potential to both be charged by the grid and also to be charged back into the grid to support grid stability. And this poses unique challenges or opportunities for grid systems which have not been encountered before. Wireless transmission, on the other hand, is another nascent technology that has caught our attention. Pilot projects on this technology have been done in several countries, and we are keen to see its potential applications in our own grid contracts. And green hydrogen from renewables is also an area of interest. CCUS is also vital in our goal of decarbonizing the energy sector. Energy storage, be it in the form of batteries, hydrogen, EVs, or other technology or material waiting to be developed, is seen as essential to accommodate for our future increased share of renewables in the energy sector. And pre-digital energy systems were defined by unidirectional flows and distinct roles, but digitalization has enabled a multidirectional and highly integrated energy system fit for rapid energy transition. Digitalization through smart grid system, for example, will also empower our power system with the ability to collect, process, and monitor precise and reliable energy data, which brings further improvements to the system. Smart grid system will be imperative in providing the stability required for balancing supply and demand reliably. Now, moving forward, this necessary investment are believed to be crucial to accommodate higher renewable grid integration, as well as provide grid solutions. Next slide, please. Before I end, allow me once again to reiterate that Brunei Darussalam's given competitive advantage will provide a conducive environment for a lucrative low-carbon investment. On this note, Brunei Darussalam also welcomes any technology demonstrations and any pilot project or research pertaining to these technologies. In line with this forum's theme of responsive and cohesive energy pathways for ASEAN, Brunei Darussalam continues to uphold the status of being an active player in the sustainable energy scene, despite the unprecedented challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic on the global energy sector and overall economic growth. Brunei Darussalam's sustainable energy priorities remains to cater the needs of today without compromising the ability to cater the needs of future generations and to fulfill the objective of the APIC Phase 2 on achieving the renewable energy target of 23% share in ASEAN's energy mix by 2025, and to meet the energy intensity reduction target to 32% in 2025. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Pangeran Haji Jamra Wera bin Pangeran Haji Petra, for your sharing. Now that marks the end of the ASEAN Energy Business Forum. Now it's been a very fruitful 4-day conference revolving around the theme Responsive and Cohesive Energy Pathways for ASEAN. The conference has addressed the energy transition with diverse perspectives from the policymakers, industry and the academics. Now, AEBF has truly been Southeast Asia region's most important and influential platform for dialogue, sparking insights, and of course, creating business opportunities. Now, it's farewell for now, but we look forward to seeing you next year in Brunei. Goodbye, everyone.
Future Energy Asia for this fall, I think it creates eager to have more opportunity to exchange the information and get more connectivity with the other suppliers because we are new buyer in LNG business. And this fall we will have more business networking. And we also see the famous company to join for conference. So we have a chance to exchange some idea or some opportunity for our future procurement of EGAT.
All right, I think for the Future Energy Asia 2020, I can see many people in the industry, lots of experts coming for this event, and then I learned a lot from the conference session that for the new strategy and also the new trend and technology in the future energy for this Asia. And also for the networking, I see many family friends in the business, and then we have a chance to meet and then have some discussion and then have the plan for the follow-up for the business opportunity.
We believe that this is a perfect opportunity for Venture Global. And Venture Global, although we have achieved FID on our first project and actively marketing our second project, we're still a new player in the market. And by being here, by being a sponsor, by showing our faces in this conference, we're able to show not just all the industry, but especially in Southeast Asia, that we're committed to providing low-cost, competitive LNG.
It has been a very good event, and as an organization, I think these are opportunities for us to listen from the government, the national oil company, and the various players in the industry. What are the trends? What are the long-term strategies, in particular with reference to energy transition? And this will help us really to position the company properly, to support operators and national oil company to move forward and faster in the energy transition journey.